Chapter 1165. Little Han, your God-Slayer spear is so powerful. No wonder that idiot Shui Yi was seriously injured by you in one move. If you had attacked with all your strength, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't have been able to block it. Jida did not show any special expression, but when the two of them flew away, he sighed. Hee, big brother Jida, if you want to learn, I can teach you this mystical power. Yi Qinghan said sincerely with a faint smile. Learn my A**. I only have so little source power. How can I be like you, wanly consuming it? You're really a freak. Jida scolded him with a smile, but did not say much. He knew that Yi Qinghan definitely had a lot of source power. Otherwise, this mystical power would be useless. However, Yi Qinghan used it casually, which meant that he was not afraid of consuming source power. However, Yi Qinghan did not say anything, so he did not ask. Yi Qinghan laughed and did not explain. Instead, he asked, have you gone to the material planes to look for geniuses recently? Of course. Jida nodded and said, when you returned, that bastarding Kuei might have sensed something, so he stopped for a period of 50 years. Recently, he began to look for geniuses in the material planes of the floating continent. Shintu Wuji was killed by you, so no one paid attention to the material planes of the floating continent. Yao Ji and Mo Xiaoxiao went out 3 times and brought back more than 10 geniuses with good qualifications, but they were not the best. This is a good solution. You guys continue to carry it out. You should pay attention to the situation of Reincarnation Mountain. Yi Qinghan said to Jida with a smile, then told him about the situation he saw along the Yellow River. Jida felt that it was strange and said that he would often pay attention. After returning to Reincarnation Island, Yi Qinghan teleported Yi Qingyu and the other 2, as well as Fireworks, who had just come out of seclusion. He was prepared to rest for a while before starting to comprehend the space combination occult. He accompanied the girls, drank tea, played with flowers, chatted with Jida, watched Xiao He brag, and talked with Lord Devour. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of peace in his heart. He had never felt so relaxed in his life. Yi Qinghan thought that after he killed Shintu Xiong, took his revenge, obtained the possession secret technique, and helped Xiao He reconstruct his true body, he would be able to live a peaceful life like this forever. He would be able to travel around with his wives, guide the younger generation in their cultivation, and watch them grow up step by step. How satisfying would that be? After resting for a year, Yi Qinghan entered the War Emperor Palace and went into seclusion. He began to wholeheartedly comprehend the last high-grade profound mystery, space combination. The secret realm of reincarnation was peaceful. Countless people were working hard, preparing in an orderly manner. Everything was developing in a good direction, fighting to return to the divine world. On the surface, the divine world looked as peaceful as the reincarnation plane, but on the inside, there were turbulent undercurrents. Yi Qinghan made a trip back. Not only did he take the lives of a few experts, but he also gave the Star's sovereign a tight slap. Shintu Xiong's prestige fell to the lowest point. Countless experts who were prepared to join the Star Sovereign the moment he came out of seclusion started to wait and see. Some of them only submitted on the surface. For example, Mo Shanghuang, Ice Queen, Qing Shan, Sovereign Yanran, etc. If Yi Qinghan could come back secretly and escape after killing people, he could continue to come back and kill people. Even the Blood Knight Sovereign was severely injured by him in one move. This meant that he had the ability to kill Ying Kuei, Mo Shanghuang, Lady Yanran, the Sovereign Hermit, and many others. Most importantly, how long had this kid been cultivating for? Every time they thought of this question, countless experts in the divine world shuddered. This kid had created too many miracles and broken too many records in history. Perhaps, after tens of thousands of years, when he came back, he would be a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Who would dare to pick a side now? Swish! In the Blood Sea City, the teleportation array lit up at this moment. 3 men and 1 woman walked out of the teleportation array. The one in the lead was the unruly black-haired Night Emperor. The Night Emperor didn't say anything. He brought the Wind Juanxue, the Snow Marshal, and the Moon Queen to the teleportation array at the side. They teleported all the way to the east of the Blood Knight continent. When they teleported to a small city by the Blood Night Sea, the Night Emperor sent a voice transmission. "Don't move. I will teleport you to the Misty Continent." Buzz. The three of them didn't ask anything until the Night Emperor teleported them to the Blood Night Sea. Seeing that there was no one around, the coquettish Moon Queen asked, "Brother Knight, the Beast Deity wants us to find Yi Qinghan and meet him at the Beast Deity Manual. Where can we find him? What's the use of returning to the Misty Continent now? He went to the Endless Void." That's right. Night Emperor, the people from the Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City were taken away by Yi Qinghan. Where can we find him? The Wind Lord with a huge sword on his back also had a puzzled and troubled look. The Night Emperor said firmly, "There is a place where we can definitely contact him." But the three of them were stunned. They entered the Beast Deity's secret realm again with difficulty. Unexpectedly, they still didn't see the Beast Deity clan patriarch. The Night Emperor held his breath and waited for an opportunity. Finally, not long ago, he met the current Beast Deity during the Beast Deity Plains sacrificial ceremony that happened once every 10,000 years. The Night Emperor took a deep breath and forced his way into the sacrificial altar. Finally, he met the current Beast Deity and explained the situation to him. However, the current Beast Deity didn't say anything. He only asked Yi Qinghan to go in and meet him. The few of them then hurried out. However, Yi Qinghan had already gone to the Endless Void. Soul Eater City and Flame Dragon City were empty. However, the Night Emperor still insisted on going to the floating continent, so they asked in puzzlement. The Night Emperor's eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He smiled faintly and said, "Flame Dragon Continent. As long as we return to the Flame Dragon Continent, we will definitely be able to contact Yi Qinghan." The three of them were stunned. The Moon Queen pondered for a moment and said faintly, "Brother Knight, maybe the Flame Dragon Continent was ordered to be destroyed by the furious Xianxia? Impossible." The Night Emperor said with certainty, "Since Yi Qinghan could come to the Divine Realm and take away his former subordinates, the Flame Dragon Continent must have made arrangements. Maybe he is living in the Flame Dragon Continent. Have you forgotten that the ruler of this plane can come and go freely? Could it be that the plane collapsed because of the divine aura? I am sure that the Flame Dragon Continent is safe and sound." Everyone pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. But after a while, the three of them thought of a problem at the same time and became confused again. The cold-faced General Shui said gloomily, "But how do we get to the Flame Dragon Continent? The teleportation formation to the Flame Dragon Continent is in the Misty City. It is probably sealed now. No matter how stupid Xianxia is, he will not let anyone enter the Flame Dragon Continent so easily." I have already considered this." The Night Emperor nodded faintly and said, "So, we must sneak into the Misty City and become the ruler of the Misty Mansion. Then we must think of a way to secretly teleport over. Or we can persuade the current Shinto Wuxia to send me to scout the way. We have not appeared in the Divine Realm for so many years. No one will be able to recognize us. Of course, be careful. Everyone, change your appearance. I must find a way to contact Yi Qinghan to enter the Beast God Continent. With the help of the Beast God, he will have a greater chance to deal with Xianxia." Okay. Everyone's spirits were shaken, and they were overjoyed. All of them tried their best to change their appearances. Yi Huang smiled faintly and led everyone toward the Misty Continent. Chapter 1166. Space Combination? What kind of profundity is this? The composition of space? The method of combination? Or what is it? Is it because there are too many laws to comprehend, or because this mystery is too difficult? Why can't I touch the edge after 100 years? In the War Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan stood in front of a stone tablet. His eyes were shining. Clearly, he was using his divine energy to comprehend the mystery diagram. He had been studying the mystery diagram for 100 years, but he had gained nothing. Exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes and shook his head slightly to relieve his tired soul. He stopped looking at the mystery diagram. He knew that the more he comprehended the laws, the harder it was to comprehend them. If he forced himself to comprehend them, he would only get half the result with twice the effort. A proper balance of work and rest would give the soul more inspiration and easier comprehension. Looking around, he saw a few people standing in front of the countless stone tablets. His 3 children and the demon devourer were all comprehending the stone tablets. He smiled happily. He didn't expect his children and wives to have a breakthrough or reach a high level of strength. But he felt that they must have their own pursuits, their own hobbies, and work hard to achieve them. Only then would their lives be fulfilling and exciting. Ah, I see. I see. Wah, I finally comprehended. As Yi Qinghan was about to go out, the cute demon devourer, who was entirely black but had green eyes, suddenly shouted in joy, startling all the people comprehending nearby. Down, Yi Qinghan sweated. This innate talent was abnormal. The comprehension of laws was the hardest to get started. Once it got started, success would follow. The demon devourer had only cultivated for 3,000 years and was about to reach the 2nd tier of God King. If it comprehended 2 more high-level mysteries, it would be an emperor god. It would probably take 5,000 years to become an emperor god. In the immortal world, this talent was already very heaven-defying. Even Li Shuai, who was extremely talented, spent more than 10,000 years to become an emperor god. Lei Jin spent more than 8,000 years. But thinking about himself, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. His overall strength had reached grade 9 in 100 years. Wasn't that even more abnormal? Everyone found that Yi Qinghan had also come out of seclusion. They happily embraced the demon devourer and left the War Imperial Hall to celebrate. In order to save Yi Qinghan, Xiao He had almost died. Now, he was neither human nor ghost. While Xiao He didn't mind, Yi Qinghan felt that he owed Yi Qinghan's wife and children. So he doted on the demon devourer. Reincarnation Island became lively because everyone came out of seclusion. Venerate Li Quan and Monarch Yu, who were refining the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal, were called out as well. The island's doyens gathered together. Xiao He was very happy. His innate talent wasn't bad, but he was always restless. He couldn't calm down and cultivate. Seeing his daughter so successful, he was more excited than his own improvement. Yi Qinghan looked at his family and friends in the yard and was very happy. He suddenly stood up and waved at the demon devourer in Li Shuai's arms. The demon devourer flew to the table next to Yi Qinghan. He blinked and smiled. "What's wrong? Uncle, you want to reward me with Yao Yao's treasure again?" "Ha." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, his face full of love. Last time, Lord Devourer took back the pseudo-soul chaos divine crystal that he had given to Yao Yao. He had always felt guilty about it, even though he had given it to her grandfather, Venerable Li Quan. He nodded. His hand turned, and a dark, narrow saber appeared in his hand. He looked at the demon devourer with a smile. This saber is called the Dragon Source Saber, a supreme divine weapon. Uncle found it in an ancient cave in the Star Sea. It has followed me to fight in the Star Sea. I don't know how many times it has drunk the blood of the Star Army. To me, it's useless now. Today, I will give it to you. I hope you can cultivate harder and transform soon. Then, you can let the Dragon Source Saber drink the blood of your enemies. Looking at the firmness in Yi Qinghan's eyes, Xiao He and Li Shuai didn't dare to persuade him anymore. The demon devourer hesitated for a while. Then he grinned and put it into his spatial ring. He said respectfully, "Yao Yao won't let you down." When Yi Qinghan's 3 sons heard Yi Qinghan mention Yao Yao's transformation, their eyes lit up. Clearly, they were looking forward to the demon devourer's transformation. Among the 4 daughters, Cherry Blossom's youngest daughter had a flash of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Clearly, Yi Qinghan had pampered the demon devourer too much. She was a little jealous, but when Cherry Blossom glared at her, she didn't dare to show it. Yi Qinghan noticed the emotions of Cherry Blossom's youngest daughter, Yi Xian. He scanned his children and said sternly, "The same goes for all of you. Work hard in your cultivation. If you make great progress, I have plenty of treasures. If you want to be a spoiled brat, I won't force you. Everyone has their own ambitions. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. I just hope you won't regret it in the future." "Yes, father." The 7 children hurriedly responded. Yi Sihan was very sensible, so Yi Qinghan didn't need to care about her. The enchantress made the atmosphere in the room a little heavy. She hurriedly tried to smooth things over and change the topic. She talked about a genius that she had unearthed from a few planes, as well as the strange things that had happened in the various planes. The atmosphere immediately became more intense. After resting outside for half a year, Yi Qinghan went into seclusion once again. Lord Devourer, Jida, continued arranging for the Enchantress, Mo Xiaoxiao, and a group of Doyens to ride the Soul Emperor Pavilion to search for geniuses in the material planes. However, it was unknown if it was because the space profound mysteries was difficult to comprehend, or if it was because it was extremely difficult to comprehend the laws towards the end. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 300 years, but he had yet to achieve a basic mastery of the space combination mysteries. He wasn't discouraged. He came out to meditate for 3 years before going into seclusion again. However, after another 400 years of seclusion, he was still clueless. Am I going to be stuck here for the rest of my life? Even if I were to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, my final strength would only be at the upper 9th grade, reaching the level of the Ice Queen. How could I kill my way back to the divine world with such strength? How could I kill Shinta Xiong and obtain the possession technique? How could I help Xiao He rebuild his true body? Motherf *Ker. Yi Qinghan was a little angry as he stopped comprehending. He had reached 9th grade in 100 years, and now he had spent 800 years, but he still hadn't achieved a basic mastery of the space profound mysteries. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat, and he started to doubt his own innate talent. Thinking that if he couldn't improve his strength, Xiao He would forever be like this, neither human nor ghost, Yi Qinghan's heart was incomparably angry, and there were signs of qi deviation. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Just as Yi Qinghan's confidence in himself was wavering, and because of the long time in seclusion, his mind was in a mess. He suddenly felt that someone was calling him, and he immediately stopped thinking. He opened his eyes and saw Firework by the side. He forced a smile and said, "Firework, what's up?" Firework saw the helplessness in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and her heart ached. She knew her man well, and she knew how much pressure he had to bear. She sighed with pity and said, "Lord sent a message. He wants you to go out for a while. It seems like your ancestor, Night Emperor, went to the Fire Dragon Plane to discuss something important with you." Night Emperor? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The founding ancestor of the Yi family had returned to the Fire Dragon continent? Didn't he go to the secret territory to find the beast god's bloodline? He hurried to teleport with Firework, heading to Lord Devour's room. Chapter 1167. Lord Devour's real body was still in the Fire Dragon continent. A divine beast like her didn't have any powerful innate abilities. She only had a special ability that allowed her to create a clone. Either her real body or her clone could use all of their power. As long as one of them didn't die, she wouldn't die. It was a powerful ability that could save her life. Night Emperor's group had been lurking in the Misty City for 800 years. Night Emperor had the power of a venerable, but Yi Qinghan had killed all the venerables in the Misty City. Night Emperor's surrender made up for Shinta Wuxia, the new monarch of the Misty Continent, who didn't have any soldiers. After 800 years, Night Emperor was quite cunning. Shinta Wuxia and the other two had been cultivating in the Eternal Palace, so they didn't know much about the outside world. Night Emperor had successfully gained his trust and became the captain of the Misty Continent's law enforcement team. Recently, Shinta Wuxia had returned to the Supreme Island. Night Emperor had arranged for her to go to the Fire Dragon continent to meet Yi Tianlong and Lord Devour. Yi Qinghan listened to Lord Devour's explanation and couldn't help but admire this forefather's cunning and patience. However, Night Emperor didn't say anything and just asked him to go there first. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate. Regardless of whether it was a big matter or not, since this legendary ancestor had summoned him, he definitely had to go. Fortunately, Yao Ji and Mo Xiaoxiao had just returned. Yi Qinghan discussed with Lord Devour and decided to depart immediately. Anyway, there wasn't any danger in the endless void. Yao Ji and the others wanted to rest for several months, but Yi Qinghan had something to do, so they had to depart immediately. Yi Qingyu's group and Fireworks group didn't need to cultivate, so they wanted to go out for a walk. Yi Qinghan brought them, Xiao He, and Li Shui, to the Fire Dragon continent. The Fire Dragon plane was on the other side of the divine world. It would take 1 year to get there from the reincarnation secret land. None of them were cultivating. Instead, they were admiring the beautiful scenery of the boundless void, listening to Yao Ji describe the beautiful scenery of the plane they had entered. While everyone was chatting and laughing in the hall, Yi Qinghan returned to his room and began his routine inspection of the new soul space. It had been 800 years, and he didn't know what the new soul space had evolved into. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have known, but once he did, he was shocked once again. The amount of origin energy outside his soul space was more than double that of 800 years ago. At this moment, it was estimated to be 100 times that of Xianxia. The soul space was originally only about a meter in circumference, but after 800 years, it had become 100 meters in circumference. It had actually expanded 100 times. Yi Qinghan tried to sense the strength of his soul, but it did not increase at all. It was still at peak rank 9. Shi Yan checked his soul space and the sea of origin power and was shocked. 800 years ago, he also felt that the larger the soul space, the faster the growth. Who would have thought that the changes would be so great? Could it be that this growth speed was related to the size of the soul space? Could it be that it was like the loan sharks in his previous life? With interest compounding, this new soul space would grow faster and faster in the future? Would it really become a plane in the end? Yi Qinghan sighed, feeling a little lost and frightened. However, he didn't dare to share this matter with others, and he didn't dare to ask Lord Devour, Mo Xiaoxiao. The Battle Emperor had consumed too much energy, and he couldn't send a message. After staying in his room for a long time, Yi Qinghan forced himself to pull himself together, not letting himself think about it. He only told himself that he would check the new soul space every once in a while. Walking out of the room, passing by a small hall, Yi Qinghan saw a graceful green figure standing in the hall. She was using the Soul Emperor Pavilion to simulate the scenery outside, looking at the endless void. Mo Xiaoxiao's cultivation was very strange. She often looked at the endless void alone. If Yi Qinghan didn't know that she only cultivated the soul, he would have thought that she was comprehending the principle. Yi Qinghan admired this rare talent. Although his soul was strong, he didn't have a thorough understanding of the soul like her. Yi Qinghan remembered that on the way to the demon plane, he had also comprehended the space shuttle mysteries in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Looking at the endless void outside, he had an idea. Space combination. Rather than looking at the mysterious diagram to comprehend, it was better to calm down and observe the endless void. What was better than standing in the void to comprehend the space Upanishads? Yao Ji, send me out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion like last time. Use the restrictions to protect me. I want to comprehend the space Upanishads. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Qinghan walked into the hall and said to Yao Ji. Yao Ji thought that he had comprehended something. Her eyes brightened and she hurriedly sent him out. Everyone in the hall was also overjoyed. Yi Qinghan was now everyone's greatest hope. Every time he broke through, he brought them endless joy. Standing on the Soul Emperor Pavilion pagoda again, Yi Qinghan's heart was empty. He began to stare at the desolate void. He stared at the space blade stream that floated like a meteor shower from time to time. He stared at the space vortex that could trap a level 9 expert and the planes that were like bright moons. He sighed at the magic of the creator. Yi Qinghan simply didn't think about the space Upanishads. He lay outside the pagoda and looked around lazily. His whole body was relaxed and he felt refreshed. Was this world formed by itself, or was it created by the God of creation? Could it be that the God of creation was the supreme divine emperor? And, is the earth a plane? Is it also in a corner of this void? Is the atmosphere outside the earth the power of origin? Were the ancient mythological characters in China the experts of the ancient civilizations before the world destruction? Were the 2 ice ages recorded on Earth because of the experts who destroyed the world? I'm thinking about the wrong things again. Yi Qinghan's mind was fluttering, his imagination running wild. He recalled the civilization he had lived in before he had transmigrated. He knew that if it weren't for him and Lord Devour, the Fire Dragon plane would have been destroyed, and its civilization would have been destroyed. Under the heaven and earth essence energy, life would have been born, and it would have evolved step by step. Eventually, another civilization would have been born. Aren't material planes evolving into other planes? Will they eventually become a big plane like the divine world? The material planes aren't stable because their evolution isn't thorough enough. The reincarnation plane is a middle-level plane, and its space is much more stable than the fire dragon continent and the divine world. The endless void was the most stable. Could it be that the endless void was the largest plane? Are all the planes in this plane? After a while, Yi Qinghan began to make random deductions about the various planes of the endless void, trying to figure out the profound meaning of space combination from each plane and space. As he thought and looked, his eyes became slightly misty. He seemed to have grasped something in the haziness and began to meditate. Unfortunately, time was too short. 1 year had passed in a blink of an eye. The enchantress had waited for 2 months outside the fire dragon plane, but Yi Qinghan hadn't woken up yet. Eventually, as she was afraid that the Night Emperor would wait too long, she had to force Yi Qinghan to come and wake him up. What? We're here? Let's get in. Yi Qinghan woke up, thinking that it was a pity. 1 year was too short. He just had a vague feeling. If he had continued to comprehend, perhaps he could have fused the space combination Upanishad. At this moment, he had to do his business first. The Soul Emperor Pavilion began to spin fast, pushing the power of the origin outside the fire dragon plane to break it easily. Chapter 1168. The Flame Dragon continent was very lively. The 5 great families were all shocked. The 4 founding ancestors had returned. Yi Huang and the other 4 had risen during the most chaotic period of the Fire Dragon continent. They had founded the 5 great clans. The Dragon City's prefecture lords had changed one after another, but the 5 great clans had remained in the God of War manor forever. It could be said that without the 5 great families, the House of Ares would have been destroyed by the Barbarian God Manor and the Demon God Manor. After the Divine Master Butcher descended, the 5 ancestors went to the Divine Realm to find a way to save the Flame Dragon continent. Their deeds were respected not only by the 5 great families, but by the entire Flame Dragon continent. The clansmen of the 5 great families grew up listening to the deeds of the 5 ancestors. Of course, now there was Frost Emperor, but the 5 ancestors still held a high position in their hearts. It was a pity that Flower Emperor died. Although the Hua family already knew from Yi Luyun, when Night Emperor and the others returned, they were still grief-stricken. During this period of time, all the experts of the continent stayed in Tsang City to accompany the 4 old ancestors and old seniors. Night Emperor and the others were very emotional. How many years had they struggled for? In the end, they didn't succeed. Instead, a junior, did it easily. Seeing the large number of God Emperors in Tsang City, they were even more emotional. The few of them were also looking forward to meeting this junior who had achieved legendary feats. Buzz! The Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly landed on the mountain behind the Yi family. Under the excited gazes of countless people, Yi Qinghan came out with a group of women. His eyes fell on a black-haired man beside Yi Tianlong. This face was exactly the same as the image of Yi Huang in the clan's altar. Yi Qinghan quietly examined Yi Huang's body again. After discovering the Yi clan's unique war beast space in Yi Huang's body, he no longer hesitated and led everyone to kneel down on one knee. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yi Qinghan pays his respects to the ancestor and seniors." Yi Qinghan had just quietly probed with his divine sense, but the Night Emperor did not detect it. He only felt a trace of aura that Yi Qinghan had unintentionally revealed, which made his soul throb. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's strength was ridiculously strong. The Moon Queen and the Wind Lord also sighed. Yi Qinghan didn't probe them, but they could feel that this man with a gentle smile in front of them had an incomparably terrifying aura. It made them feel as if they were facing the beast god patriarch. The 3 of them sighed inwardly. Why wasn't this peerless genius from their clan? The Night Emperor and the others hurriedly took a few steps forward and helped everyone up. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of emotion. He kept nodding and laughed. Good, Yi Qinghan, you are very good, we are proud of you. Ancestor is too kind. Without Ancestor's Night Emperor's 7 moves, Qinghan would have died in the god-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. If he hadn't condensed the Night Emperor's 7 moves into one move, the Annihilation Strike, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of the god-slaying mountain. When the Night Emperor heard this, he was even more satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Because of the oppression of Yi Qinghan's strength, the strange feeling in his heart also disappeared little by little. Yi Qingwu took the girls to chat with Yi Qingyo. Yi Tianlong couldn't stop smiling and began to arrange the accommodations for Yao Ji and the others. In the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Lord Devour in his human form sat down with Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor. The others didn't have the right to come in and participate in the discussion. Ancestor, didn't you go to find the beast god's bloodline? You said something big happened this time? May I know what it is? After some small talk, Yi Qinghan sat upright and asked. The Night Emperor nodded and said, yes, we did go to find the beast god's bloodline. That year in the Misty Continent, we wanted to work hard to buy the Flame Dragon plane. Unexpectedly, when we earned enough divine stones, we were discovered by the Nether race and were hunted down. In the end, we wandered to the Star Sea. We settled down on the Flame Dragon Island and worked hard to cultivate, preparing to take our time. Later, we found a peerless genius from the Nether race, who was even taken in as a disciple by Venerable Evil Moon. We almost gave up, but we received news about the beast god's bloodline. So, we immediately sealed the island and went to search. In the end, we found the beast god's mysterious realm where the beast god's bloodline lived in seclusion, and we even met the current beast god. So, we really are from the beast god's bloodline? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. The 10 ancient gods were extremely powerful existences. The beast god's bloodline used to be extremely powerful, and their power shook the divine world. Of course, the Night Emperor nodded affirmatively and said, moreover, our bloodline is the purest descendants of the beast god. Nearly 10,000 years ago, there were 2 factions fighting for power in the beast god's mysterious realm. Just in case, our bloodline scattered countless seeds all over the material planes to prevent the bloodline from being exterminated. And the 5 of us are 5 of those seeds. I only found out about this after entering the beast god's mysterious realm. But now, our bloodline has successfully seized the ruling power, and the current beast god is our bloodline. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. No wonder the 5 great ancestors suddenly rose up. In the past, the Fire Dragon continent didn't have the 5 great clans. Yi Qinghan used to wonder if the 5 great clans had comprehended the 5 great secret skills by themselves. The Feng clan's Imperial Sword Technique, the Shui clan's Insect Controlling Venom, the Hua clan's Assassination Technique, and the Yu clan's Spirit Bewitching Technique were still understandable. But the Yi clan's Summoned Beast couldn't have comprehended it by themselves, right? It turned out that the 5 of them were secretly sent down here. Thinking about it, they were released. The great clans felt that there was a powerful enemy they couldn't resist, so they would secretly arrange their elite seeds to hide everywhere to prevent their clan from being exterminated. Little Han, do you remember that when the evil demons came to the divine world, we went to the Wind Moon continent to discuss how to resist the evil demons? At this time, Lord Devour suddenly interrupted. Yi Qinghan nodded, not understanding why Lord Devour said this now. Lord Devour smiled and explained, do you remember that at that time, almost all the sovereigns were there, but there were still 3 sovereigns of the mysterious realm who didn't come out? One of them was the beast god's mysterious realm, and the other 2 were the fire god's mysterious realm and the water god's mysterious realm. They were the descendants of the 10 ancient gods. In the ancient times, the divine world was extremely powerful. It ruled over dozens of main planes, and its prestige spread far and wide. However, for some unknown reason, the divine world suffered a world-destroying war. All the 9th grade supreme martial artists were killed, and the 10 ancient clans were almost exterminated. Only the beast god, fire god, and water god survived. They entered the mysterious realm and never came out. The Night Emperor nodded and said, yes, this lord is right. We also know about the situation. However, when we asked about what happened that year, the current beast god didn't say anything. They didn't even want to help you kill Shen Xiong. They only asked us to invite you into the beast god's mysterious realm. Yi Qinghan pondered. He knew a little about the ancient times. What happened that year? The 10 ancient gods fell, and the 10 powerful clans were almost exterminated. Now, the 3 powerful clans hid in the mysterious realm and didn't dare to come out? Yi Qinghan didn't have much affection for the beast god's bloodline. He didn't have as much affection for them as he did for the Night Emperor. He didn't have much hope for the beast god's help to kill Xianxia. Since they had been in seclusion for so many years, they definitely wouldn't come out so easily. However, now that the Night Emperor wanted him to go, and he was also a member of the beast god's bloodline, he couldn't reject the chief's invitation. After 800 years, he still hadn't fused the space combination esoteric mystery. Yi Qinghan planned to walk around and see if he could find some opportunities to comprehend something. Everyone discussed for a while and finally decided that Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor would go. The rest would stay in the Fire Dragon continent. When the two returned, they would return to the reincarnation mystic realm together. 3 days later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion broke through the sky and sent Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor to the outside of the divine world. Yi Qinghan brought the Night Emperor to sneak into the divine world and finally entered the beast god's mysterious realm. Chapter 1169. Returning to the divine world from the weak space, Yi Qinghan didn't relax. He used the specter to disguise himself as an old man, retracted his aura, and fell down like a meteorite. Then, with a teleportation, he immediately entered a small city nearby. His body became invisible, and he once again changed his appearance. Only then did he swagger into the teleportation formation. After teleporting a few times and changing his appearance a few times, he finally felt completely at ease. Finding a restaurant to stay in, Yi Qinghan entered the War Imperial Palace. After asking the Night Emperor about the entrance to the beast god's secret realm, he dashed out and headed to the Star Sea. There were many secret realms that connected to the divine world, but the entrances were hidden. Even if they weren't hidden, the masters of the secret realms had built illusions and restrictions to hide them. Yi Qinghan landed in the north of the Grace mainland. After staying in the restaurant for a day, he asked around and found that it was similar to what the Night Emperor had told him. Besides Wuxia becoming the new Misty Sovereign, there wasn't much change. The Grace mainland sovereign was still the graceful Sovereign Yanran. Yi Qinghan thought of Sovereign Yanran. He didn't blame her for not choosing to go with Lord Devour. Mo Shanghuang was the first to join Lord Devour. Between power, fame, and loyalty, he chose the former, not to mention Yanran, who hadn't completely joined them. Teleporting all the way, Yi Qinghan reached the Wandering Sea. He was ready to cross the Wandering Sea to go to the Misty Mainland. Of course, he wasn't going to kill Wuxia. He just wanted to go to the Star Sea from the Misty Mainland's 10,000 underwater palace. From there, he was the closest to the location that the Night Emperor had told him. After teleporting for 2 hours, the soul-devouring city was in sight. Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, because he found that he was standing on the Wandering Island. Yi Qinghan had a deep impression of this island, whether it was the bleak scenery or the time he had sat here with Xiao He until dawn. With a faint smile, he decided to revisit his old home to relax his mind. This time, he had originally planned to walk around and see if he could gain any enlightenment. Now that he was touched by the scenery, he naturally wouldn't have any scruples. The climate of the Wandering Sea was very strange. It was neither hot nor cold, like late autumn. This made Wander Island's scenery appear bleak. Pieces of maple leaves fluttered in the wind. Surrounded by the sound of waves crashing against the shore, Yi Qinghan's heart was at peace. Yi Qinghan liked the warmth of being with his family and friends, but he also preferred to stay in one place quietly and enjoy the lonely atmosphere. Perhaps it was because his soul had transmigrated from another place and was different from the people of this world, which made him feel a sense of loneliness in his heart. Yi Qinghan walked in the forest, stepping on the maple leaves, which made a rustling sound. He took a leisurely stroll by the side of the island, watching the seabirds flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan immersed himself in his own world, staying on the island for a whole day. Someone has teleported here? At night, Yi Qinghan lit a bonfire by the sea and roasted some fresh fish. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows. his powerful soul consciousness detected an expert flying from Soul Eater City. Of course, he was immediately alerted. It's her. Using his soul consciousness, Yi Qinghan immediately found out who it was. It was Lady Yanran, the sovereign of God Grace City. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but on the surface, he continued to roast the fish as if nothing had happened. However, he tried his best to conceal his aura, only showing the standard of a god emperor. He didn't dare to use his soul consciousness, pretending that he didn't see Lady Yanran teleporting in the sky. However, Yi Qinghan's unintentional action made Sovereign Yanran, who was about to leave, a little confused. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who had transformed into a handsome young master, and blinked her beautiful eyes. Her body stopped. She was the only expert in the divine world who could enter the 5th level of soul quietude alone. Her soul strength was unimaginable. Although Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness was hidden, she still felt something strange. In addition, Yi Qinghan had concealed his aura, only revealing the strength of a god emperor. This made her even more surprised. Oh my god, this woman is flying here? Did she notice something was wrong? Damn it, is she going to kill me to silence me? After a while, Sovereign Yanran flew downwards. Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. However, when he thought about how the ghost transformation could deceive the god of light, and according to the information that the Night Emperor had gathered, Sovereign Yanran didn't seem to be completely on Xianxia's side. Yi Qinghan could only grit his teeth and continue to roast fish. When the figure in the sky was halfway down, he pretended to look up in surprise. At the same time, he revealed a stunned expression. Sovereign Yanran slowly descended from the sky. She was wearing a snow-white palace dress. She had black hair, a standard oval face, and exquisite facial features. Most importantly, she was also a soul cultivator. Under the white moonlight, her elegant temperament made her look like a fairy from the 9 heavens. At first, Yi Qinghan pretended to be stunned. After a while, he was also attracted by Sovereign Yanran's unique temperament. Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze made Sovereign Yanran even more suspicious. How could a mere god emperor dare to look at her like that? She descended and said coldly, "Who are you?" Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Yanran was indeed suspicious. However, it seemed that she didn't think about his true identity. He quickly retracted his fiery gaze and cupped his hands. "I am a wandering warrior, Flora." "Greetings, milord." "Milord, what do you have for me?" "Flora?" Sovereign Yanran searched her memory and couldn't find any information about this person. However, this person gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She asked subconsciously, "What are you doing here?" Of course, I am here to drink and admire the moon. The night is so beautiful." "Milord, are you also in the mood to admire the moon? Why don't you come over and have a drink with me?" Yi Qinghan laughed. He had transformed into a handsome young master. At this moment, his temperament was even more extraordinary. He looked at Yanran with fiery eyes. It was as if he had eaten a leopard's gall and wanted to eat a swan's meat. Yi Qinghan wasn't in the mood to pick up girls. Although Sovereign Yanran was indeed charming, he was straightforward. He didn't want Yanran to suspect anything. Instead, she would hate him and leave as soon as possible. But to Yi Qinghan's surprise, Sovereign Yanran actually agreed. Although her tone was very cold, she didn't hesitate to sit on the rock opposite Yi Qinghan. Then, she looked at Yi Qinghan with interest. Yi Qinghan was a little flustered. Could it be that Yanran had seen through his identity? If she secretly sent a message to Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, looking at Sovereign Yanran's beautiful eyes, Yi Qinghan couldn't believe that this arrogant and cold woman would turn to a heartless person like Xianxia. He was a little hesitant. For a moment, the two didn't speak. They looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. The atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Wonder Island was silent. Only the occasional rustling of the leaves and the crackling of the wood on the bonfire could be heard. Under the light of the bonfire, the two pairs of eyes became even more heated. Chapter 1171. Yi Qinghan frowned and asked in confusion, "Why are there 2 branches of the Beast God clan? Since we are all of the same clan, why are there internal strife? If they have such strength, Why don't they come out and fight for the divine realm? Night Emperor sighed and said, "Our branch has the beast war space. War beasts can merge to increase our strength. After merging, there is not much change to their appearance. They focus on merging skills. The other branch does not have a beast war space. War beasts follow by their side. After merging, they become real beastmen. Their appearance also becomes like beastmen. They become stronger in all aspects. They focus on physical strength. The two branches have different cultivation methods, causing them to compete in the dark. It was fine in the past. In the divine realm, the two branches competed by killing enemies and conquering planes. Now that they are all forced into the beast god's secret realm, they have no enemies. In the end, they can only fight among themselves. I see. Yi Qinghan nodded. In the ancient times, the divine realm was flourishing. It cultivated the beast god's warlike character. Then, the divine realm was suddenly destroyed. They were forced to hide in the secret realm for some reason and were not allowed to come out. Because of the destruction of the world, everyone's emotions were definitely unstable. In addition, they had always been warlike. After a long time, their suppressed emotions could not be released and could only be vented. It became internal strife. Perhaps this was what every generation of beast god did on purpose. They did not want the beast god's bloodline to be worn down. Otherwise, after a long period of stable and repressed life, the beast god's bloodline would completely disappear from the stage of history. I understand, elder ancestor. I will not take the initiative to cause trouble. After thinking it through, Yi Qinghan nodded. He was now even more determined to rely on himself and not others. He treated this as a trip. After meeting the beast god, everyone went back to play with their own women. Of course, Yi Qinghan promised not to stir up trouble. If someone stirred up trouble, Yi Qinghan wouldn't care about the consequences. At worst, he would just break up with them. He didn't need to rely on them to make a living, right? The two of them stepped into the portal. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan realized that he had arrived at an extremely large plane. It was at least 3 times larger than the secret realm of reincarnation. It was twice the size of the misty continent. The vital energy of heaven and earth here was incomparably abundant, only slightly inferior to that of the immortal world. At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Bai Xiaochun were on a continent in the south, in a huge teleportation array in the southernmost city square. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, he immediately acted according to the Night Emperor's wishes, keeping a low profile and suppressing his strength. His divine sense had already spread out. In just a moment, he had a rough understanding of the situation in this plane. There were 4 continents in the beast deity arcane realm. There was also an inland sea in the middle, but it was very small. A huge palace floated in the middle of the sea. It was obviously the residence of the current beast deity. At this moment, in the big city where Yi Qinghan was staying, there were tens of millions of martial artists. Most of them had all sorts of strange battle beasts with them. Their strength was not bad. The city lord had the strength of a peak venerable. Yi Qinghan had detected at least 10 venerables in the city. This was not what surprised Yi Qinghan. He discovered that in the 4 continents, in the biggest city, there were faint auras of rank 9 powerhouses. In addition to the current beast deity, the Night Emperor said that their auras were stronger than his. In other words, there were at least 5 rank 9 powerhouses in the beast deity arcane realm. Hundreds of venerables. As expected of one of the 10 ancient clans. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. There were already so many powerful people now. Who knew how many peak powerhouses there would be at their peak? Yo, isn't this the descendant of the pseudo-beast clan who was stranded outside? Why did you enter the beast deity continent again? Can't survive outside anymore? Ha! Just as Yi Qinghan was secretly amazed, a strange voice beside him pulled Yi Qinghan's thoughts back. Looking over, the source of the voice was the leader of the dozens of guards beside the teleportation portal. He had the strength of a venerable. His strong body sat on a huge black bear, looking at the two of them with a face full of disdain. Qinghan, don't cause trouble. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows, a little angry. The Night Emperor immediately grabbed his hand and transmitted his voice. This teleportation portal is the only one that can enter and exit the beast deity arcane realm. This person is called Yi Qianqiu, the commander who guards this teleportation portal. If we offend him, it will be troublesome for us to enter and exit the beast deity arcane realm in the future. Yi Qinghan was secretly annoyed. This elder ancestor valued the beast deity arcane realm too much. However, since he had spoken, Yi Qinghan could not say anything. He lowered his head and lowered his eyebrows, refusing to look at this person. He, my lord, we have matters to discuss with the beast deity. Farewell. The Night Emperor clasped his hands at the huge man on the black bear and pulled Yi Qinghan out of the teleportation portal. Meeting the beast deity? Ha, the beast deity is not someone lowly people like you can meet so easily. Ha. The huge man called Yi Qianqiu laughed again. The disdain in his eyes deepened. The dozens of guards sitting on various types of beasts also laughed loudly, their faces full of mockery. Calm down, this continent belongs to them. Let's go and see the beast deity first. The Night Emperor saw a murderous look appear in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He hurriedly grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand, his face filled with grief and indignation. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply again. He looked deeply at Yi Qianqiu and turned to leave. It seemed that although his own bloodline had produced a beast deity, their situation was not very good. It was likely that the 2 times the Night Emperor and the others had come here, they had also suffered endless humiliation. Humph, what are you looking at, trash? I'll dig your eyeballs out if you do. Just as Yi Qinghan turned and was about to follow the Night Emperor to the palace in the inner sea, Yi Qianqiu cursed angrily again. The warriors beside him laughed again. When the Night Emperor heard this, his expression changed and he turned back to look. Indeed, Yi Qinghan's face was full of anger. He stared at Yi Qianqiu and pointed a finger at him. He said coldly, "Bastard, say that again for this young master." Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qinghan's cold shout attracted everyone's attention. There were tens of thousands of warriors in the plaza. When they saw the Night Emperor and Yi Qianqiu preparing to leave, they thought that there was nothing to see. Now that Yi Qinghan had flipped out, everyone was roused and their gazes swept over. Yi Qianqiu was stunned by the murderous look in Yi Qinghan's eyes and the aura that he could not help but exude. After a moment, he came to his senses and flew into a rage. He cursed loudly, "Huh? What's wrong? You are just a piece of trash from the pseudo-beast race. You still dare to be arrogant? Are you tired of living? Do you believe that I won't cripple you and call a few of my brothers to take turns on you? So what if I cursed you?" Bastard. Swish. Before he had even finished speaking, Yi Qinghan had turned into a series of blurs as he shot forward. He was as fast as lightning, and before anyone could react, he had raised his leg high into the air. Origin energy flickered on his leg as he slammed it down heavily on Yi Qianqiu's shoulder. Although Yi Qianqiu's reaction was slow, Yi Qinghan could sense danger the moment he moved. He was also a venerable and immediately released his origin energy to protect himself. Just as he was about to counterattack, Yi Qinghan's speed was too fast. His leg had already slammed down, and a huge force instantly shattered all his bones and organs. Even the battle beast beneath him was smashed into the ground by Yi Qinghan's kick. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the ground by Yi Qinghan's kick. Mud flew everywhere, and the battle beast beneath him had long been killed. Yi Qianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Half of his body had been smashed into the ground. His exposed head had been heavily stepped on by Yi Qinghan. Origin energy shone on his foot. Clearly, as long as Yi Qinghan exerted some force, he would be able to shatter Yi Qianqiu's head and kill him. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Even the ferocious battle beasts at the side did not dare to make a sound. They were all intimidated by Yi Qinghan's ferocious aura. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghan had already held back with that kick. If that kick had landed on Yi Qianqiu's head, he would have died long ago. Countless people looked angrily at Yi Qinghan, but they did not dare to move. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would smash Yi Qianqiu to death with a single kick. There were even more people who had begun to secretly transmit messages, clearly informing the experts of their faction. Yi Qinghan did not look at the pale-faced Yi Huang, Nor did he look at the surrounding martial artists who were quietly transmitting messages and glaring at him. He only stared coldly at Xianxia, who was beneath his feet. He said icily, "Ever since I, Qinghan, made my debut, no one has ever dared to scold me to my face. Not you, not the sovereigns of your lineage, not even your beast gods." Chapter 1172. How dare you? A.O. Impudent. Who was this? Rebelling against him? How could he be so insolent? He didn't even put a monarch beast deity in his eyes? Countless people bellowed angrily. The war beasts beside them turned into shadows and entered their bodies. They merged with the war beasts and their bodies grew larger and thicker. Their bodies exuded a wild and tyrannical aura, as though they were ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The Night Emperor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was an elite seed sent out of the beast deity mystical realm and had always regarded himself as the purest bloodline of the beast deity clan. He also had a strong sense of belonging to the beast deity mystical realm. Now that Qinghan was causing a ruckus, he was at a loss. He could only keep signaling to Qinghan with his eyes. "Old ancestor, don't worry. I have a way to get you out of here. Since they don't treat us as their clansmen, it's fine if they don't want us." Qinghan smiled coldly as he spoke to the Night Emperor. He glanced at the warriors who were about to make a move and his killing intent burst forth. Even Qinghan didn't know how strong Qinghan's killing intent was. However, it was evident that all the warriors subconsciously took a step back when he glanced at them. Who dares to be so impudent in Xianwu City? At this moment, 6 or 7 figures flew out of the city. They looked like they had merged with their war beasts. They were 3 meters tall and had the backs of tigers and waists of wolves. The tyrannical aura in their bones couldn't be concealed. At this moment, a silver-armored man at the front shouted. 6 or 7 people rushed over. "Greetings, City Lord Xianxia." All the warriors in the square knelt on one knee. The Night Emperor wanted to kneel as well. However, seeing that Qinghan didn't move his foot from Qinghan's head, he gritted his teeth and stood behind Qinghan. Qinghan raised his head. He already knew that this was the city lord of this city, the Peak Venerable. His gaze met with Xianxia's, and the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish at all. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he didn't say anything, just calmly watching. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine after being stared at by Qinghan. He was even more enraged in his heart. However, when he thought of how this person was able to heavily injure Xianxia in a single move, he didn't dare to be careless. He could only shout, "Release Xianxia and break your own legs, and this city lord will spare your life. The city lord is benevolent. You pseudo-beast, release Lord Xianxia immediately." "Sir, I suggest we kill this pseudo-beastman. These 2 people came from the outside. I'm guessing that they are no longer members of our divine beast race. They are spies from the divine world. Yes, they must be spies. Kill them." "Sir, give the order. I, Yi DePeo, will be the first to fight." As Xianxia's words fell, countless angry shouts resounded. The crowd was stirred up, but no one dared to make a move. All of them glared at Qinghan. Qinghan remained silent, but the murderous aura in his eyes intensified once again. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, many people were once again intimidated by Qinghan's imposing aura. They took a step back, but immediately rushed forward in anger. "Ha!" Qinghan tilted his head back and laughed. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Xianxia was shaken by the impact, and he suddenly swung his foot. Xianxia was like a rubber ball that was kicked straight in front of Xianxia. Although the strength of the kick was a bit smaller this time, Xianxia's bones and internal organs that had just been repaired were shattered once again. Fresh blood sprinkled on the ground. "All of you scram. This young lord doesn't want to talk to you. Let your monarch come out to see me." Qinghan suddenly released his imposing aura. The entire Black Warrior City was enveloped by his imposing aura. The imposing aura of a grade 9 expert coupled with his murderous aura caused the tens of millions of martial artists in the city to feel a chill in their souls. Grade 9. Everyone was shocked. No wonder someone as powerful as Yi Qianqiu couldn't even last a single move against him. Yi Qianxue was also secretly thankful that she hadn't been impulsive. Otherwise, her head would have been trampled to the ground by Yi Qianxue. Even more people were astonished. A branch of the beast deity actually produced such a powerful and domineering disciple? Yi Huang, on the other hand, looked at Yi Qinghan straight back and subconsciously straightened his slightly arched back. When he thought of how the four of them had been bullied the previous 2 times, he felt the stuffiness in his chest being swept away. At the same time, he became even more worried. Just when Yi Qianxue didn't know how to reply, there was a ripple in the air. A black figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Yi Qianxue. His black hair was slightly curled and fluttered in the air. He had a square face and a hooked nose. He didn't release a powerful aura, but the moment he appeared, Yi Qinghan's aura was immediately suppressed. Everyone behind him heaved a sigh of relief. On his shoulders stood a battle beast that didn't look like a fox or a wolf. However, its aura was very powerful. Yi Qinghan estimated that it was at least a high-grade divine beast. It might even be a transcendent-grade divine beast. Greetings, Night Devil Monarch. After the man appeared, everyone knelt down on one knee again. Even the martial artists in the distant streets knelt down, their faces filled with fanaticism. At the same time, the gaze that swept across Yi Qinghan became even more venomous. Once again, a mocking expression appeared on his face. The Night Devil Monarch looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently and said faintly, "Who are you? How dare you act presumptuously in my territory? Don't you know the rules of the Beast God continent?" Rules? Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. Based on the aura of this man, he was about the same level as Jida. Even if he couldn't win, protecting himself was definitely not a problem. Furthermore, the Beast God had invited him in. How could he watch him suffer? Taking a step back, his divine sense had already detected the spatial weakness of this plane. At most, he could just leave. Hearing the Night Devil Monarch's cold tone, which was exactly the same as Yi Qianqiu and Yi Qianxue's overbearing and arrogant taste, Yi Qinghan was not in a good mood. He wasn't very interested in the Beast God mystic realm to begin with. At this moment, he completely dispelled the idea of letting the Beast God mystic realm martial artists out to help him deal with Xianxia. He immediately shouted coldly, "My name is Yi Qinghan. This is my ancestor, the Night Emperor. He told me that we are the descendants of the Beast God clan. He also told me how powerful the Beast God clan was in the past. Their name shook the realm of the gods and resounded everywhere. Today, he said that the current Beast God wanted to see me, so we came. However, after coming in, you guys disappointed me. We came from afar. Not only did you not welcome us, you even mocked and scolded us? I tolerated it again and again. In the end, I still spared this trash's life. But what kind of attitude did you have when you came out? You didn't ask for right or wrong and wanted to kill? I didn't see the powerful Beast God clan. I only saw a bunch of arrogant, rude, unreasonable and arrogant fools who only know how to fight amongst themselves and bully their own clansmen. Cowards who only dare to linger on in this tiny Beast God mystic realm. I, Yi Qinghan, don't want my clansmen like you." His sonorous voice resounded throughout the entire Xianwu city. It resounded in the ears of tens of millions of martial artists. It resounded in the countless powerful divine senses that had quietly probed over. It reverberated in the city for a long time. The anger on the faces of countless martial artists in the city faded, and they revealed a look of deep thought. There were also some martial artists, perhaps hurt by Yi Qinghan's words, but they became even angrier out of humiliation. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more resentment. Looking at these resentful gazes, seeing the angry expression on the Night Devil Monarch's face, Yi Qinghan's heart grew colder. He turned around and pulled the Night Emperor up. Shaking his head, he shot up into the sky and said in a low voice, "Elder Ancestor, Qinghan has disappointed you. Let's go." Let's go. The Night Emperor was also clearly touched by Yi Qinghan's words. Thinking of what he had seen and heard, he sighed deeply. "Do you think that the Beast God mystic realm is a place you can come and go as you please?" Seeing that Yi Qinghan looked at him mockingly and was about to leave, the night demon was obviously even more furious. The beast on his shoulder turned into a shadow and entered his body. It immediately made his aura stronger. His body also suddenly grew bigger, becoming incomparably thick. A faint light appeared on the surface of his body, as if a demon god had descended. His body flashed into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. One of his hands formed a fist, and the surrounding hands of space were guided by him, turning into a huge golden iron fist that smashed towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 1173. You still dare to attack? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yi Qinghan was enraged when he saw an iron fist made of spatial power smashing towards him. Did he really think he was a soft-hearted person who could be easily bullied? He immediately protected Yi Qinghan behind him and didn't dodge. 10 God Slayer spears whizzed out of the void, circled around him, and pierced towards the golden iron fist. At the same time, he activated Soul Exterminator, and the Soul Poison Jade Knife shot towards the Night Devil Monarch silently. This iron fist was obviously the first type of spatial power control method that Battle Emperor had mentioned, which was a pure power method. The iron fist dragged out many afterimages. Those who didn't understand would think that they were real afterimages, but Yi Qinghan's divine sense was powerful, so he could easily detect that it was actually a few iron fists smashing towards him continuously, each stronger than the last, catching him off guard. What a pity! The Night Devil had encountered Yi Qinghan. The sudden attack of Soul Exterminator made it impossible for the Night Devil to dodge. Billions of soul golden threads swarmed towards the Night Devil's soul sea. The Night Devil had always been in the Beast Mystery realm, so how much combat experience could he have? He panicked and hurriedly defended against the soul golden threads. The power of the iron fist in the air also weakened. How powerful was the God Slayer spear that carried the power source? Back then, the superior grade 9 light god was hit, and half of his body was smashed. At this moment, the Night Devil's spatial power control method was very simple. He only had 3 iron fists, and he didn't control them with all his strength. But Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear was now completely infused with the power source. Bang bang! The first God Slayer's spear collided with the first golden fist, resulting in a loud explosion and a blinding white light. Along with a huge shockwave, the shockwave shot out in all directions. Finally, both the God Slayer spear and the iron fist exploded, and the spatial power dissipated. The second iron fist's spatial power was twice as strong as the first one, but Yi Qinghan only used up 2 God Slayer's spears before running out. The third one was even less. Only 3 God Slayer spears exploded, and the Night Devil's attack was completely dispersed. The remaining 4 God Slayer spears whizzed towards the Night Demons below. At this moment, Night Demon had just gotten rid of the soul golden threads in his mind, but he was being attacked by countless soul poison jade daggers. When he saw the 4 God Slayer spears bringing along a sharp aura and whizzing over, he was so scared that his face turned pale, thinking that his life was over. Buzz! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky to the left of Night Demon. It was as if he had walked out of the void. It was a white-haired old man with a white beard and white brows. His eyes were filled with viciousness. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the sky, and snorted coldly. He waved his hand in the air as if he was plucking the strings of a zither. In an instant, the sky suddenly lit up. Countless rays of white light that resembled hundreds of millions of flying daggers penetrated the void and shot toward Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had long discovered that this was the owner of a wisp of divine sense that had been quietly probing the city just now. At this moment, he saw that Yi Qinghan actually attacked indiscriminately. Not only did Yi Qinghan want his life, but he also did not let the Night Emperor off. Enraged, Yi Qinghan pulled the Night Emperor behind him and extended the origin armor to protect his body. At the same time, Soul Exterminator released his strongest attack. He did not retract the 4 God Slayer spears below. Instead, he controlled the power to smash them even more violently at Night Demon, but his body suddenly disappeared in the air. Bang! Night Demon's body was smashed down by the 4 God Slayer spears, creating a deep pit in a building in the city. That was not all. Night Demon's entire body was smashed 100 miles deep into the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yi Qinghan's sudden disappearance stunned the white-haired, white-bearded old man. Soul Exterminator's attack arrived, and he hurriedly began to defend against the attack of the Soul Golden Threads. The warriors below were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to teleport during such a battle? It had to be known that a battle between monarchs used the power of space. The spatial fluctuations were incomparably huge. If one teleported, it was very likely that they would be swept into the spatial turbulence and lose their bearings. Moments later, countless supremacies came to their senses. They ignored the battle in the sky and hurriedly flew towards the deep pit that Night Demon had smashed into. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not teleport. He had entered the War Emperor Palace. The War Emperor Palace was a spatial divine item refined by the War Emperor. It was extremely powerful. It was unlike other spatial divine items that needed to condense a door or something. Instead, it was directly pulled in and disappeared from this plane. The warriors below did not believe that there was such a magical spatial divine item. They thought that Yi Qinghan had teleported away. Billions of flying daggers whizzed over, causing spatial fluctuations. As expected, Yi Qinghan was shaken out. He was still carrying the Night Emperor, but there was no surprise on his face. Disregarding the consumption of his soul, he activated Soul Exterminator again. At the same time, 10 Godslayer spears whizzed out and pierced towards the white-haired, white-bearded old man. Yi Qinghan's sudden disappearance and reappearance stunned the white-haired, white-bearded, and white-bearded old man. This was the effect that Yi Qinghan wanted. Soul Exterminator was a soul skill. It was a spiritual sense attack that could penetrate through any opening. The more distracted the enemy was, the better the effect. Ha! The white-haired, white-bearded old man's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 10 Godslayer spears that released terrifying energy and their lightning-fast speed. He knew that he could not dodge and could only use all his origin energy to protect himself. At the same time, he forcefully gathered spatial energy to form a large silver shield in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Just 3 Godslayer spears and the large shield formed from spatial energy were smashed into smithereens. The remaining 7 spears whizzed towards the white-haired, white-bearded old man, who was frightened out of his wits. "Little friend Yi Qinghan, show mercy." A benevolent voice rang out. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in the air. Among them, the one in front was a short, white-robed old man with a benevolent expression. He was the one who spoke. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man and the woman were extremely tall, and they were more than a head taller than the white-robed old man. Both of them looked at Yi Qinghan with unfriendly gazes. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly but did not stop. He controlled one of the Godslayer spears and smashed it towards the white-haired, white-bearded old man. How powerful was a Godslayer spear that was imbued with origin energy? Back then, when the light god was ambushed, half of his body was blasted away. Although this old man had a lot of origin energy, he was still struck by the Godslayer spear. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew back. His limbs hung limp, and his body was powerless. It was obvious that all his bones and internal organs had been shattered. Impudent! The man and woman beside the short white-robed old man shouted at the same time and glared at him. Clearly, even though the white-robed old man had spoken, Yi Qinghan still severely injured the white-haired sovereign. This infuriated them. "Sorry, I didn't stop for a moment." Yi Qinghan clapped his hands and turned his head leisurely. He ignored the man and woman who were glaring at him and spoke to the white-robed old man indifferently. "Are you finally willing to show yourself? Beast deity." "Greetings, beast deity." "Greetings, sovereigns." When the countless martialists below saw the 3 people in the air, especially the short white-robed old man, they all panicked. They hurriedly knelt down and shouted in unison. "Young friend Yi Qinghan, this old man has come late and caused you 2 distinguished guests to be humiliated. This old man expresses his deepest apologies." The short white-robed old man smiled faintly. His face was filled with benevolence. He had just spoken, but Yi Qinghan had still mercilessly injured the white-haired sovereign. Furthermore, his cold and arrogant attitude didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with sincerity. The beast deity's attitude not only stunned the martialists kneeling below, but also the man and woman above. The powerful and arrogant beast deity was actually apologizing to this young outsider? Chapter 1174. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He had no intention of buying it. He had long sensed that the beast god's divine consciousness had been spying on him. He did not come out when he was being humiliated, but now he was asking him to be merciful? In the blink of an eye, he saw the coldness in the eyes of the man and woman beside the beast deity. Yi Qinghan no longer had the mood to stay here. He looked coldly at the beast deity and said, "There's no need to apologize. I have already taught those who were rude to me a lesson. Goodbye." As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, there was an uproar. Everyone glared at Yi Qinghan. Battle beast fusion, divine power burst forth. The two sovereigns next to the beast god began to condense divine power, origin energy, and spatial energy. They were about to attack. Who was the beast god? Not only was he the strongest person in the beast god clan, but he was also the spiritual leader of the entire beast god clan. Yi Qinghan had been rude to the beast god time and time again, successfully angering the entire beast god clan. The beast god was still not angry. There was no change in his expression. Perhaps he was very shrewd, or he was really not angry. He smiled faintly and said, "Yi Qinghan, since you are the descendant of the Night Emperor, you are also considered the purest bloodline in the beast god clan. I don't blame you for not bowing when you see me, the beast god. However, can you give me an hour? If you are still determined to leave after an hour, I will not stop you. How about that?" The beast god's words were gentle and refined, making people feel a sense of familiarity. The Night Emperor behind him hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan, begging, "Qinghan, can you listen to what the beast god has to say before you leave?" "All right." Yi Qinghan nodded. After severely injuring the two rank 9s, Yi Qinghan's anger had subsided. Although the beast god did not show up immediately, he did not blame him for his repeated rudeness. His tone was very good, which made Yi Qinghan feel much better. He had always been stubborn. He could be persuaded by reason but not be cowed by force. If he was rude, he would beat him up no matter who it was. "Please." The beast god smiled faintly and pointed behind him. The direction was the floating palace in the middle of the beast god's secret realm. The beast deity did not care about the heavily injured night devil and the other sovereign. He accompanied Yi Qinghan and teleported all the way. After more than 10 teleportations, they arrived in front of the palace. Yi Qinghan looked at the majestic palace floating above the inner sea and couldn't help feeling amazed. The palace emitted an invisible aura that made him feel like he was facing the eternal palace in Xianxia's hands. The walls of the palace were engraved with simple and unadorned runes, giving off an ancient and grand feeling. Yi Qinghan also felt the sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before. After they flew over, the palace's doors opened. The beast god was the first to enter, followed by Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor, followed by the man and woman. "Night Emperor, you Yi Feihu, and Yi Shuru can sit here for a while. Feihu will entertain the Night Emperor well. Little friend, this way." As soon as they entered, they saw an extremely large and unadorned hall. Inside, there were several beautiful maids waiting on them. Yi Huang of the beast deity imperial court said a few words to the two of them, then turned around and led Yi Qinghan to the side hall. "This is the clan treasure of our beast god lineage, the beast god hall. It has mysterious functions and is one of the few revered spiritual treasures in the world." Along the way, the beast god turned around and introduced the palace to Yi Qinghan gently. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Obviously, it was a treasure. Revered spiritual treasure? What level is this treasure? Why haven't I heard of it? Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. He did not expect the beast god to reveal the beast god's precious treasure to him so casually. Above supreme grade is the revered spiritual treasure. The beast god smiled faintly and flashed into the side hall. "Oh!" Yi Qinghan sighed. He knew how powerful a supreme grade divine artifact was. He did not expect this palace to be a level higher than a supreme-grade divine artifact. Was the Eternal Palace also a revered spiritual treasure? With a face full of shock, he hurriedly followed the beast god into the side hall. As soon as they entered the side hall, the beast god waved his hand and activated the protective shield of the side hall. Then he continued, "Revered spiritual treasures are the top treasures in the Plate realm. No one can refine them. Only those who have won the planar war 3 times in a row are qualified to be bestowed it. With this beast god hall, a martial artist below the 9th grade can withstand the strongest attack of a 9th grade supreme martial artist." What? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always thought that divine artifacts were only supplementary items. The power of space and the power of origin were the strongest attack and defense. He did not expect this palace to be able to withstand the strongest attack of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was attracted by his words, the beast god smiled faintly. He picked up the tea beside him and took a sip. Then he smiled leisurely and said, "Why? You don't believe me? If you knew that this was bestowed by a divine emperor, you would not doubt its power." A divine emperor? Is there really a divine emperor in this world? Beast god, what level is a divine emperor? Is it really as the rumors say? Omnipotent? Yi Qinghan was completely attracted by the beast god's words. At this moment, he would not leave immediately even if he was asked to. Of course there is. Without a divine emperor, how can the planar war be carried out? Before the planar war, the participating planes will send down a divine decree. Do you really think it's really from the laws of heaven and earth? Besides, the planar war is not random. It's controlled by a divine emperor. And after the planar war, if there are no divine emperors, who can get the treasure from? The beast god's long and narrow eyes shone brightly. He paused for a moment and continued, "As for the strength of a divine emperor, although he is not omnipotent as described in the voice transmission, he is absolutely invincible in the Plate realm. No matter how many 9th grade supreme martial artists go there, they will die." Divine decree? Invincible. Yi Qinghan sighed again. No wonder when he was in the heaven plane, he heard that the laws of heaven and earth would send down divine decrees to participate in the planar war. He always felt strange. The laws of heaven and earth were dead. How could they send down divine decrees? After pondering for a moment and digesting the information in the beast god's words, Yi Qinghan asked, "Plate realm? Mount Pan? This world is called Plate realm?" According to the records of the ancestors, all the planes in this endless void belong to Plate realm. This is what the divine emperor said. You know about Mount Pan too? This is the place where the final battle takes place in the planar war. According to the information left behind by the ancestors, the divine emperor lives at the peak of Mount Pan and watches over the entire Plate realm. Oh! Yi Qinghan responded. After digesting the information in the beast god's words, he regained his composure. The divine emperor was too far away from him. He only wanted to kill Shinta Xiong and help Xiao He reconstruct his true body so that he could live a carefree and happy life. He did not want to provoke the divine emperor. Who cared if he was powerful or not? The beast god suddenly asked, "Hee, I heard that you have a supreme god slaughtering saber?" "Yes, I do." Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. After thinking for a while, he guessed that the Night Emperor must have told him about it. The news of him possessing the slaughter god saber should have already spread throughout the divine world. The beast god's long and narrow eyes flashed as he asked, "Can you let me take a look?" Yi Qinghan did not mind. He transmitted a message to Xiao He to take out the Battle Imperial Palace from the slaughter god saber. He then took it out and handed it to the beast god. The beast god received the slaughter god saber and stretched out his slender hand to gently stroke the slaughter god saber. After a long time, he raised his head, and his eyes lit up. He sighed and said, "What a great slaughter god saber, what a great paragon spiritual treasure." Chapter 1175. What? Paragon spiritual treasure? Beast deity, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Yi Qinghan blinked and stared at the beast deity suspiciously. He knew that the slaughter god blade was very powerful. How could it not be powerful when it was the weapon of a ninth-grade paragon ancestor? However, it was a little far-fetched to say that it was a paragon spiritual treasure. Other than the fact that it was very powerful against creatures from the demon world, Yi Qinghan did not discover any other perverted abilities of the Slaughter God Blade. This is indeed a paragon spiritual treasure. Look at the ancient patterns on it. Aren't they similar to the ones outside the Beast God Palace? The Beast Deity's eyes flashed with certainty. Actually, when the Night Emperor told me about you, I almost guessed that your Slaughter God Blade is a paragon spiritual treasure. In the information left behind by my ancestor, there were 3 geniuses from the demon world who took advantage of the chaos in the divine world. Not only did they manage to break free from the control of the divine world, they even won 3 consecutive times and were bestowed with treasures by the Supreme God Emperor. The 3 ninth-grade paragons from the demon world are currently being suppressed in the evil abyss, right? This weapon belongs to the first demon and is very likely a paragon spiritual treasure. It's just that you don't know how to use it. Could it really be a paragon spiritual treasure? Yi Qinghan took the Slaughter God Blade from the Beast Deity and rubbed it carefully. He looked at the patterns on the blade and was shocked. It was indeed similar to the ones outside the Beast God Palace. No wonder he felt that the patterns on the outside were somewhat familiar. He thought about the terrifying ability of the Slaughter God Blade to deal with creatures from the demon world. Most importantly, it gave birth to the Ghost Dog, a monster with a perverted devouring ability. When he thought about how Obama desperately wanted this blade, Yi Qinghan started to believe it. You have to explore the wonders of this blade and see if you can discover anything. A paragon spiritual treasure is very powerful and can increase your strength by leaps and bounds. The Beast Deity smiled and nodded. Yi Qinghan nodded. However, he did not have much hope. After so many years, he had not discovered anything. This blade was probably demonized by the Supreme Demon and he could not use it. After a moment of silence, he thought of something and asked, while the divine world was in chaos? What had happened back then? Why did the 10 ancient clans, which were so powerful, end up being destroyed? Are you also forced to hide in the Beast God mysterious realm? I can't tell you about this right now. The Beast God kept Yi Qinghan in suspense. He stared at Yi Qinghan, sizing him up from head to toe. Only when he saw Yi Qinghan's hair standing on end did he smile and say, "You can be considered the most exceptional genius of the Beast God race after the Doomsday War." Originally, when the Night Emperor told me about it, I didn't believe it. But now, I completely believe it. Your elemental life force shows that you are extremely young. You have cultivated for no more than 10,000 years. But now, he was able to easily defeat Yi Mo and Yi Si, which was commendable. Continue to cultivate hard. If you can reach the strength of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, I'll make an exception and help you kill Xianxia. I will also tell you what happened back then. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. He had already reached the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level, yet he still needed his help? Lord Devour had the strength of an upper 9th-grade supreme martial artist, Jida, Venerable Li Quan, and Emperor Yu. There was also Monarch Yanran, Mo Shanghuang, and the others from the God world. Ice Queen Qingshan might help him too. How powerful was his side? This beast god was only at the peak of the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level, the same as the Ice Queen. The other 4 monarchs of the beast god's secret realm were at the peak of the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level. It didn't matter if they were missing, the beast god saw through Yi Qinghan's thoughts, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he said proudly, Yi Qinghan, you actually dare to look down on me? Although I'm only at the peak of the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level, I can definitely fight with a normal 9th-grade supreme martial artist with the help of the Beast God Palace. And you underestimated your enemy. Even if we go out with your people now, we probably won't be his match. You must reach the 9th-grade supreme martial artist level. Only with the 2 of us working together will we have the confidence to win. You know Xianxia? Yi Qinghan was surprised. The Star Sovereign had only refined the chaotic divine crystal. He was probably considered weak among the 9th-grade supreme martial artists. How could he be so strong? I didn't know before, but after the Night Emperor mentioned you to me, I sent people to investigate. There are still some people from the beast god race hiding in the divine realm, so I got the most accurate information. The beast god said calmly, as if everything was under his control. He said solemnly, "You should know that the lords of the material planes have their own will, right? I can tell you for sure that the lords of the divine realm also have their own will. And 600 years ago, a god's decree fell from the supreme island. This matter was very secretive, but coincidentally, one of our people, who is the founding member of the War God Pavilion, got to know about this. Xianxia was given the position of the Lord of the Divine Realm. His power soared. He definitely reached the peak of the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level. This, Yi Qinghan looked at the beast god's eyes and hesitated. The beast god didn't seem to be lying, and there was no benefit for him to lie to him. Yi Qinghan thought for a long time with a solemn expression. He raised his head and asked, "Why wasn't the War Emperor given the position of the Lord in the past?" The War Emperor? The beast god obviously also collected the information about the War Emperor. He smiled bitterly and said, "Of course the War Emperor wasn't given the position. As for the reason behind it, it's related to the Battle of Extinction. You only need to know that Xianxia definitely has the power of a 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. I'll tell you everything when you reach the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level." This again, Yi Qinghan's head was about to explode. Why did these big shots always like to play this game? The beast god was like this, and so was Jida and Lord Devour. They always told you later, "Beast god, you still haven't given me a reasonable explanation." Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time before he asked again. Although the conversation with the beast god had changed his opinion of this short old man, he still couldn't get over the fact that he didn't come out immediately after entering the beast god's secret realm and allowed others to bully him. The beast god smiled bitterly. Yi Qinghan, I think you've seen it too. There are 5 9th grade experts in the beast god's secret realm. Only I'm from our side. The other 4 are from the other side. Yi Qinghan looked at the bitterness at the corner of the beast god's mouth and suddenly understood. He asked, "So, you used me as a knife to break the spirit of their side? And to test my power at the same time?" The beast god grinned and didn't object. It was a very sincere acquiescence. Yi Qinghan's opinion of this short old man changed again. Back then, Yi Huang and the other 4 had been thrown into the fire dragon dimension as seeds. At that time, the situation of his lineage must have become extremely bad. Although the other side was still very strong, because of this old man, his side had completely stabilized. At least they wouldn't be exterminated. This old man must have sacrificed a lot of blood and tears. Looking at the wrinkled face of the beast god, who looked like an adorable little old man, Yi Qinghan accepted the beast god in his heart. His expression became more natural. He stood up and said in a relaxed manner, "All right, I won't argue with you. You're also an honest man. Of course, you better warn the people from that side not to provoke me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face." Unexpectedly, the beast god smiled sinisterly. His eyes were cold. "Don't give me face. You make it sound like I owe you a favor. If they provoke you, just beat them up. Just don't kill them. This old man, sitting in this position, it's inconvenient for me to do many things." Chapter 1176. Yi Qinghan got the confirmation from the beast deity and relaxed. He decided to stay in the beast deity mystery land for a while to see if he could find some opportunities to break through. He stayed in the beast god hall with Yi Qinghan. On that day, the night beast god also invited Yi Mo, who had been heavily injured by Yi Qinghan, and the white-haired, white-bearded monarch, Yi Fan, as well as Yi Feihu and Yi Shu, to welcome Yi Qinghan. Although the night demon and Yi Fan had recovered, their attitude toward Yi Qinghan was extremely unfriendly. The hostility in their eyes was obvious. However, the beast deity forcefully suppressed it. The two did not express anything. They just came and immediately teleported away. Yi Qinghan did not care about them. They could do whatever they wanted. If they were not convinced, they could fight. He was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. If it was a group fight, the beast deity would definitely intervene. The Night Emperor saw that the relationship between Yi Qinghan and the beast deity had improved. Because Yi Qinghan was here, no one dared to offend him anymore. He could not help but vent his anger from being ignored and humiliated. The next day, Yi Qinghan went to the beast deity ancestral shrine under the guidance of the beast deity. He and the Night Emperor entered the beast deity shrine and were considered to have returned to the clan. Yi Qinghan did not care about this. However, the Night Emperor was extremely excited when he heard this and could only follow the beast deity. They flew out of the beast deity shrine. The 4 level 9 powerhouses were already waiting outside. Obviously, they had received the beast deity's message and specially went to attend the ceremony for Night Emperor and Yi Qinghan. The beast deity ancestral shrine was not in the 4 continents. It was actually on the northernmost island of the beast deity mystery land. Moreover, it was not the beast deity who opened the restriction. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense did not discover this super large island. Swoosh! When the beast deity opened the restriction and revealed the island, 11 figures teleported from the island. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze over them and was shocked once again. There were actually 10 venerables and 1 lower 9th grade overlord. The Beast God clan was indeed worthy of being one of the top clans in the past. Their foundation was so great that even the super families of the God world were afraid of them. Greetings, Beast God, greetings, sirs. The 10 venerable ones saluted, but the lower 9th grade venerable lord only bowed slightly to the beast deity. He did not even look at the other 4 sovereigns or Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, this is the Grand Elder who guards the ancestral shrine Yishao. Yishao, don't make a face. This is the Yi Qinghan I told you about. The beast god always looked like a nice old man. He smiled at the black-robed old man guarding the beast god ancestral shrine. The black-robed old man turned to look at Yi Qinghan and nodded slightly. Yi Qinghan only nodded slightly. The Night Emperor, on the other hand, gave a junior's salute. The group flew down to the only building below. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had already secretly detected a simple and unadorned palace below. The palace was not big and was built with black stones. From afar, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the island, emitting a faint pressure. The group, led by Yi Shao, walked into the palace. Once they entered, they saw a spacious hall. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were countless black stone statues. They were all in the shape of humans. The statues were extremely lifelike. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. These were probably the past powerhouses of the Beast God clan. At the front of the hall, there were 5 statues. 4 of them were men and 1 of them was a woman. Yi Qinghan actually felt a trace of pressure from the statues. He could not help but feel strange. Yi Qinghan, these 5 are the 5 strongest powerhouses of the Beast God clan. They're all 9th grade supreme martial artists. The rest of the people who can be made into statues are at least 9th grade martial artists or ancestors who have contributed to the Beast God clan. The Beast God explained softly. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. 5 9th grade supreme martial artists and dozens of 9th grade martial artists. How powerful was the Beast God clan in ancient times? How powerful was the divine realm at that time? The Night Emperor pulled Yi Qinghan to kneel down. Yi Qinghan thought for a while. No matter what, they were still part of the Beast God clan. He followed the Night Emperor and knelt down 3 times. The Beast God nodded. The smile on his face became more and more gratified. The Night Emperor also nodded, somewhat satisfied. The Beast God pointed to a tall statue of a man in the middle and said to Yi Qinghan, "This is the ancestor of our Beast God clan, Night Beast. He grew up without parents and lived with spirit beasts. At that time, there were no demonic beasts in the divine realm. Spirit beasts ran rampant. The Night Beast ancestor and the spirit beasts established a deep friendship. He led groups of spirit beasts to conquer the divine realm. He unified the Wind Moon mainland and founded the Beast God clan." The Beast God explained the history of the Beast God clan. Then, under the Beast God's instructions and with the crowd as witness, Night Emperor, Yi Qinghan, and the Night Emperor were added to the genealogy of the Beast God clan. After the ceremony, the 4 9th grade martial artists from the other clan excused themselves and left. Yi Qinghan found them an eyesore and could not have asked for more. Then, the beast god brought Yi Qinghan to a side hall at the side. After entering the side hall, Yi Qinghan was extremely puzzled because there was nothing inside except a portal. The beast god did not say anything. He only hinted for Yi Qinghan to follow him and entered the portal alone. Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor looked at each other and followed him in. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in another small plane. This place was only half the size of the beast god arcane realm. However, when Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor scanned the place with their divine senses, their eyes lit up. There were no martial artists here. Or rather, there were no humans. Only beasts. There were those that flew in the sky, those that ran on the ground, and those that swam in the water. Ordinary magical beasts, sacred beasts, and mythological beasts were everywhere. Yi Qinghan casually swept his eyes over and estimated that there were at least tens of billions of them. The beast god said with a smile, "Hee, this is one of the most important places for the beast god clan, the summoning space for war beasts. All the children of the beast god clan, after awakening the beast god bloodline, have the opportunity to take away a spirit beast from here to become a war beast that will accompany them in battle for life. There are dozens of the highest level war beasts here. All of them are supreme divine beasts." Dozens of supreme divine beasts. Awesome. Yi Qinghan was satisfied. He seemed to doubt the beast god's words because his divine senses detected that there were dozens of divine beasts with incomparably strong auras inside. The most powerful divine beast's aura was comparable to a 9th-grade divine beast. The Night Emperor, on the other hand, was shocked. After he became an adult, the sealed memories in his mind were awakened. According to the secret technique in his memory, he awakened his bloodline, summoned his war beasts, and founded the Yi family. But he never expected that the war beasts that he and his family members summoned would all be summoned from here. Beast God, these divine beasts are so powerful. Why are they willing to stay here? Are they willing to become the war beasts of our beast god clan? Yi Qinghan thought of another problem. Logically speaking, with the strength of these divine beasts, they could transform and dominate an area. But they were all in beast form and were willing to become the beast god clan's vassals? The beast god smiled and explained, "This is the credit of the first beast god. He made a contract with the ancestors of these powerful spirit beasts. Once these spirit beasts are born, they will have inherited memories in their minds and will forever be vassals of our beast god clan. Of course, to gain their recognition, one must have outstanding talent. In these millions of years, only one clansman managed to summon a supreme divine beast." Yi Qinghan recalled his youth and sighed. When he was young, he went through 2 awakening ceremonies because his meridians were blocked, but he didn't even have the chance to enter the summoning space. If it wasn't for the soul ring that brought his soul to the valley where Xiaohei lived, perhaps he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. The beast god glanced at Yi Qinghan and said meaningfully, "Yi Qinghan, you don't seem to have a war beast now? Do you want to try and see if you can bring a supreme divine beast away?" Chapter 1177. There's no need. Yi Qinghan smiled. What beast was better and more abnormal than Xiaohei? At this moment, although Xiaohei's contract with him had been terminated, their relationship had not changed. Besides, with Xiaohei's abnormal devouring ability, even a normal pseudo-9th grade couldn't compare to it, right? The beast deity did not persuade him. At Yi Qinghan's level, beasts were not very useful. He turned around and teleported the 2 back to the side hall. Then, the beast deity brought Yi Qinghan and the night demon to visit the other side halls. Some of the side halls recorded the history of the ancestors, but they were all simple and common. Some of the side halls were filled with treasures and materials, some were filled with the relics of the ancestors, and some were filled with countless books and secret techniques. There were more than 10 side halls. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan sighed with emotion. The beast deity clan was indeed powerful. Not to mention the precious materials that were several times more than the Soul Emperor Pavilion, not to mention the nearly 100 transcendent-grade divine tools in the treasure room, just the various powerful secret skills in the library made Yi Qinghan sigh. You can take any 10 sets of materials, and each of you can take a transcendent-grade divine tool. As for the secret skills in the library, you can read them as you wish. The beast deity waved his hand generously, letting Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor stay in the side hall as he pleased, but he himself returned to the beast deity temple. When the Night Emperor heard this, he quickly thanked the beast deity. A transcendent-grade divine tool, that was something he didn't even dare to think about. As for the secret skills, he actually casually flipped through them. He was not only moved but also confused. He looked at Yi Qinghan with even more pride. He was very clear that if it weren't for Yi Qinghan, it would be difficult for him to see the beast deity, let alone casually stay in the beast deity ancestral temple and be bestowed with a transcendent-grade divine tool. Yi Qinghan was not interested in the transcendent-grade divine tools or materials, he was only interested in the secret skills in the library. He had the Night Emperor accompany the Night Owl to select transcendent-grade divine artifacts and materials while he went to the library alone. The secret skills that could be stored in the Beast God Ancestral Temple were all very powerful secret skills. Moreover, there were many insights and experiences regarding the comprehension of laws. These were all left behind by the ancestors of the Beast God clan so that their descendants could better cultivate. Yi Qinghan knew far too little about laws, cultivation, and the soul. Along the way, he had stumbled and groped his way through. Now that he had the cultivation insights of such a senior expert, he naturally wouldn't let it go. It was a good opportunity to see if he could find an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he was mesmerized by it and stayed there for half a year. It's a pity that there aren't many soul skills here. Only this spiritual illusory realm isn't bad. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan stopped reading. Yi Qinghan had finished reading the countless cultivation insights and secret techniques. It allowed his understanding of laws, cultivation, the soul, and the body to reach an unprecedented level. However, many of the secret skills were not suitable for Yi Qinghan. Of course, the main reason was that martial artists who reached rank 9 relied on the power of space to attack their enemies. Yi Qinghan's control of space had already been fixed, he didn't want to change it. Out of all the soul skills that Yi Qinghan wanted, there was only one that was relatively powerful. There was only one powerhouse in the Beast God clan who cultivated the soul, so the soul skills left behind were more limited. Spiritual illusory realm, using a powerful soul to bring the enemy into an illusory realm, thereby affecting the enemy's judgment. It's more useful for attacks and sneak attacks. This soul skill is very good. According to this ancestor's legacy, when his soul strength reaches the peak of the venerable realm, he can make martial artists below rank 9 enter the spiritual illusory realm. My soul strength is so strong. If I succeed in cultivating this soul strength, I should be able to defeat martial artists above rank 9 easily, but at least I have a better chance of defeating them. Once the spiritual illusory realm is released, no matter how many martial artists below rank 9 come, they will all die. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the library's window, holding a scroll in his hand. Through the window's restriction, he looked at the distant sea and thought to himself, this trip to the Beast God mysterious realm can be considered a good harvest. Closing his eyes, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly comprehend the spiritual illusory realm's soul skill. Such a divine ability, the sooner he grasped it, the better. After that, the Night Emperor came once. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in closed-door cultivation, he didn't disturb him and stayed in the Beast God Ancestral Temple. He memorized the 2 secret skills and cultivated while waiting for Yi Qinghan to come out. Beast God Mysterious Realms Tianyuan Continent, Sovereign City, Tianyuan City. Yi Mo and the other 3 gathered in a secret room in the city. Yi Mo and Yi Fan's faces were gloomy. Yi Feihu also had a complicated expression. The only woman, Yi Shur, sat silently with her head lowered. No one knew what she was thinking. That old thing Yi Ning is too much. She is actually protecting that bastard like this. She is even letting that bastard stay in the ancestral temple. When I broke through to rank 9, I only stayed for 3 months. Preposterous, preposterous. Yi Mo was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with hatred. He was thrown into Black Tortoise City by Yi Qinghan in front of tens of millions of martial artists. He had to rest for 6 hours before recovering. It could be said that he had lost all his face. How could he not be angry? The white-haired and white-bearded Yifan also said coldly, "That's right. I think that old thing Yining wants to use that bastard to completely destroy our bloodline. Everyone, we killed many of their bloodline back then. If we don't treat this matter seriously, it is very likely that our bloodline will gradually be destroyed in the end." Yi Feihu was shocked. He quickly said, "It can't be that serious, right? If that old thing wanted to make a move, Yi Qinghan could have easily killed the two of you last time." Yi Mo coldly smiled and said, There were so many people at that time. That old thing definitely wouldn't dare to let that bastard kill us. Otherwise, the entire beast god mysterious realm would be in chaos. Since they can't do it openly, they might do it secretly. If you don't believe me, you can try. Then what should we do? Yi Feihu's face completely darkened. His eyes flashed as he asked. Yi Mo's face became ferocious. He lowered his voice and said, "Strike first and gain the upper hand. In the past, the four of us and that old thing restrained each other. He didn't dare to make a move. Now that there is one more Yi Qinghan, with that old thing supporting him, that bastard Yi Qinghan can slowly trick us. As long as we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, that old thing will be alone and won't dare to make a move. Besides, even if you give him 10,000 guts, he won't dare to kill the four of us for an outsider and cause a commotion in the beast god mysterious realm." At this moment, Yi Shu, who had been silent all this time, coldly snorted and said, Yi Mo, you idiot. Do you think you can kill Yi Qinghan in front of the beast god? With the beast god palace, the beast god can crush you like ants. You are courting death. Forgive me for not accompanying you." Yi Shu directly teleported away. Yi Feihu also hesitated. After a while he said, "We can't kill Yi Qinghan. Once we kill him, that old thing will have an excuse to attack us. If you want to kill him, you too can do it. I won't accompany you." The three of them went silent. Their eyes flickered as they thought about it. After a while, the white-haired and white-bearded Yifan said, "Then we won't kill him. The three of us will work together and severely injure Yi Qinghan. We can vent our anger and also get back our face. Recently, the people of our bloodline have become restless and the people of that bloodline are getting restless. That's the only thing we can do. Let's discuss this properly. We can't let that old thing find an excuse to attack us." Yi Mo gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Yi Feihu didn't object this time. The three of them began to discuss in detail. Chapter 1178. Phew, this soul illusion is really hard to comprehend. My soul is so strong, but it took me a whole year to comprehend it. I just don't know how powerful it is. In the Beast God Ancestral Shrine's library, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, stretched his body, and sighed. He had completely mastered the soul illusion. Yi Qinghan thought it was about time to leave the Beast God mystic realm. He thought about the time when he was outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion and looked into the void. He decided to inform the Beast God and return to the Flame Dragon continent. Then, he would let Yao Ji control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and go to the endless void to comprehend the mysteries of space. Yi Qinghan scanned the Compendium Pavilion and after confirming that there were no useful secret skills, he slowly walked out. Passing by the treasure room, Yi Qinghan's heart moved. Although he had a few transcendent-grade divine artifacts, he had no use for them. But since the Beast God wanted to give him one, it was not a bad idea to bring it back for his wife and children. Walking into the treasury, Yi Qinghan ignored all the high-grade divine artifacts in the hall and walked towards the smallest room inside. Yi Qinghan had been there before. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, he found close to 100 transcendent-grade divine artifacts. Walking into the small room, he saw all kinds of transcendent-grade divine artifacts hanging on the walls. There was also a sign hanging on the side, recording the previous owner of this transcendent-grade divine artifact and the beast inside. Fire Phoenix Sword? Sealed inside is an ancient spiritual beast, Fire Phoenix. It can imbue divine power with the power of fire and carry a soul-burning attack? Not bad. This Fire Phoenix Sword is better than the Dragon Source Battle Saber. I'll take this one. After looking through more than 10 transcendent-grade divine artifacts, Yi Qinghan finally locked his eyes on a beautiful fiery red longsword. Grabbing it with one hand, Yi Qinghan poured his divine power into it. A huge fire phoenix image whizzed out, instantly burning the opposite wall red. The temperature in the room rose by several hundred degrees. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire phoenix. As expected, this fire phoenix had a faint energy that made his divine sense tingle. There was indeed some soul attack mixed in. I'll give this sword to Qingqing when we return. She will definitely like it. Combined with her law of divine sound, I reckon she can fight a 7th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan recalled the fire phoenix shadow but did not keep the fire phoenix sword in his spatial ring. After all, this was an item from the beast's divine arcane realm. He had to tell Yi Xiao about it. After choosing the transcendent-grade divine artifact, Yi Qinghan turned around and walked out. Halfway there, his body suddenly stopped. 2 scorching rays of light shot out from his eyes and locked onto a divine artifact that was placed in a dent in the corner of the wall on the right. It was a red helmet with strange patterns on it. It didn't emit any aura, and Yi Qinghan hadn't looked around carefully the last 2 times he had entered, so he hadn't noticed it. Fire God Armor's helmet? Yi Qinghan strode over and took off the helmet with slightly trembling hands. He carefully touched it and sensed it. He discovered that the material and pattern of the helmet were exactly the same as the Vulcan set that he had obtained. However, there was a gap on the helmet. It seemed that the diamond-shaped gem that should have been embedded on it was missing. With a flip of his hand, he took out 2 arm guards, 2 leg guards, and an inner armor from the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan placed the helmet together and was delighted. It was indeed a set. All the patterns were exactly the same. They all had the fire dragon pattern. Yi Qinghan believed that the fire god armor was definitely not an ordinary armor. Back in the mystic spirit cave abode, that ancient cultivator hugged this armor before he died. Furthermore, the helmet was placed inside and not on the outside. It was just a helmet, but it was placed together with a bunch of transcendent-grade divine artifacts. How could it be ordinary? Right? The beast god definitely knows the origin of this fire god armor. Yi Qinghan was extremely excited. He quickly kept the fire god armor, inner armor, and leg guards. With the fire god helmet in one hand and the fire phoenix sword in the other, he ran out. Walking out of the hall, Yi Xiao controlled the entire beast god ancestral shrine. Obviously, he knew that Yi Qinghan had come out. He was waiting for him with the Knight Emperor and a group of supremacies. Greetings, Grand Elder. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He unexpectedly bowed to Yi Xiao and nodded to the Knight Emperor. Seeing the sword on the Knight Emperor's back and his face full of smiles, it was obvious that he had already chosen a transcendent-grade divine artifact. Yi Xiao did not smile. He forced a smile and said with a black face, Yi Qinghan, have you chosen a transcendent-grade divine artifact? Come, hand it to me. I need to register it. This is the rule of the tribe. Every treasure and material has to be registered. This fire phoenix sword and this helmet. I like this helmet very much. I will explain this to the beast god. Yi Qinghan said casually as he waved the fire phoenix sword and the fire god helmet in his hand. He thought that since the beast god was so generous, he would not be stingy with the fire god helmet. Moreover, he already had 5 of them. There was only one in the beast god's secret realm. There was no point in keeping it. Yi Xiao revealed a troubled look. In fact, he had already seen Yi Qinghan coming out with 2 treasures. His words just now were to remind Yi Qinghan. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm sorry. The beast god has said that you can only take one. According to the tribe rules, this is already an exception. Yi Qinghan did not expect that Yi Xiao would make things difficult for him over such a small matter. He liked the fire phoenix sword very much and had already thought of giving it to Yu Qingqing. Of course, he could not bear to part with it now. As for the fire god helmet, he was even more determined to get it. He immediately kept the 2 items, cupped his hands and said, These 2 items are very important to me. I will definitely give the beast deity an explanation for this matter. I will go see the beast deity now. After finishing his words, he brought the Knight Emperor together and left the beast god ancestral shrine. He could not wait for the beast god to explain to him about the fire god battle armor. To his surprise, Before he could teleport again, a powerful force of space suppressed him. Yi Zhao's figure appeared in midair with a cold expression as he said in a deep voice, "Yi Qinghan, if you insist on breaking my rules, I'll have no choice but to detain you according to the rules of the tribe." "So serious?" Yi Qinghan cursed the old man in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire phoenix sword was beautiful, he wouldn't have taken a liking to it. He helplessly sighed and said, "Then send a message to the beast god. I will explain to him." Buzz. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air. It was Night Demon Yi Fan and Yi Feihu. It was obvious that the 3 of them had been paying close attention to Yi Qinghan and rushed over immediately. "Yi Qinghan, how dare you rob the treasures in the beast god ancestral shrine and break the tribe rules? Return them immediately and kowtow to Great Elder Yi Xiao to admit your mistake. Otherwise, we will not be polite." Night Demon scolded coldly. The 2 people beside him also looked gloomy. Yi Qinghan knew that there were definitely people from the beast god ancestral shrine among the 10 venerables. Because of his impatience, he had unintentionally broken the tribe rules. The 3 of them took the opportunity to put him down. "Are you confident? If you are, beat them up. If not, I will intervene." Just as Yi Qinghan was hesitating, the beast god sent a voice transmission. Obviously, he had also noticed the strange situation here. Yi Qinghan relaxed and grinned. He sent a voice transmission to the Night Emperor to teleport down from the beast god ancestral shrine. Then he sneered at Night Demon. "What's wrong? Was your face not swollen enough that day? Do you want to be slapped a few more times today? You are courting death." Night Demon and Yi Fan's expressions changed drastically. Yi Feihu's face also darkened. Yi Fan immediately cupped his hands at Yi Xiao and said, "Great Elder, please step back. Let the 3 of us take down this madman who disregards the tribe rules. Then, we will ask the beast god to make a decision." Chapter 1179. Yi Xiao did not expect the 3 of them to appear at such a coincidental time. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was so unyielding. If the situation continued, the 3 of them would surround and attack Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan was quite strong and could injure Yi Mo and Yi Fan. However, Yi Feihu was an upper ranking. Furthermore, the 3 of them surrounded one person. Even if the beast god did not use the beast god temple, it would still be troublesome. For a moment, he was stunned and did not know whether to advance or retreat. "Grand Elder, what's wrong? Are you going to attack together and take down this madman who violated the clan rules?" Yi Fan did not move. He was a little anxious. If this continued, the beast god would appear and such a good opportunity would be wasted. He immediately shouted at Yi Xiao. His mouth did not deviate from the clan rules. "Grand Elder, please retreat first. Later, Qinghan will ask you for forgiveness." Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Zhao's eyes were flickering and looking at him worriedly. Instead, he had a good impression of this old-fashioned old man. This Yi Xiao belonged to another faction. However, he was very fair. He immediately protected his body with his origin energy. The 10 spears of Godslayer revolved around him. His killing intent soared into the sky and enveloped Yi Mo and the other 2. He laughed. "Come, let me see if you have the strength to take me down." Yi Xiao sighed and teleported away. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to the beast god. The moment Yi Xiao left, Yi Feihu, Yi Mo, and Yi Fan immediately became alert. They quickly condensed their spatial energy. With cold smiles, the 3 of them prepared to attack. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" Yi Qinghan did not defend and counterattacked. The 10 spears of Godslayer were divided into 3 groups. 4 spears whistled towards Yi Feihu. The other 3 spears from each side shot towards Yi Fan and Yi Mo. Although the 3 of them had absolute confidence in making Yi Qinghan suffer, they did not dare to underestimate Yi Qinghan's attacks. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange soul attack. The 3 of them released their spatial energy and fought against the god-slaying spear. At the same time, they paid close attention to Yi Qinghan's eyes. Once Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a strange light, he would immediately protect his soul. That strange soul attack of his was all-pervasive. If he wasn't careful, he would be hit. If he was ambushed again, it would be troublesome. Night Demon was well prepared this time. His fists swayed in the air, and 5 golden afterimages of his iron fists smashed out. He faced the 3 spears of God slaying head-on. Once again, Yi Fan used his spatial energy to form countless shiny flying daggers. He threw the daggers one after another at the 3 incoming spears. Yi Feihu was much stronger than Yi Mo and Yi Fan. He just casually used his spatial power to condense a strange beast. It looked very strange. It had 9 snake heads, but its body was like a fierce tiger. Furthermore, this strange beast had condensed into a physical form. It carried a terrifying pressure as it flew towards the 4 spears of God slaying that were shooting over. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them used their spatial energy to form all sorts of attacks. When they clashed with the spears of God slaying, an intense collision occurred. Blinding rays of light lit up. The berserk energy surged in all directions like a tide. The nearby space started to tremble. The berserk energy created huge waves in the seawater below. The scene was incomparably beautiful. The 10 spears exploded one by one. The origin energy on the spears disappeared bit by bit. Only 2 of Night Demon's 5 golden iron fists were destroyed. Only 1/3 of Yi Fan's millions of flying daggers were destroyed. As for the 9-headed mutated beast that Yi Feihu had condensed, only 2 of its heads were destroyed. 3 iron fists and more than 1,000,000 flying daggers, as well as the remaining 7-headed mutated beast, shot towards Yi Qinghan with boundless pressure and killing intent. With the divine sense locking onto him, coupled with his terrifying speed and the space trembling, Yi Qinghan had nowhere to hide. Not good. Why isn't the beast deity making a move? This Yi Qinghan is too arrogant. If he's killed this time, even the beast god won't be able to blame him. Yi Xiao was secretly anxious as he watched from below. However, he couldn't interfere and could only continue to send messages to the beast god. On the other hand, the Night Emperor didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was filled with fear, but he didn't dare to move. The other 10 sovereigns also had solemn expressions. Die! Night Demon and Yi Fan's expressions turned sinister. They originally only wanted to severely injure Yi Qinghan. However, with such a good opportunity, the 2 of them were filled with killing intent. Yi Qinghan had violated the clan's rules and was so arrogant. Even if they killed him, they could deal with it as long as they said that they couldn't stop. The beast god wouldn't dare to kill them. Yi Feihu was hesitating at this moment. The 7-headed mutated beast also slowed down a little. My lord, are you still not going to make a move? Millions of miles away, the beast god and Yi Shuru stood in the air. The beast god had a calm expression, but Yi Shuru beside him said anxiously, "There's no rush. Let's wait and see first." The beast god shook his head, but his hand moved slightly. It seemed like he was ready to make a move at any moment. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. Even the mocking expression on his face didn't change. He had already expected this situation. If it wasn't for the Spear of Godslayer, his strength would only be at the pseudo-9th grade. It would be difficult for him to deal with Night Demon. Because of the Spear of Godslayer, his overall strength was at the peak of the lower 9th grade. He could barely fight against someone at the upper 9th grade. If it wasn't for the sneak attack last time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill the Light God. Now that he was fighting against an upper 9th grade and 2 lower 9th grade, his weakness of lacking spatial power was immediately displayed. If it was before, Yi Qinghan would definitely shout that his life was over and run away while calling for the beast god to save him. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's lips curved up, making his mocking expression even more obvious. Then, he swept his gaze across the 3 of them, revealing a demonic light in his eyes. A demonic light. Night Demon and Yi Fan were both shocked. They had suffered a lot from this ghost soul skill. Yi Feihu had also heard about it from Night Demon and Yi Fan. The 3 of them immediately circulated their spiritual power and prepared to deal with Yi Qinghan's spiritual attack. Unexpectedly, they suddenly realized that the scenery in front of them had changed. It was a vast expanse of white all around them. The islands in the distance had disappeared, the sea had disappeared, the night owl had disappeared, and Yi Qinghan was also slowly disappearing. Night Demon and Yi Fan were horrified to realize that their vision was only 50 kilometers, and their divine senses were also only 50 kilometers. Yi Feihu was slightly better, but his vision was only a few hundred kilometers. Although their souls could feel the spatial power that they had condensed, they had lost Yi Qinghan's position. Once they couldn't lock onto their enemy, how could their spatial power attack their enemy? The spiritual illusory realm is indeed powerful. Even an upper 9th grade Yi Feihu was affected. This soul skill is very powerful. Yi Qinghan released the spiritual illusory realm, and his body turned into many afterimages as he retreated rapidly. The spiritual illusory realm only allowed the enemy's soul to enter the realm temporarily. The enemy's body and surroundings didn't change. The four of them were still in their original positions. Those iron fists, millions of flying knives, and that mutated beast were still whistling towards them. However, their souls were temporarily trapped in the spiritual illusory realm, and their divine senses were affected. The scenery that they saw was completely different. After Yi Qinghan retreated a few hundred kilometers, their divine senses couldn't lock onto Yi Qinghan's body anymore. In addition, they were panic-stricken after entering the spiritual illusory realm. How would they dare to attack? They immediately retreated to defend themselves. They were ready to deal with Yi Qinghan's attack. Hehe, these are the 3 targets? This spiritual illusory realm is awesome. My perverse spiritual strength is finally useful. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Originally, he had cultivated the spiritual illusory realm to the phenomenal success stage. He estimated that martial artists below the 9th grade would definitely be affected by his spiritual strength. He didn't expect that even an upper 9th grade Yi Feihu would be affected. He didn't hold back anymore. Countless soul-poison jade knives whizzed out. At the same time, 10 spears of Godslayer were formed. They spun in the air and shot towards the 3 of them from all directions. Chapter 1180. Yi Xiao, Yi Huang, and Yi Shu, who were watching from afar, were baffled. It had been a one-sided battle just now. The 3 of them were about to severely injure or kill Yi Qinghan. Why did they suddenly withdraw their attacks now? And looking at the 3 of them, it seemed like they saw something that they were afraid of? They were extremely confused and terrified? Soul illusion. Why is it so powerful when this kid released it? Even Yi Feihu was hit? The little old man's eyesight and strength were extremely powerful. He easily saw through the mystery. He was a frequent visitor to the Beast God Ancestral Shrine, so he was very clear that what Yi Qinghan had just used was a soul skill, soul illusion. However, he was unable to understand why Yi Qinghan had released such a powerful soul skill. Swish, swish, swish. Countless soul-poison jade knives flustered Yi Feihu and the other 2. They did not know how to block it or what kind of attack it was. They could only quickly gather spatial power and destroy it. Just as the soul-poison jade knives were destroyed, 10 Godslayer spears came from all directions. Just like before, Yi Feihu was specially taken care of. Their divine senses were suppressed. The furthest they could reach was a few hundred kilometers. The Godslayer's spear appeared in front of them in a flash. They hurriedly gathered spatial power again to block it. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 golden iron fists that Night Demon formed happened to cancel out the 3 spears. Just as he was heaving a sigh of relief, he saw another spear shooting toward his back from the corner of his eyes. He was so scared that his soul left his body. At this moment, he did not have time to form iron fists. He could only rely on his origin power to block it. Yi Fan's situation was similar. Out of the 4 spears that were flying toward Yi Feihu, 2 suddenly shot toward him and Night Demon. Ah! 2 screams sounded. Night Demon and Yi Fan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. They were hit by the Godslayer's spear and were sent flying to the left and the back. Their limbs and bodies weakened. It was obvious that their bones and internal organs were shattered again. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Yi Qinghan, stop. I don't care about you anymore. Yi Feihu saw Yi Mo and Yi Fan spitting out mouthfuls of blood and flying backward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from his sight and divine senses. Although the 2 Godslayer spears that Yi Qinghan had shot at him had been broken by him, This was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation, and his heart was filled with fear. If he couldn't even find the enemy, he could only let others attack him. What was the point of fighting? Although it would be shameful to give up like this, it would be even more shameful to be heavily injured by Yi Qinghan. If he was killed, that would be even more damned. Too late. Yi Qinghan's cold snort came from afar. Then, Yi Feihu saw a strange light rising from the white mist in front of him. He was horrified to discover that billions of golden soul threads were surging towards his soul sea. At the same time, he used his divine sense to detect that the soundless blades had once again covered the sky and covered the earth. Finally, another 10 God-Slayer's spears whizzed over from the white fog in all directions. I'll go all out. Yi Feihu gritted his teeth and condensed a 9-headed exotic beast. Then, the 9 exotic beasts suddenly separated and turned into 9 giant snakes that coiled around Yi Feihu. At the same time, they used their origin energy to guard him and prepare to resist. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan, with his lower rank 9 strength, could fight him in a battle of attrition. How many times could he condense the God-Slayer's spears? Although spatial power was boundless, it consumed a lot of soul power and divine power every time it was used. For example, he could only condense it 10 times a day at most. If he continued to condense it, his soul and body would become extremely weak and he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Even if a rank 9 expert didn't cultivate his soul would become stronger with every advancement. Although Yi Qinghan's soul seemed very strong, he had used so many soul skills. Furthermore, if he was the main attacker, he would definitely consume more energy. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could fight him in a battle of attrition. Boom! The 10 God-Slayer's spears collided with the spatial power on the surface of Yi Feihu's skin and turned into nothingness. A terrifying shockwave spread out layer by layer, and a series of explosions rang out incessantly. Chi! The 10 God-Slayer's spears broke through again. Yi Feihu's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might. He condensed another 9 giant snakes and circled around his body. Boom! 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 What made Yi Feihu feel despair was, Yi Qinghan's soul power seemed to be inexhaustible. The God-Slayer's spears whistled out from the white mist again and again. Yi Feihu even had the thought of dying. At this moment, he had condensed 7 to 8 giant snakes consecutively. His mentality was severely depleted, and his head was swollen with pain. His body was swaying, and he could fall from the sky at any moment. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Stop. Yi Feihu saw another 10 God-Slayer's spears flickering with the power of origin shooting out from the white mist like ghosts. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer be stabilized, and he fell toward the seawater below. Admit defeat and forget it? It's not that easy. The 9 spears stopped in the air. One spear chased after Yi Feihu and smashed Yi Feihu's tall and majestic body into the deep sea. The entire sea surface exploded into a huge wave that was 1,000 meters tall, and a large number of sea beasts at the bottom of the sea died. Hiss! On the distant island, Yi Shao and the 10 venerables gasped. They were shocked by Yi Qinghan's methods and fearful of his ruthlessness. Night Emperor trembled slightly. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the air. He blinked continuously, as if he could not believe that this was his great-great-grandson. Yi Qinghan is so ruthless. Yi Shi's divine sense scanned Yi Feihu below. There was not a single intact bone or flesh on his body. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she secretly praised herself for being wise. With the soul illusion, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of being surrounded and attacked by many people. One more person would not make a difference. You have indeed gone overboard. You need to be punished severely. The beast deity's expression was solemn. He teleported away twice and looked at the pale and trembling Yi Qinghan with a dark face. He scolded angrily, Yi Qinghan, how dare you be so ruthless? If anything happens to the 3 of them, I will not let you off easily. Follow me back to the Beast Divine Hall and tell me everything in detail. Then I will convict you. Yi Shao has activated the Ancestral Hall's restriction. Yi Shiru, why are you not going to save them? The beast deity was furious, but he did not mention anything about Yi Qinghan breaking the rules. Then, before Yi Xiao and Yi Shi could speak, he teleported away with Yi Qinghan. Yi Xiao's face darkened, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only send the Night Emperor out of the island and seal the island. Yi Shi immediately began to treat the three of them and carried them out. When she saw their tragic appearances, she felt a chill in her heart again. She hurriedly carried the three of them and teleported away. Qinghan, are you all right? The moment he entered the Beast Divine Hall, the Beast Deity's tense face immediately broke into a smile, and he asked with concern. I will be fine after resting for a while. I have expended too much mental strength. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. In the end, he had to grit his teeth in order to severely injure Yi Feihu. If Yi Feihu could withstand another round of his attacks, he would have to give up. Brat, well done. You have finally helped me vent the anger that I have suppressed in my heart for millions of years. That's great, that's great. When the Beast Deity saw that Yi Qinghan was fine, his spirits lifted. He paced around the hall, looking no different from an ordinary adorable old man. After half a day, when he saw that Yi Qinghan had more or less recovered and had opened his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion and said, Brat, what do you want the Fire God helmet for? Don't tell me that you also have accessories for the Fire God armor? Chapter 1181. Of course, and I have 5 more. But I have a complete set without your helmet. Yi Qinghan's spirits lifted and his face turned slightly red. The Beast Deity indeed knew the origin of this Vulcan armor. He quickly asked, Beast Deity, is this Vulcan armor very powerful? Of course it is. This is the armor of the first Vulcan. Don't you think so? The Beast Deity's eyes lit up and he said with absolute certainty. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat and he asked tentatively, could it be a supreme spiritual treasure? Of course. The Beast Deity nodded heavily and said with a face full of emotions, the first Vulcan was the strongest, even stronger than our first Beast Deity. He was definitely the strongest person in the ancient times. Do you know why? It's because of this Vulcan armor. What? Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat and his face was full of disbelief. His lips trembled and he said in a trembling voice, this armor is that powerful? You don't know about this, and I guess not many people in the divine realm know about it. I only knew about it from the information left behind by my ancestors. Supreme spiritual treasures are divided into offensive, protective, and auxiliary types. The Beast Deity Temple is the auxiliary type. This type is the weakest, followed by the offensive type and the protective type. Think about it, everyone is a 9th grade supreme martial artist and their attacks rely on the power of space. They are only slightly stronger, but this Vulcan armor can withstand dozens of attacks from a 9th grade supreme martial artist without dying. How many times can you attack with the power of space? The Beast Deity's words made Yi Qinghan feel as if the dark clouds had parted and he could see the clear sky. Even with his powerful soul, he could only attack with all his might for more than 10 times. If he were to wear the Fire God battle armor, wouldn't he be at his mercy after being attacked by others for more than a dozen times? Even if there was a difference in strength between 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, their attacks would not be that much different. But with this armor, it was completely different. His heart was burning and he asked impatiently, Beast Deity, why can't I activate the Vulcan armor now that I have gathered all the parts? Does it require a special ceremony? Because it's missing the most important thing. The Beast God smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, you should have seen the diamond-shaped gap on the helmet. That is the most important part of the entire armor, the heart of the Fire God. When the Fire God was killed, the various parts of the Fire God battle armor were scattered all over the place. At that time, the God world was in chaos, so the Fire God clan and their ancestors didn't have the time to collect them. This helmet was obtained by our ancestors during the chaos. For so many years, we didn't dare to go out, so of course we wouldn't collect it. I didn't expect you to get 5 of them. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Out of these 5 items, one of them was obtained during the prefecture battle, so it should have been from the Divine Master. One was obtained from a warrior he had killed in the Yin Fiend stream. Another was obtained from a divine temple expert he had killed. Another was obtained from the myriad god cave's cultivator's corpse. The last one was obtained from Lord Devour's unknowingly obtained. Every single one of them was in a different part of the world, and it wasn't a coincidence. If one searched the entire immortal world, it would be impossible to collect all of them. Fire God's heart. Beast deity, do you know where it is? Yi Qinghan's mind started working. He had to obtain the Fire God's heart. With the Fire God armor, he would be more confident in dealing with Xianxia. At least he would be able to keep his life even if he faced him. If I'm not wrong, it should be in the hands of the Fire God clan. The beast deity's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said with absolute certainty, "It is definitely in the hands of the Fire God clan, because the Fire God's heart was fused with the first Fire God's body. When the Fire God died in battle, his corpse was hurriedly taken away by his clansmen. At this moment, the Fire God's heart is definitely in the Fire God's arcane realm." Fire God's arcane realm. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone so brightly that it could melt divine metal. He had already obtained 5 items, and it seemed like the beast deity wouldn't be so stingy. He would even give him the Fire God helmet. Now he was missing the crucial Fire God's heart. If he was missing 2 or 3 items, he wouldn't be in such a rush. Now that he was missing the Fire God's heart, of course it was different. A supreme spiritual treasure of the highest grade. Who wouldn't want it? He had to get the Fire God's heart. No matter how difficult it was, he had to think of a way to get it. Yi Qinghan was firm on this idea. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Beast deity, where is the Fire God's arcane realm? What level of experts are there?" The beast deity looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute gaze. He couldn't dissuade him, so he sighed and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, the beast deity's body disappeared from the hall. After a while, he came out holding a booklet. He placed it on the table beside Yi Qinghan, pointed at the booklet and said, "This is the entrance to the Fire God's arcane realm." Back then, the 10 ancient clans all prepared an escape route for their clans. Every clan has an arcane realm. However, there are very complicated and terrifying restrictions inside. If you aren't a member of the Fire God clan, you will activate a killing array and the strongest illusory predicament. If you don't know about restrictions, you might not even be able to enter the Fire God's arcane realm and die outside. The beast deity's face was solemn. Obviously, he didn't completely agree with Yi Qinghan going to the Fire God's arcane realm. He sighed and continued, "Also, the Fire God clan leader in the Fire God's arcane realm is probably a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Because the Fire God clan has 2 supreme spiritual treasures. So, you have to consider this matter carefully." Restrictions? 9th grade supreme martial artist. Yi Qinghan's face turned solemn too. He knew about restrictions. It was probably the same as entering the Beast God's arcane realm, which was a medium rotation realm. Actually, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of this. His divine sense was strong and he knew some restrictions. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask the Enchantress and Lord Devour to break the restrictions. Both of their restrictions should be very high. The most troublesome thing was that if he entered the Fire God's arcane realm recklessly, he would definitely be discovered. After so many years of accumulation, the Beast God's arcane realm already had 1 9th grade supreme martial artist, 1 above 9th grade supreme martial artist, and 4 below 9th grade supreme martial artists. The Fire God's arcane realm was completely sealed. After so many years, no one knew what level of experts there were inside. "I will consider it carefully. I won't do it if I'm not very confident." Yi Qinghan nodded and kept the atlas. He didn't tell the beast deity about the helmet. The beast deity didn't ask either. Both of them had a tacit understanding and understood each other's thoughts. "Alright, beast deity, are there any members of the Fire God clan left outside the realm of the gods? Or their descendants too?" Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something. He thought of one of his skills, ghost transformation. If he could find the members of the Fire God clan or their descendants, he wouldn't have to use ghost transformation to transform into the Fire God clan and sneak in. He would then think of a way. Of course, every clan has descendants left behind in the realm of the gods. Why are you asking? The beast deity asked doubtfully. All right. The fire god clan is the descendants of the thunder god. Ha, why didn't I think of that? Yi Qinghan slapped his head and was overjoyed. As long as he could find the descendants of the fire god clan and impersonate them to enter the fire god's arcane realm, even if he couldn't get the heart of the fire god, at least he wouldn't be in too much danger. Are you sure? The beast deity was also infected by Yi Qinghan's confidence. Yi Qinghan chuckled and stood up happily. I'm not sure yet, but if I can find the descendants of the fire god, I have my own ways to protect myself. Beast deity, I'll take my leave first. I'll come back and chat with you when I have the time. All right. The beast deity stood up and grinned. When your overall strength is comparable to a 9th grade supreme martial artist, you must come in and have a look. I'll accompany you to kill the Star Sovereign, then I'll tell you everything that happened back then. Chapter 1182. Qinghan, we can leave just like that? The Night Emperor was in disbelief as he watched Yi Qinghan teleport towards Black Tortoise City. Not only did Yi Qinghan break the clan's rules, he even heavily injured the Night Devil trio. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan wouldn't be punished at all after going to the Beast God Mysterious territory. Instead, he brought him out of the Beast God Mysterious territory. It's fine, old ancestor. The Beast God told me to beat up those 3, he will take care of the rest. Moreover, if those 3 dare to come again, I can still beat them up. Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. The Night Emperor might have suffered too much humiliation over the years and lost his sharpness. In the face of true strength, any rules were no longer rules. It was the same in the divine world. In the face of absolute strength, all iron rules were useless. The 2 of them teleported to the Black Tortoise City's public square, beside the teleportation array. The venerable called Yi Qianxia was still guarding the teleportation array. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleporting over, he was stunned and subconsciously took a step back. His eyes were filled with fear. You come here. Yi Qinghan pointed at Yi Qianxia and said indifferently. Yi Qianxia thought that Yi Qinghan had come to take revenge on him, so he actually turned and ran. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he said coldly, if you dare take another step, believe it or not, I will tear you into 13 pieces. Yi Qianxia's body suddenly stopped, then he turned around with a mournful face and walked over. With a plop, he knelt down and wailed, My lord, spare me. I have old and young to take care of. If my lord kills me, they will all be killed by my enemies. I beg my lord to show mercy. One more word and I will kill you. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. Yi Qianxia immediately shut his mouth and said, Activate the teleportation array and send us out. Yi Qianxia immediately crawled to his feet and roared at the guards beside the teleportation array. What are you guys still standing there for? Why aren't you activating the teleportation formation? A white light shone. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he found himself outside the East Sea swirls. He immediately changed his appearance and spread out his divine sense. After keeping the Night Emperor in the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there was no one nearby and immediately revealed himself. He transformed into an elegant young master and snuck toward the ethereal continent. He hid in a small city on the misty continent and investigated the latest news from the immortal realm. He discovered that Xianxia had only gathered all the sovereigns to Supreme Island once, and there was no other particularly important information. What was worth mentioning was that the Soul Devourer Manor became the territory of the Li family. The Flame Dragon City was also occupied by a 7th grade war god under the new Misty Monarch Wuxia. The Sealed God Valley fell into the hands of Wuxia. When Yi Qinghan left, he opened all the restrictions in the Sealed God Valley. He did not want Xianxia to forcefully blast it open and destroy the restrictions inside. If he could return in the future, he could easily take it back. After investigating the situation, Yi Qinghan teleported all the way to the Grace mainland. He had already decided to look for Yanran for help to investigate the situation of the Fire God tribe. He could not personally go to the War God Pavilion to investigate. The warriors that could be bribed with God stones were all low-level and could not obtain any valuable information. Last time when he left, Yanran did not inform Xianxia, and he had no reason to betray him. Even if he was killed by Xianxia, she would not benefit from it. Only a fool would harm others without benefiting oneself. After teleporting across the wandering sea, Yi Qinghan went straight to the main city of the Grace mainland, Grace City. An hour later, Yi Qinghan stood on the plaza of Grace City. He did not directly use his divine consciousness to contact Yanran. Instead, Yi Qinghan asked around and obediently flew towards Yanran's residence. Yanran did not live in the city, but in Yanran's little mansion outside the city. Yanran's little mansion was a beautiful manor surrounded by mountains and rivers. Outside the manor, there were unknown ancient trees and flowers, competing with each other in beauty. Stop! You are not allowed to approach this place, or you will be killed. Through the shadows of the trees, Yi Qinghan saw a few pavilions in the distance. The space in front of him shook, and 3 venerables teleported over. They stared at Yi Qinghan with a face full of killing intent, and shouted in a deep voice. Greetings, venerables. I have a precious treasure to give to Yanran. You only need to send a message to the queen, saying that the flowers and plants are here on orders, and the queen will receive me. Yi Qinghan did not panic and calmly bowed. The 3 venerables looked at each other. Seeing that Yi Qinghan spoke seriously and calmly, one of them glared at Yi Qinghan and said, If you dare to lie, you should know the consequences. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, the venerable did not hesitate and sent a message. After a while, the messenger jade talisman vibrated. The venerable scanned it, and his face instantly became respectful. He cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan and said, Young master, the queen wants to see you. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and strode inside. He was not sure if Yanran had Xianxia's men in Grace City. If he sent a message, and Yanran suddenly came to see him, it would easily arouse suspicion. It was normal for him to walk in like this. As he walked into Yanran's hut, he heard the melodious sound of a zither. The zither was low and mellow, like a sob, extremely pleasant to listen to. Young master, please come in, the queen is inside. Outside an elegant pavilion, the 3 venerables stopped, and Yi Qinghan happily walked in. As soon as he entered, Yi Qinghan noticed that the protective shield in the pavilion was automatically activated. He quietly released his divine sense. If anyone dared to use their divine sense to penetrate the protective shield, he would know immediately. What he saw was a yard full of fresh flowers. In front of the pavilion, a woman in a snow-white dress sat cross-legged on a green blanket. Her head was lowered, and her hands were playing the zither. She was extremely focused, as if she did not see Yi Qinghan walk in. This girl is a stunner. Yi Qinghan looked at Monarch Yanran in front of him. Her jet-black hair was coiled up with a pink jade hairpin, and her round oval face gave off a faint crystalline light. Her snow-white neck made her look like a beautiful swan. At this moment, because she was playing the zither, her neckline was slightly lowered, revealing a pair of white breasts. Especially her focused expression, it was mesmerizing. Yi Qinghan did not move. He stood in the yard and quietly looked at Yanran. Listening to the beautiful zither, he relaxed and felt extremely comfortable. Clang! When the last note was played, Yi Qinghan woke up and saw Yanran with 2 drops of tears at the corner of her eyes. Her expression was pitiful and lovely. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was not looking at Yanran, who was above billions of people, but a pitiful little girl. Looking at her made his heart ache, and he was intoxicated. Yi Qinghan, is Yanran beautiful? Suddenly, Yanran raised her head slightly and smiled. Her tear-stained expression dazzled Yi Qinghan. However, her words surprised Yi Qinghan. Beautiful. Yi Qinghan said subconsciously. It was true that Yanran was an exquisite beauty, and with her status as a monarch, she was even more attractive. Help me kill someone, and Yanran will be yours. Yanran's next words shocked Yi Qinghan again. His mind started to think at lightning speed. Yanran had the strength of a lower 9th grade cultivator. If she wanted him to help her kill someone, the person must be stronger than her. In the immortal realm, there were only 3 people stronger than her. Xianxia knew that he had to kill him. Then there were only 2 people left. The answer was obvious. He said, Is it Qingshan? Yanran's eyes lit up with unforgettable hatred. She said coldly, "That's right. Yanran's entire family was killed by him. Yanran worked hard my whole life to kill him. Unfortunately, I know that with my strength, it is impossible. If you help me kill him, Yanran will be your slave for the rest of my life without complaint." "Why don't you ask Xianxia?" Yi Qinghan asked cautiously. Yanran rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan. Her face was full of charm. She lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Yanran wants revenge, but I don't want to humiliate myself. Yi Qinghan, you meet Yanran's criteria for choosing a husband. Of course, if Xianxia came out a few 100,000 years earlier, I might have already chosen him." Chapter 1183. Hee, you overestimate Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan can't even protect himself now. He is just a stray dog. It's hard to say if he will ever be able to return to the divinity realm. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He didn't agree immediately. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Why did Qingshan want to kill your family?" Monarch Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan bitterly, as if blaming him for not believing her. She lowered her head and sighed. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know that I am a descendant of the Dark Phoenix tribe, one of the 10 ancient tribes? During the Apocalyptic War, the Black Phoenix clan was almost exterminated. They were lucky enough to leave behind a few descendants who concealed their identities and struggled at death's door. Our tribe lived in seclusion at the Qingshan tribe in the South Sea. The Qingshan tribe was considered a very powerful tribe in the divinity realm. The Dark Phoenix tribe had a small population, but the primordial een of the women had a special effect. Your wife, Firework, was from the Thunder God's bloodline. She was similar to the women in our tribe. You should understand." "The Dark Phoenix tribe?" Yi Qinghan was surprised. There was information about the 10 ancient tribes in the Beast God Ancestral Shrine. The Dark Phoenix tribe was indeed among them. He nodded and said, "Yes. Of course I know about Firework." And then? "The Dark Phoenix tribe has always kept a low profile. We are very strict when it comes to choosing a son-in-law. That's why no one knows about us other than the Qingshan tribe. However, in my mother's generation, there was a genius in the Qingshan tribe. He was the 6th son of the previous tribe leader. He fell in love with my mother and found out about our identities from his father. However, my grandfather knew that he was not a good person, so he didn't agree. My mother fell in love with my father and they quickly got married. You can guess what happened next. Qingshan worked hard on his cultivation. His talent is considered to be extraordinary in the divinity realm. Of course, he is still not as good as you. He reached the 9th rank in less than 100,000 years. Because his father opposed the extermination of our tribe, he assassinated his father and became the tribe leader. If my grandfather hadn't foreseen this and sent me away, Yanran would be dead now." Oh, Yi Qinghan was starting to believe him. He had seen Qingshan before, and he was indeed the kind of person who would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Moreover, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he could tell that this person was very tyrannical and cruel. Of course, in the God world, Sikong Changjian, this kind of thing happened countless times every day. This was how cruel the world was. The strong were respected, and strength was supreme. In order to obtain Blue Rain, hadn't Imu captured Blue Rain's parents? Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Monarch Yanran wiped away her tears and turned around. With her back facing Yi Qinghan, she began to undress. When her jade-like back was exposed in front of Yi Qinghan, his breathing quickened. When he saw the Black Phoenix tattoo on Yanran's smooth, snow-white back, which was hidden under her skin, he felt like it was about to come out. He was completely sure that Yanran's words were true. With his powerful eyesight, he knew that this thing could not be faked. Monarch Yanran quickly put on her clothes. Her face was red and hot, as if she was drunk. It was extremely alluring. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice, "You should believe me now, right?" "I'm sorry," Yi Qinghan said sincerely. Letting this pitiful woman recount the tragic events of the past was tantamount to tearing open the scars in her heart. His expression turned solemn as he said, "Lady Yanran, if I, Yi Qinghan, am lucky enough to make a breakthrough and kill Qing Shan, I will definitely help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. However, I believe that when it comes to relationships, both parties should be willing. If you want to use it as a trade, then forget it. You don't have to suffer. No matter what, as long as I have the strength, I will help you. It doesn't matter if you are with me or not. Monarch Yanran's delicate body trembled. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and said, "You don't want to obtain the primordial een of a black phoenix? It is extremely beneficial to a warrior's cultivation." Yi Qinghan looked up to the sky and laughed. His heroic spirit was unparalleled. He looked down at Monarch Yanran and said, "I'd rather not have your body than your heart. What I want is a woman who is willing to follow me, Yi Qinghan, not an item for trade." A strange look flashed in Monarch Yanran's eyes. This man's mind was really strange. If it was not for the fact that she was a woman of the Black Phoenix tribe, even if she was a monarch, she would have already agreed to it. "Lady Yanran, why are you so confident in me?" Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and sat down next to Monarch Yanran. He plucked the zither with his fingers, producing a pleasant sound. Monarch Yanran's eyes lit up. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a hint of obedience, "In this world, who can break through to the 9th grade within 100 years? Who can cultivate for thousands of years and escape the pursuit of 2 9th grade supremes and 1 9th grade supreme martial artist? Only you, Yi Qinghan. I believe that the immortal realm is destined to belong to you." Let's talk about this later." Yi Qinghan felt a little smug from Monarch Yanran's flattery. If it had been someone else, he would not have cared. However, this was a monarch, and a peerless beauty at that. A peerless woman with a fire phoenix primordial een. This was very different. He turned around and remembered the purpose of his visit. He quickly asked, "Lady Yanran, do you know the Fire God tribe?" "The Fire God tribe?" Monarch Yanran nodded and asked curiously, "Of course, why? Do you know if they have any descendants left in the immortal realm?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. Since Yanran was also from the 10 ancient tribes, she must have some understanding of the Fire God tribe. Monarch Yanran said with certainty, "Definitely. According to the records of our ancestors, the Fire God tribe was one of the 3 strongest tribes among the 10 ancient tribes, followed by the Water God tribe and the Beast God tribe. If you want, I can help you look for information about them. There should be records in Grace City. Even if there isn't, the God of War Pavilion must have them." "Alright, hurry up and help me look for descendants of the Fire God. I need them," Yi Qinghan said happily. Monarch Yanran saw that Yi Qinghan was so serious. Although she didn't know why he was looking for this information, she still obediently walked out. When she reached the door of the courtyard, she looked back with a charming smile. "Sit here for a while, Yanran will be back soon." Yi Qinghan looked at Monarch Yanran's graceful figure and left. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of ecstasy. In terms of looks, Yanran could not be compared to fireworks. In terms of temperament, she could not be compared to Yu Qingqing. In terms of figure, she could not be compared to Yin Ling or Pandora. However, her high and mighty status as a 9th grade soul cultivator and her special identity as a member of the Fire Phoenix tribe made Yi Qinghan feel an indescribable temptation. After Monarch Yanran left, the shield in the loft opened automatically. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He used his divine consciousness to check on everyone in Yanran's hut and Monarch Yanran's whereabouts. After confirming that Yanran had only gone to Grace City and there was nothing strange, he was relieved. After half a day, Monarch Yanran teleported back with a booklet in her hand. She looked very excited as if she could help Yi Qinghan. She smiled sweetly like a little girl and said, "It took me a lot of effort to find it. Yi Qinghan, how are you going to thank me?" "I will give you a hug. How about that?" Yi Qinghan used his divine consciousness to check. He grinned and was about to hug Yanran. Monarch Yanran shyly turned around and threw the booklet to Yi Qinghan. Then, she flew into the loft like a happy bird, leaving behind a sweet fragrance in the yard. Chapter 1184. According to the information provided by Sovereign Yanran, the descendants of the Fire God tribe occupied 3 small cities in the divine world. The closest one was in the ethereal continent, Bai Hua Mansion, Zhurong City. Hearing the name Zhurong City, Yi Qinghan was sure that this was a descendant of the fire god tribe because the beast god had said that the first fire god was named Zhurong. He bid farewell to Sovereign Yanran. Although she didn't say anything, she looked like she wanted to go with him. However, Yi Qinghan didn't agree. He only asked her to protect him and help him find information about the divine world. He would come to the divine world often. Once he was sure, he would come to take revenge for her. With Sovereign Yanran staying in the divine world, he would know every movement in the divine world. It would be easier to deal with Shinta Xiong in the future. Under Sovereign Yanran's resentful eyes, Yi Qinghan floated away. After a few teleportations and changing identities, he finally settled down in a small city next to Zhurong City. He didn't go to Zhurong City like an idiot. Instead, he started to observe secretly to confirm Sovereign Yanran's loyalty. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan teleported into Zhurong City. Without using his divine sense, he easily found the descendants of the fire god. The descendants of the fire god had bronze skin, fiery red hair, and protruding foreheads. From afar, they looked like a ball of fire. Yi Qinghan flew to a nearby restaurant and used his divine sense to check on a member of the fire god tribe who only had the strength of a heavenly god. He found that the god power in his body contained an overbearing fire element. His divine crystal was like a ball of fire. When he used his divine sense to check, he felt a burning sensation. Who is it? The heavenly god martial artist on the street clearly felt that something was amiss. He looked around in a daze before walking away in a hurry, baffled. Yi Qinghan continued to check on a few members of the fire god tribe and found that their souls were all fiery red like fire. He couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Qinghan ordered a few plates of good food and wine in the restaurant and continued to observe unhurriedly. Bang! Half a day later, a commotion in the distance attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. A few people from the fire god race, who looked like hedonistic young men, had a dispute with someone. Then they tyrannically attacked. Yi Qinghan immediately probed carefully with his divine sense. As Yi Qinghan had expected, the divine power released by the fire god clansmen also carried the element of fire. Yi Qinghan felt as if a ball of raging fire had spouted from his hand. This fire element god power not only had an overbearing aura but also had a corrosive effect. It could burn and corrode the opponent's god power. Yi Qinghan started to worry. It was not difficult for the specter transformation to imitate the divine power of the fire attribute. However, it only had the form and not the spirit. It definitely didn't have this kind of corrosive ability. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan didn't know much about the history of the fire god clan. If he were to impersonate and enter the fire god's mystic realm, the chances of being discovered would be very high. Humph, how dare you talk back to our young city lord Zhu Bandit? Aren't you courting death? The city lord is currently not in the city, so the young city lord is equivalent to the city lord. If you offend our fire god clan, it will be difficult for you to live well. That's right. It's your honor that the young city lord has taken a liking to your sister. If you follow the young city lord, you and your sister will be guaranteed a lifetime of glory and wealth. At this time, a burst of laughter in the distance attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. Just now, he was only probing the fire god clan's attack, so he didn't know what the situation was. Now that he checked, he discovered that it was actually a few good-for-nothings from the fire god tribe bullying the two siblings. It seemed that the young city lord had taken a fancy to the other party's younger sister. Yi Qinghan swept out with his divine sense and found that the girl was indeed somewhat good-looking. The young girl's brother had already been seriously injured, but he was still struggling to crawl up to protect the terrified young girl. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and had an idea. He threw down a handful of god stones and floated down. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand, which transformed into a field of sparkling starlight and covered the heads of the few good-for-nothings. Those few young masters from the fire god tribe weren't very strong, but they were protected by two fifth-grade war gods. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's strength was also suppressed to that of a fifth-grade war god. However, under the cover of his sword, the two fifth-grade war gods felt as if they were on the ground. One of the fifth-grade war gods attacked Yi Qinghan with a blazing divine power in his hand, while the other immediately protected the three young masters and retreated. Bang! The high-grade divine sword was actually melted by the blazing divine power of the 5th-grade war god. However, the 5th-grade war god was also hit by Yi Qinghan's energy wave and was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. He felt a tightness in his chest. "For you, how dare you attack our young city lord in Zhurong City? Are you courting death?" That 5th-grade war god looked at Yi Qinghan, who was holding a sword hilt, in disbelief. He couldn't understand how a 5th-grade war god like him could be so much stronger than him. "For you, how dare you bully my friend? Do you want Zhurong City to be reduced to ashes?" Yi Qinghan had transformed into a burly middle-aged man. He raised his head high and asked back with a face full of contempt. In fact, he was extremely arrogant. The brother and sister behind Yi Qinghan were astonished. The elder brother forced himself to stand up, and the pretty young girl beside him hurriedly supported him. The two of them looked at Yi Qinghan's burly body with great gratitude. Hearing Yi Qinghan's arrogant tone, the eyes of the young man instantly burned with passion, while the younger sister beside him was somewhat worried. The handsome young city lord, who was being protected by the crowd, saw that Yi Qinghan was only a 5th-grade war god, yet his tone was so arrogant. He flew into a rage and shouted, "It seems that you are really courting death. Captain Luo, release the fireworks and invite the elders to eliminate this man." Swish! Yi Qinghan wouldn't wait for them to call for help. He used the sword hilt in his hand as a hidden weapon and shot it forward. His body, however, was like a ghost, flashing toward the crowd. This time, he didn't release any divine energy. Instead, he clenched his palms into fists, with faint origin energy coiling around them. He smashed his fists toward the two 5th-grade war gods. Bang! The two 5th-grade war gods spat out blood and flew backward before the young city lord could see clearly. In the next second, they discovered that an ice-cold hand had already grabbed their necks. Their bodies were lifted into the air, and their divine crystals were sealed in an instant. Swish! The other two young masters were pushed back a dozen steps by Yi Qinghan's energy wave and fell to the ground on their butts. They stood up in a daze. In a blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan's young city lord and the group of siblings had already disappeared from the scene. They didn't understand what had happened. Venerable One. Although the two 5th-grade war gods were gravely injured, their eyes could clearly see that Yi Qinghan had sent them flying and teleported away with the other three. The two were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. He was actually a venerable one. One had to know that their city lord was only a 6th-grade war god. Not to mention a venerable one, even a 7th-grade war god could annihilate the entire Zhurong city. Half a day later, on a deserted street in a small city in the western part of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan stopped teleporting. He threw a bag of divine stones to the two siblings and said with a smile, "This small city is safer. You two siblings can settle down here from now on." "Thank you, my lord, for your great kindness. We siblings can't thank you enough. May I know your name, so that we can repay your kindness in the future?" The young man's injuries were instantly healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's means along the way, he knew that he had met an expert. He hurriedly pulled his sister and knelt down to pay his respects to Yi Qinghan. The young girl looked at Yi Qinghan with starry eyes. "I'm just lending you a hand. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it." Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh. Under the admiring and grateful gazes of the two siblings, he carried the fainted young city lord and teleported away. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared in the wilderness. He slightly released his aura and forced back a few low-level demonic beasts in the vicinity. He threw the young city lord onto the ground and woke him up. Then he sneered and said, "Young city lord, if we cooperate, you have a chance to live. If not, you will spend the night in a demonic beast's stomach." Chapter 1185. The young city lord was clearly a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Every time Yi Qinghan interrogated, he almost told Yi Qinghan about how many people his father had an affair with. The Fire God clan, as the young city lord, he knew a lot. Yi Qinghan interrogated for more than 2 hours before he figured out all the information about the Fire God clan in this young city lord's mind. It was just a pity that Yi Qinghan still did not obtain how to let divine power possess the fire attribute that could burn the enemy. Your Excellency, what you want to know, I've told you everything. Your Excellency is magnanimous. Just treat Zhu Bandit as a fart and let him go. The young city lord's handsome face was about to cry from worry at this moment. He did not expect that he only teased a young girl, but it drew out such a powerful enemy. The supremacy, that was an existence that even his father had to look up to. All right, this lord will let you go. You can go. Yi Qinghan casually waved his hand. That young city lord saw Yi Qinghan's very serious look and hurriedly rejoiced. He kowtowed, turned around and ran. Just running a few steps, he turned around and ran back again, kneeling towards Yi Qinghan in horror and said, Your Excellency, this is the wilderness. Zhu Bandit only has divine general strength. How can he return to the city safely? Zhu Bandit will definitely be torn apart by demonic beasts. It's up to your fate. There are 8 divine king-level demonic beasts nearby. The nearest city is only 10,000 miles away. You still have a chance to return safely. Remember, if you run into Dog's hit luck and return to the city, you're not allowed to reveal any information about me. Otherwise, this lord will destroy your Zhurong city. Yi Qinghan chuckled and no longer looked at Zhu Bandit, whose face was ashen with fear on the ground, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan did not lie to Zhu Bandit. He really had a chance to return if his luck was good. But this chance was very slim, only 1 in 10,000. The reason why he did not kill Zhu Bandit was not because Yi Qinghan was soft-hearted. But just now, he thought of a very good idea to let his divine power possess the burning ability of the Fire God clan. His mood was very good. Fire Phoenix Sword. Standing on top of a mountain, Yi Qinghan took out the Fire Phoenix Sword from the War Emperor Palace. The Fire Phoenix in this sword was similar to the Fire God race's Fire Divine Power. It had the ability to burn and corrode. As long as he circulated his divine power in the Fire Phoenix Sword when he made a move, it would naturally have some burning and corrosive properties. Zhu Bang had said that the best way to distinguish whether someone was from the Fire God race was to release their divine power. The characteristics of the Fire God race's divine power were very difficult to imitate. Yi Qinghan released a wave of divine power and controlled the Flame Phoenix inside to not fly out. Yi Qinghan released his divine power and hacked down towards the nearby mountains. Boom! Rocks flew in all directions, and a deep groove was carved on the ground. The soil and rocks on both sides were pitch black, and the trees were set ablaze. It was just as Yi Qinghan had guessed. Hi, not bad. Fire Phoenix Sword change. 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 Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He turned the Fire Phoenix Sword into a glove and attached it to his left hand. Even superior-grade divine artifacts could be lengthened and transformed at will. Transcendent-grade divine artifacts were even easier. It's done. Prepare to go to the Fire God's arcane land. I must get the heart of the Fire God. Yi Qinghan was full of confidence. He already knew the information about the Fire God race and the history of Zhurong City. Now that the most difficult problem was solved, he would definitely be able to deceive everyone when he went to the Fire God's arcane land. Even if he couldn't get the heart of the Fire God, he could at least protect himself. I'll go back to the Fire Dragon continent first and send the Night Emperor back. I'll talk to Qingwu and the rest before entering the Fire God's arcane land peacefully. This time, Yi Qinghan planned to sneak in quietly. He might stay in the Fire God's arcane land for a longer period of time. Moreover, he was an impulsive person. It was obvious that it was not safe for the Night Emperor to stay in the War Emperor Palace. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to arrange everything before taking a gamble and entering the Fire God's arcane land. Fortunately, he had obtained the map of the divine world from the Beast God Ancestral Shrine. He had a rough idea of the location of the Fire Dragon Plain. Otherwise, he would have to either barge into the Misty City to activate the teleportation portal or search the endless void based on his memory. Along the way, Yi Qinghan arrived at the city in the east of the Misty Continent. After a few teleportations, he left the mountain range in the east and shot up into the sky. He searched for a weak spot in the space and entered the endless void. The map of the beast god's arcane land is indeed accurate. The huge plain in front should be the Leo King's plain. If I fly in a straight line like this, I should be able to find the fire dragon plain in less than half a year. With the origin energy protecting his body, Yi Qinghan flew at full speed while trying to understand the space combination esoteric skill. Half a year later, he arrived at the fire dragon continent safely. You want to go to the fire god's arcane land alone? On the rooftop of the dark castle, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingwu and the other two to sit under the grape trellis. Lord Devourer and the enchantress Mo Xiaoxiao sat opposite them. As soon as he told them his intention, Yi Qingwu screamed in fear. Fireworks and Yi Qingyu also looked worried. The beast god's arcane land belonged to Yi Qinghan's people, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. But the fire god's arcane land, Yi Qinghan smiled, telling them about the fire god armor and his plan. This time, not only Yi Qingwu's group, but also Lord Devourer and the enchantress Mo Xiaoxiao were moved. Supreme Spirit Treasure. This fire god armor is a supreme spirit treasure? And it's the strongest supreme spirit treasure in the divine world? Lord Devourer apparently knew something about the supreme spirit treasure. He stood up with a strange look, walking back and forth on the grape trellis. After a while, his eyes became resolute. He waved his hand and said, "We must get the fire god's heart. This fire god's heart must be obtained. Little Han, this risk is worth taking. The enchantress, you go with Han. Your restriction level is much higher than mine. Help him break the barrier of the transfer plane. Han has the ghost transformation and the fire phoenix sword. It shouldn't be a big problem if he keeps a low profile. Once you get the supreme spirit treasure, tear the space and come to the endless void. I'll control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to meet you outside the fire god's arcane land. It's hard for me to arrange the ancient restrictions, but it shouldn't be hard to break them and find the entrance." The enchantress nodded. She had always liked restrictions, and the Soul Emperor had taught her a lot. The most important thing was that she had been studying the Battle Emperor's restrictions. Her progress was godly, and now, she could help Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was a little skeptical. "Lord, do you know the location of the fire god's arcane land? Take this. I forgot to give it to you last time." Lord Devourer threw him a jade slip and said, "That year, the Soul Emperor and I had explored almost the entire divine world. This is the map of the plains near the divine world. Basically, all the middle-grade plains are marked. You have a lot of source energy. As long as you escape to the endless void, with this map, you can return to the fire dragon continent." Yi Qinghan scanned it and was overjoyed. The map in the beast god ancestral shrine was vague and only had a general direction. However, Lord Devourer's map had the names of many plains. It was very accurate. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan and the enchantress bid farewell to everyone. From the endless void, they flew towards the giant divine world that looked like a scorching sun. It was the easiest to find the divine world from a material plane. Such a huge plane was easy to find. Leaving the enchantress to stay in the Battle Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan sneaked into the divine world one more time. This time, he didn't stop and went straight to the Blood Knight continent. The divine world had 4 great death traps. The first was the Evil Abyss, the second was the Seal God Valley, the third was the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the fourth was the Blazing Flame Cave. From the beast god, Yi Qinghan knew that the Poison Dragon Swamp was the entrance to the fire god's arcane land. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan arrived at a swamp area where corpses were scattered everywhere. The enchantress stood next to him. The enchantress looked around. Her limpid eyes sparkled as if she could see through everything. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile that could make any man in the divine world fall head over heels for her. "This swamp is full of restrictions. Anyone who enters will die. No wonder it's the 3rd death trap of the divine world. I didn't expect that it's the entrance to the fire god's arcane land." Chapter 1186. Hee, maybe the 4th impasse, the Flaming Mountain, is the entrance to the Water Mystery Land. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Since the first 3 impasses were man-made, the 4th impasse was likely to be deliberately arranged by an expert to prevent people from approaching. Looking at the Poison Dragon Swamp, Yi Qinghan felt that it was not as hidden as the entrance to the Beast God Mystery Land. Although there were restrictions everywhere, level 9 experts would definitely come to investigate, and the Blood Knight Monarch would definitely have come to investigate. If the Blood Knight Monarch knew about restrictions, he could easily break in, and the Fire God Mystery Land would be exposed to the Immortal Realm. Little Han, follow me. The restrictions outside are all simple and can be broken easily, but it's better not to destroy them, or it will attract attention. The enchantress twisted her plump buttocks and flew forward like a butterfly. Yi Qinghan was burning with anger. He hadn't cultivated laws in seclusion for a long time, and the enchantress was busy understanding restrictions and controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly around. Yi Qinghan hadn't tasted her unique masterpiece for a long time, and he even missed it. The enchantress was like a butterfly flying in and out of the swamp, and Yi Qinghan quickly followed her. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the two of them didn't touch a single restriction for a whole hour. The enchantress, how did your understanding of restrictions become so powerful? Yi Qinghan's body flashed, and he held the enchantress's slender waist, letting her fly with him, and asked in surprise. Hee, it's not that I understand quickly, but that Battle Emperor's restrictions are powerful. From the looks of it, Battle Emperor's comprehension of restrictions is unprecedented in this void. The Yao Ji turned around and smiled. She didn't stop, and continued to fly forward with Yi Qinghan. However, because Yi Qinghan's hands had stealthily climbed onto the Yao Ji's twin peaks, she twisted her body, and hurriedly stopped. She said angrily, "Don't mess around, little Han. There are so many restrictions here. If someone touches the restrictions like this, we'll all be in trouble." Then we'll talk about it when we're safe. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yao Ji's flirtatious look. He quickly suppressed the evil fire in his heart and followed Yao Ji forward. Half a day later, Yao Ji stopped. She looked a little lost. She furrowed her eyebrows and said, "There's no way out here. There are restrictions on 3 sides, unless we break them by force." Yi Qinghan didn't panic at all. He smiled leisurely and said, "There's a way. There's a cave in front of us. It's just that you can't detect it. As long as we break the restriction in front of us, we can enter the cave. I reckon that this cave is the entrance to the transit plane." I didn't expect your divine sense to be ridiculously strong, able to probe through the restrictions. Just you wait, watch me break this restriction. Yao Ji's eyes lit up. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul, even the restrictions in the transit plane would be easy to break. As long as Yi Qinghan could detect that there were fewer restrictions on the side, he could take the most correct path and avoid a lot of trouble. The restrictions on the outside were relatively simple. It only took Yao Ji a few moments before the scenery in front of her changed. A dark cave appeared in front of her. The two of them flew into the cave happily. After entering, Yao Ji didn't find a single restriction. The cave was very safe. At the end of the cave, there was a shining teleportation door. That's right. This must lead to the transit plane. Yao Ji, after you help me break the restriction on the transit plane, come back here and wait for me. There shouldn't be anyone coming here, so your safety is guaranteed. Yi Qinghan looked at the portal, then turned to look at the surroundings of the cave and said, "Don't worry about me. I will set up some small restrictions on the side path. Even if someone enters and exits the cave, they won't find me. My current level of restriction is not low." Yao Ji felt her man's sincere concern. She smiled sweetly and said affectionately. Yi Qinghan suddenly picked her up and said with a smile, "This time, I don't know how long I will be in there. You have been waiting outside for a long time. I will give you a reward first." Yao Ji's body softened after being hugged by Yi Qinghan. She wrapped her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck. Her eyes were full of love. She opened her beautiful lips and said softly, "Yao Ji wants you to accompany me for 3 days. I will accompany you for 5 days. Yi Qinghan laughed. His body flashed and the two of them entered the War Emperor Palace. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan came out with a pale face. He was trembling as he walked. Yao Ji, on the other hand, looked satisfied. Her skin was glowing and she was glowing. The two of them rested for a while. Yi Qinghan used the ghost transformation to look like the young city lord of Zhurong City, Zhubanan. He had fiery red hair and bronze-colored skin. He was extremely handsome. The divine power in his body had also turned into the fire attribute divine power of the fire god clan. Of course, it was only in appearance. Without the fire phoenix sword, it was impossible to imitate it. The two of them stepped into the teleportation door. A white light flashed. Just as the beast god said, it was a transfer plane. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and there were restrictions everywhere. Different from the transfer plane in the beast god's secret skill, Yi Qinghan felt a kind of pressure and killing intent as soon as he entered. It was as if countless fierce beasts were staring at him. A killing array. Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. Yi Qinghan knew that he would trigger the killing array after entering, but Yao Ji simply sensed it. Don't touch little Han. Don't use your divine sense. Let me observe carefully. The place where we are standing is definitely safe, but if we move, we will definitely trigger a powerful restriction. Yao Ji immediately transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Then she didn't use her divine sense. Her eyes flashed with a green light as she started to look around. Green eyes, Yao Ji, you actually learned the green eyes mentioned in the War Emperor's restriction study. Haha, looks like the restrictions in this transit mystic realm are going to be easily broken by you. Yi Qinghan looked at the green light in Yao Ji's eyes and suddenly understood. No wonder Lord Devour said that Yao Ji was much more skilled than him. It seemed that he had been immersed in his cultivation and didn't care about his wives enough. He felt a little guilty. Yao Ji smiled, her green eyes glancing at him. Hee, I can't break through any rule, so I can only rely on this restriction. Otherwise, you have so many wives and you're so fickle. Maybe after hundreds of thousands of years, Yao Ji will be banished to the cold palace by you, and you won't pamper me anymore. How could it be? God Emperor, Yao Ji, Yi Qinghan, will never betray you. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He sighed inwardly. The women of the bewitching tribe were the best gifts that God gave to men. Not only were they extremely bewitching, but they were also excellent in bed. They were also obedient and considerate of their man. This trip to the other plane wasn't in vain. Yi Qinghan sighed. He had so many beauties. Even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Yao Ji could feel Yi Qinghan's thoughts from his eyes. She smiled tenderly and didn't talk anymore. A beam of God power extended from her hand, slowly exploring the area. She was trying to break the restriction. The process of breaking the restriction was really slow and complicated. Yi Qinghan was so bored that he decided to collect all the information about the Fire God tribe to avoid exposing himself. Yao Ji's understanding of the restriction had reached a high level. Although the restriction in this transfer plane was really tough, she was able to break it. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul consciousness, her progress was fast. Half a year later, the two of them stood in front of a fiery red door. Yi Qinghan hugged Yao Ji, kissing her passionately. After a while, their lips parted. Yi Qinghan gazed at Yao Ji, speaking with deep emotion. Go to that cave and wait for me. I will get the fire god's heart. After speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and stepped into the door. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed. Yi Qinghan found himself in an incomparably hot world. The surroundings were fiery red. This was a valley, and he was standing in the middle of a teleportation array. It was similar to the teleportation array in the divine world. However, the valley and the teleportation array were smaller. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan quietly released his soul consciousness and was about to explore the surroundings, the space in the valley trembled. 5 fiery red figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They didn't say a word. The 5 of them revolved their soul consciousness and rushed towards him. Chapter 1187. What the F***CK, what's going on? Yi Qinghan shuddered. The way the experts from the fire mystery realm welcomed him was too warm, wasn't it? He tried his best to suppress the urge to slap these people to death. In a split second, Yi Qinghan's mind worked like a precise machine. To kill or not to kill? To block or not to block? He came to a decision on these 2 questions in an instant. A strand of origin energy revolved around Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan quickly retreated, but he did not counterattack. He only shouted in fear, "Senior, please stop. I am a descendant of the Fire God clan." The 5 fists trembled in that instant and continued to attack him. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness locked onto the 5 of them and dispersed the space power that he was about to condense. The 5 fists landed on his body. The huge force was like an avalanche. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He smashed into the rocks behind him and his body landed heavily on the ground. Yi Qinghan felt that all the bones in his body were broken. There was not a complete piece of flesh on his body. He endured the immense pain and controlled the soul ring to not heal himself. If not for his divine consciousness sensing that they had held back a little, Yi Qinghan would have killed them long ago. Of course, he could only break the void and escape in the end. You guys, a tearing pain spread through his body. Yi Qinghan still divided his energy to control the spirit transformation and imitate the appearance of the Fire God clan. He glared at them angrily. After saying a few words, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He lay on the ground powerlessly as if he had died. "It's really us from the Fire God clan. How did this brat get in?" "Oh no, boss. We killed our clansman. The clan leader and the great General King will kill us." "We're done for, boss. Should we destroy the corpse to get rid of the evidence?" "You 4 idiots. That brat is not dead yet. However, if he complains to the clan leader, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Should we silence him?" "But boss, we will still be sentenced to death if we kill our clansmen. What should we do? What should we do? Sigh, what a headache. This brat is really something. No one has come in for tens of millions of years. Suddenly, someone came in. We thought it was an invasion from another race." Just as Yi Qinghan was using the divine crystal and circulating his divine power to slowly heal his injuries, the 5 old men in the sky gathered together and pointed at Yi Qinghan. They were discussing in low voices, in a daze. The strangest thing was, all 5 of them looked exactly the same. They all looked like little old men with bronze skin and fiery red hair. All of them were balding. Why did he look a little silly? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Experts who could cultivate to a certain realm were all extremely intelligent people. Although the 5 of them were extremely intelligent, since they could become venerables, they were definitely not fools. Could it be an act? But there was no reason to pretend. Yi Qinghan no longer paid attention to them. He controlled the divine crystal and used his divine power to completely heal his body. Then he opened his eyes and looked at them. He didn't say anything and just stared at them. The few bald, skinny old men were at a loss when they saw that Yi Qinghan had woken up. Then, under Yi Qinghan's stare, none of them dared to speak. They felt a little uneasy. They felt like children who had done something wrong and were being stared at by their parents. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. What were these old farts playing at? He pondered for a moment and decided to test them. He pretended to be incomparably angry and said, "Why did you attack me?" He. The 5 old men blushed and rubbed their hands at the same time. Their actions were exactly the same. They looked even more embarrassed. Finally, the old man on the far left said with a face full of shame, "What? That's right. We must have drunk too much last night. We made a mistake and thought you weren't one of us. I'm sorry, young man. We, the 5 elders of Nanshan, will apologize to you. We promise there won't be a next time." "Yes, Big Brother is right. Little brother, we did drink too much last night. Big brother and second brother are both right. That must be the case. Big brother, second brother, and third brother are right. Full. Could it be that these people are really idiots?" Yi Qinghan looked at them. His divine sense detected that their souls did not fluctuate at all. Obviously, they were not lying. He couldn't help but wonder if they were really fools. Or did they only have the intelligence of a few years old? But how did they cultivate to the venerable realm? Why would the Fire God's arcane realm send a few fools to guard the teleportation portal? Just an apology? Do you know? I was almost killed by you just now. If I didn't react fast enough, I would have been dead. The anger in Yi Qinghan's eyes burned even more fiercely. He decided to continue to test them and see if he could take advantage of them. He staggered to his feet, pointed at them and said, "No, the 5 of you must come down. Each of you give me a punch. If you don't die, I'll forget about it. Of course, in order to respect you, I will do my best." Big brother, what he said seems to make sense. Indeed, we give him a punch and he gives us a punch. It's very fair. Idiot, we didn't do our best just now. He is also a venerable. If he gives us a punch with all his strength, won't we all be killed? Big brother is right. If we die, there will be no more wine to drink. This won't do. As soon as Yi Qinghan said a sentence, the 5 of them immediately answered one after another. They looked very serious, but their words were very childish. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that they kept talking as if there was no end to it, he hurriedly shouted, "All of you, shut up." After being shouted at by Yi Qinghan, the 5 of them looked at each other and then felt that something was wrong. They were stronger than Yi Qinghan, and there were 5 of them. Why should they be afraid of Yi Qinghan? They suddenly flew into a rage, but before they could speak, Yi Qinghan said coldly again, "Why are you guys always chattering here? I was seriously injured by your attack just now, and my injury has not been fully healed. You are like 100 flies buzzing nonstop. At this moment, not only my physical injury has worsened, but my spirit has also been severely injured. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will report you to the patriarch of the Fire God clan and kill all of you." When the 5 of them heard this, their faces became blank again, and then they became frightened. Then they gathered together and kept talking. Finally, they unanimously agreed to compensate Yi Qinghan. Mother****, they are really fools. This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be at a loss. He was testing them like this. No matter how good a person was at pretending, they would be exposed. But he had been locking on the souls of the 5 of them. When they spoke, there was not the slightest fluctuation. They were indeed not lying. Seeing that the 5 of you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will be magnanimous and forgive you for the physical and mental harm you have caused to me. Just a little compensation will do. Well, just give me 8 or 10 transcendent-grade divine artifacts, and I will let this matter go." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. It would be best if the 5 of them snatched the fire god's heart for him. Then he could immediately escape far away, pack up, and go home to have sex with women. But these 5 people were so poor that they only had a pair of underwear left. Not only did they not have transcendent-grade divine artifacts, they did not even have supreme-grade divine artifacts. That 3rd brother hesitated for a long time before he took out an item that was said to be a treasure of the heavens and earth. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was just a low-grade divine artifact, his eyes almost went blind. After a long, friendly negotiation, both parties finally reached an agreement. The 5 of them owed Yi Qinghan their lives. As long as they were in the Fire God Mystery Realm, if Yi Qinghan needed help, the 5 of them would do their best to help him once. Of course, it must not go against the so-called principles in their hearts. After they finished talking about the serious matters, Yi Qinghan's expression softened. Instantly, he became a respectful junior. Not only did he give each of them a high-grade divine artifact, but he also took out some delicious and fun things from the immortal world. He started to have a conscious and purposeful conversation with the 5 of them. Chapter 1188. After chatting with the 5 for a long time, both sides were extremely satisfied. Yi Qinghan got the information he wanted. This time, the 5 of them were really drunk by the fine wine from the divine world that Yi Qinghan brought. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. The 5 of them were indeed out of their minds. The 5 elders of Nanshan were quintuplets. It was said that they had a strange spiritual body. The 5 of them improved together. According to them, they were very talented and became venerable ones in just 5 million years. However, there was one time when the 5 of them practiced a joint attack technique together, and their souls were accidentally injured. In the end, he was sent by the Grand Elder to guard this incomparably important teleportation formation for the Fire God clan. Ever since the Fire God's descendants came in, no one had ever entered this teleportation array. Guarding this place was no different from being imprisoned here. Yi Qinghan looked at the 5 of them and secretly laughed. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate these 5 clowns, right? If the few of them lived in the city, they might just randomly smash things like this every day and set a few houses on fire. The 5 of them were very strong, so sending them here was the best solution. After bidding farewell to the drunken 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan slowly flew toward the outside of the valley. His divine senses also quietly probed the surroundings. From the nonsense of the 5 elders of Nanshan, he had roughly grasped the situation of the fire god's arcane realm. Now that he had quietly investigated it, he basically understood it. The fire god's secret realm was filled with countless islands. The largest island was only as big as Peach Blossom Island. The islands were divided into 3 groups, north, south, and east. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was on the easternmost island. Apart from the 5 elders of Nanshan, there was no one else on the island. While chatting with the 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan found out about the interesting situation in the fire god mystery realm. The eastern islands were under the command of the great general king, the northern islands were under the command of the grand elder, and the southern islands were under the command of the fire god clan chief. It seemed like the 3 parties were hostile to each other. Did the warriors under him fight each other often? This situation made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. Yi Qinghan guessed that it was very likely to be the same as the Beast Arcane Realm. The Fire God, the Grand Elder, and the Great General Lord deliberately let their subordinates fight against each other so that the Fire God clansmen would not lose their courage. Moreover, the world-destroying battle back then was also a heavy blow to the Fire God race. If they didn't find a place to vent the hostility in their hearts, they would go crazy sooner or later. As he flew slowly, Yi Qinghan's divine sense could sense that the teleportation island was very large. There were restrictive spells everywhere on the ground, in the air, and on the island. However, they were all small restrictions and could only be used as a warning. In particular, the sky outside the island was covered with restrictive spells. Relying on his powerful divine sense, Yi Qinghan avoided those restrictions and quietly flew out of the island. He did not dare to teleport. The fire god's arcane realm was too big. He was only quietly investigating the situation in the east. Before fully understanding the situation, keeping a low profile could save his life. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. At least he had a way to escape. If the situation wasn't right, he would immediately head to the endless void. He did not dare to investigate the specific strength of the experts in the fire god's arcane realm. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. After leaving the island, Yi Qinghan dived into the sea, but he did not dare to hide. He did not know if there were any 9th-grade supreme beings in the fire god's arcane realm, or if there were any special abilities. It was better to be careful. The bottom of the sea was very beautiful, but there were no powerful sea beasts. Yi Qinghan sneaked all the way to the east and prepared to quietly go to the island. He wanted to get an identity and understand the situation first. After sneaking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan finally arrived at the bottom of a small island. However, he did not dare to go directly to the island. Instead, he concealed his aura and began to quietly investigate the situation on the island. This was a beautiful island with a small population, only tens of thousands of people. The strongest expert was only a 5th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan was very patient. He sat cross-legged on the bottom of the sea, as if he was cultivating at the bottom of the sea. His divine sense had been quietly exploring the island. The island was the gathering place of a small family. The shield was always turned on. There were no outsiders. Basically, entering and exiting the island was through a small transportation matrix. If Yi Qinghan suddenly broke in from the outside, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to stop the impersonation of Zhu Bandit. However, no one except the 5 lunatics found him. He had the idea of pretending to be a warrior in the fire god's arcane realm. After all, an outsider, even if he was a family member, could easily arouse the vigilance of the peak experts. He was not anxious, and he did not dare to be anxious. Although he was not sure what level the peak experts here were. However, Yi Qinghan could faintly sense with his aura that there were many ninth-grade supreme beings in the fire god's arcane realm. As to what level they were, he did not dare to investigate. However, with so many ninth-grade supreme beings, once his identity was exposed, he would not even have the chance to escape into the endless void. Being in a foreign land, Yi Qinghan felt that if he could avoid killing, it would be best not to kill. After all, he had bad intentions and sneaked in to steal someone's treasure. Good chance. Half a month later, a battle tens of thousands of miles away in the sea attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. A ship was intercepted by several other ships, and a fierce battle broke out between the two ships. They were all from the Fire God clan. Yi Qinghan immediately sneaked over and used his divine senses to investigate the situation there. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that there were no experts who came to stop the battle between the two sides. Most importantly, the divine senses of the experts from the nearby Big Islands did not detect anything. The side with more people was completely like the god bandits in the divine world. They killed everyone and took their divine gems and space rings, then left leisurely. People from the Fire God clan leader's side? Why did they kill the martial artists from the great general lord's side? Yi Qinghan thought doubtfully when he heard the curses of a small number of people before they died. Then he quietly followed the few ships. These ships were similar to the dragon boats, all driven by martial artists. There were 3 or 4 supreme beings in them, and one was a peak supreme being. However, Yi Qinghan followed them from afar, and they did not notice. After following them for a month, Yi Qinghan discovered that these large ships were running amok outside the eastern archipelago. As long as it was a cultivator from the eastern archipelago, they would kill them on sight. They were extremely ruthless. Moreover, on the eastern islands, all the islands' shields were open. Even if they saw the battle outside, they did not dare to come out and help. However, their eyes were burning with anger. The situation in the Fire God Mystery Realm is so bad? This great general lord actually doesn't care? He let the Fire God clan leaders' people kill the martial artists here? Strange. Yi Qinghan had a headache. Basically, every island's shield was open, and he could not force his way in. He did not know the situation, and he did not dare to kill the martial artists on these ships. For a moment, he did not know how to sneak in. Oh no, this group of beasts is actually massacring the island. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about how to sneak in, a small island in front of him suddenly had its shield broken by a few supreme beings. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists swarmed over. Before Yi Qinghan could think about what to do, more than 10,000 martial artists and civilians on the island were all killed. A small number of beautiful women were taken away and robbed. What a beast! They don't even let the civilians go. This is called the Fire Demon Army? Wait until I figure out the situation, I will definitely kill you all. Chapter 1189. Yi Qinghan secretly clenched his teeth. He had killed countless people and was known as a human-shaped demon in the immortal realm. However, he had never killed a commoner. Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and disappeared. He quietly snuck onto the island and cremated the corpse of a young man on the island. At the same time, he went to the home of the strongest expert on the island and took all the information. He immediately returned to the bottom of the sea and transformed into the young man. He studied the information of this small family while paying close attention to the situation on the island. As expected, someone is here. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. The island had been slaughtered, so someone would definitely come to investigate. He silently memorized the information in his hands. Then, he quickly made a detour and flew toward the island from the sea. Patriarch, you bastards, I will kill you all. Yi Qinghan, coincidentally, encountered the tragic scene of corpses on the island. Seeing the grief-stricken faces of the few people in the small teleportation formation, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. He held a low-grade divine artifact in his hand and madly attacked the few people. Zhu Kuang, don't be rash. Your adoptive father and clansmen were not killed by us. They were killed by the Fire Demon Army. A burly man with a fiery red beard in the teleportation formation shouted at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He had just casually investigated and found that this young man had a decent aptitude. He had just reached 5th grade war god and was standing next to the strongest expert on the island. Therefore, he impersonated him. He did not even know what his current identity was. He did not expect that someone would recognize him. This was like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was about to sleep. Fire demon army, I will kill them. Yi Qinghan raised his head and howled in grief. However, he was secretly laughing and admiring his acting skills. In his previous life, he might have won an Oscar or something like that. He seemed to have completely sunk into a berserk state. He looked around blankly, and then his entire body emitted fire divine power. He carried a tyrannical aura as he charged out of the island. Zhu Xiong, hurry up and stop this silly boy. With his rash temper, he's going to die. The old man with a fiery red beard hurriedly called out to the man and woman beside him. The two of them immediately came to their senses and chased after Yi Qinghan. The girl called Zhu Yuer's strength had reached the peak of 5th grade war god, and the one called Zhu Xiong's strength had reached 6th grade war god. They caught up with Yi Qinghan in no time and forcefully pulled him back. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan, who had fallen into a state of madness, and roared, "Zhu Kuang, what's the point of being so rash? If you are still a man, you should work hard to cultivate and think of a way to avenge your adoptive father and your clansmen. The fire demon army has gone too far this time. I will definitely report this to the great General Lord and have her seek justice for all of you." Yi Qinghan did not know how to respond. He could only pretend to be incomparably enraged and continuously roared. His brain was spinning rapidly. After a long time, he coldly said, "There's no need to report this to the great General Lord. This debt of blood, Ai Kuang, will personally avenge myself." What boldness! No wonder Zhu Fei accepted you as his adoptive son. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of admiration. Zhu Yuer, who was beside him, also had a look of admiration in her beautiful eyes. The red-bearded old man saw that Yi Qinghan was covered in grief and seemed to remember something. He sighed deeply and said, "Sigh, don't blame the great General Lord. If not for her, our bloodline would have been annihilated by the fire god's bloodline. It's already not easy for a woman like her to bitterly endure for so many years. Zhu Xiong, you guys, bury the people on the island." Zhu Xiong led a few people to collect all the corpses on the island and bury them separately. Yi Qinghan pretended to be incomparably grief-stricken. He kept his eyes closed and did not say a word. He did not shed a single tear, but his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His stubborn act made the red-bearded old man, Zhu Yuer, and the others feel sorry for him. Afterward, the red-bearded old man pulled Yi Qinghan into the transportation formation. With a flash of white light, he was transported to a large island nearby. There were millions of martial artists on this island. This red-bearded old man was the island master. His name was Zhu Tai. He had the strength of a venerable and was the commander of tens of thousands of small islands nearby. That was why he had gone to investigate when something happened on that island. Yi Qinghan secretly rejoiced as he continued to pretend. He ignored everyone and did not say a word. He was extremely cold. Zhu Tai was not offended. He only asked Zhu Yuer to take care of Yi Qinghan while he used another transportation formation on the island to teleport away. Yi Qinghan was extremely comfortable. He openly stayed in the island master's residence. However, he still pretended to be cold to the end. Other than Zhu Yuer, he did not see anyone. He pretended to be cultivating in the small pavilion of the island master's residence. He did not take a step out of the pavilion. Of course, he was quietly investigating the surrounding situation and collecting information. Zhu Yuer was Zhu Tai's daughter. She was the #1 beauty on the island. Zhu Xiong was Zhu Yuer's brother. He was the #1 genius on the island. Zhu Xiong could not stand Yi Qinghan's cold demeanor. After they parted ways, he did not come to see him. On the contrary, Zhu Yuer seemed to pity Yi Qinghan. She often came to show concern for Yi Qinghan and asked about his well-being. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly touched and ashamed. After staying on the island for half a year, Yi Qinghan basically understood the situation of the fire god's arcane realm. However, he had a headache. The situation of the fire god's arcane realm was very complicated. It was extremely complicated. The fire god's arcane realm was divided into 3 factions. The bosses of the 3 factions were the fire god clan leader, the great general lord, and the grand elder. The 3 of them were all peak rank 9, the level of the ice queen. On the side of the fire god clan leader, there was a powerhouse who had just broken through to rank 9 and 5 powerhouses below rank 9. On the side of the grand elder, there were 8 lower rank 9 elders. The weakest was on the side of the great general lord. Moreover, the great general lord was actually a woman. She only had 3 lower rank 9 powerhouses under her. The 3 factions were not what Yi Qinghan thought. It was just to prevent the fire god clan from losing their courage. He purposely let the people below him fight each other. It was true hostility. Moreover, there were a few wars that broke out. The great general lord's faction was almost exterminated. If it was not for the appearance of this generation's great general lord, they would have been swallowed by the other 2 factions. The reason for the 3 factions' rebellion was very simple. The 3 factions all thought that they were the orthodox fire god clan. They all wanted to be above the other 2 factions. It was said that in the past, outside the realm of gods, the hatred between the 3 factions was already very deep. After entering the fire god's arcane realm, the fire god clan members were extremely depressed because of the apocalypse. They often engaged in scuffles. As more people died, the hatred became deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve. The fire demon army was sent by the faction of the fire god clan leader. Originally, it was just to ambush passing ships in the open sea. Unexpectedly, the island was massacred this time. According to Zhu Tai, it was very likely that another war between the 3 factions would break out soon. What gave Yi Qinghan the most headache was that he had eavesdropped on many conversations between Zhu Tai and others. There was no information about the fire god's heart. As one of the dozens of commanders on the side of the great general lord, Zhu Tai had the authority to meet the great general lord directly. Logically, he should have some understanding of this thing. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only think of a way to get close to the great general lord. Therefore, a peerless genius who was bent on revenge because his clansmen were massacred by the fire demon army appeared. In 10 years, Yi Qinghan's strength, which was originally only a 5th grade war god, skyrocketed to 6th grade. 50 years later, he reached 7th grade. The entire eastern city was shocked. Yi Qinghan had just broken through a few days ago. Zhu Tai received a message from the great general lord yesterday. He wanted to summon the peerless genius of the younger generation. Chapter 1190. Zhu Kuang. You're amazing. The general lord will be summoning you in a few days. In a small attic in the corner of the island master's mansion, a fiery red figure floated in like a roasted cloud. Her skin was the color of wheat, and her whole body was brimming with the vitality of a young girl. Her eyes were hot, and her figure was plump, but she had a slender waist. Zhu Yu was worthy of being the first beauty on the island. Her unique temperament was very attractive to men. Oh! Yi Qinghan responded coldly. Zhu Tai had already sent a message to him. He estimated that it was about time to attract the attention of the general lord. In fact, it was already very difficult for Yi Qinghan to break through from level 5 to level 7 in 60 years. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of all the level 9 experts, Yi Qinghan would have broken through long ago. It had been decades. The enchantress in the cave and Yi Qingyu and the others outside the endless void must have been very tired waiting. Looking at Yi Qinghan's absent-minded appearance, especially the gentleness and yearning unintentionally emitted from his eyes at this moment, Zhu Yu's heart seemed to be hit by something, and her whole body trembled. The Zhu Kuang that Yi Qinghan disguised as was a few hundred years younger than her, but at this moment, she felt that Zhu Kuang had a mature temperament. This temperament, this kind of deep and gentle gaze, was the most attractive to proud women. Girls liked men, usually because of their appearance, temperament, and identity. But a woman with the precipitation of time liked a man with a story, connotation, and temperament the most. There was no doubt that the temperament that Yi Qinghan unintentionally showed at this moment moved Zhu Yu's heart slightly. Zhu Kuang, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your lover? Seeing Yi Qinghan in a daze, Zhu felt a sour feeling in her heart. She opened her mouth subconsciously and regretted it after saying it. Yi Qinghan was pulled back from his thoughts. He blamed himself for being absent-minded in the presence of outsiders. He quickly covered it up and said, I am indeed thinking about my lover, but she is very far away at this moment. I'm sorry, Zhu Kuang. I shouldn't have asked. Yi Qinghan's ambiguous words made Zhu think the wrong way. She thought that Zhu Kuang's lover had died in the massacre of the island by the Fire Demon Legion. At this moment, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a gentler gaze. Yi Qinghan sensed the affection in Zhu Yu's eyes and sighed inwardly. He was not in the mood to flirt. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and casually said a few words before saying that he had to continue cultivating and bid them farewell. Zhu saw Yi Qinghan's expression turn cold and thought that she had touched on his sore spot. She left with an uneasy expression. 3 days later, under Zhu Tai's lead, Yi Qinghan stepped into the teleportation formation and went to the Great General King's Island, the Fire King Island. The Fire King Island was the largest island in the Eastern Archipelago, with a population of hundreds of millions. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Zhu Tai teleported over, countless divine senses swept over and finally locked onto Yi Qinghan. Obviously, they were very interested in this peerless genius. Yi Qinghan looked cool on the surface, but deep down he was very worried. He did not dare to circulate his divine power, and he did not even dare to extend his divine senses. Although martial artists did not use divine power, did not release their auras, and had the power of origin and spatial power, it was very difficult to tell what level they were at. However, there were so many powerhouses on this island. There might be some extraordinary people. The Great General King was even a peak rank 9 powerhouse. If they were discovered, they would be playing with birds and eggs. Zhu Tai patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and smiled. Don't be too nervous. Just follow me. Yi Qinghan nodded stiffly. Fortunately, the Great General King's mansion was not far away. Zhu Tai only greeted everyone along the way and walked toward the Castellan's mansion. Yi Qinghan decided not to use his divine power. Relying on his physical strength, he followed Zhu Tai's footsteps. Zhu Tai was obviously quite popular. Along the way, there were people congratulating him. Zhu Tai was obviously very proud of the fact that a genius like Yi Qinghan had appeared on the island. He was laughing all the way. When they walked into the Great General King's mansion, someone was already waiting outside. They welcomed both of them in. After walking in, Yi Qinghan realized that countless probing divine senses had been withdrawn. However, there were still 3 that were still locked onto him. Yi Qinghan knew that they must be rank 9 powerhouses in the mansion. He became even more nervous, gritting his teeth as he followed Zhu Tai in. When they walked into the largest hall, Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 3 blazing flames inside. A violent aura rushed toward him. He subconsciously raised his head and saw 3 men in fiery red armor sitting on either side of him. At this moment, they were staring at him with burning gazes. Zhu Tai and Zhu Kuang greet the 3 sirs. Zhu Tai signaled to Yi Qinghan with his eyes and knelt down on one knee. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to follow suit and kneel down on one knee. You are Zhu Kuang? A peerless genius? Why don't you use your divine power? Show your strength? A cold and arrogant voice sounded. It was a lower rank 9 powerhouse. The other lower rank 9 powerhouses also revealed curious expressions. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just controlled his divine power and imitated the aura of a 7th grade war god. It was also a fire element aura. In an instant, the air in the hall heated up. He really is a 7th grade war god. The sovereign's eyes lit up and he stood up. Yi Qinghan looked at the expressions in their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed another obstacle. Now it was time to see if he could pass the last one. After staying in the hall for a while, although the 3 rank 9 powerhouses asked Yi Qinghan to sit down and wait, Yi Qinghan insisted on standing. The 3 powerhouses and Zhu Tai thought that he was polite. In fact, Yi Qinghan was nervous. Standing was like sitting on a pincushion, let alone sitting. He even had a feeling of fear in his heart. He wanted to leave immediately and escape into the endless hollow. Eventually, there was no sign of danger from the depths of his mind. Yi Qinghan could only stand there with a cold face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before long, a series of footsteps came from the passage next to them. Yi Qinghan knew that the main character was coming. At this moment, he was not nervous anymore. He followed the gaze of the 3 rank 9 powerhouses and Zhu Tai and looked toward the passage next to them. When a white figure appeared in the passage, 4 pairs of eyes lit up. Peerless and enchanting. This was the first feeling in Yi Qinghan's mind. This was a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the enchantress. Zhu Yu, the number 1 beauty on the island, was obviously a level lower than her. General King. Yi Qinghan had always felt a little awkward with this title. At this moment, he sincerely admired the use of the word king. This was a noble woman with the temperament of a queen. This woman's skin was absolutely white in the fire god tribe. She was tall, a little taller than any of Yi Qinghan's women. She had a perfect figure, delicate facial features, and a pair of delicate lips, which were especially plump. Her temperament was very noble and elegant, full of the temptation of a noble lady. However, she also felt that she was high up in the mountain, and no one dared to blaspheme her. Her eyes were very special, making people feel that they were incomparably deep, as if they could see through everything. It seemed that she could see through the thoughts in the depths of your soul at a glance. This was a queen who could make any man have the desire to conquer her. Yi Qinghan instantly made up his mind, but a very bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. This woman was extremely dangerous. He had to get away from her quickly, as far as possible. When a faint power of space quietly circulated in the hall, Yi Qinghan's mouth flashed with bitterness. He knew that at this moment, it was too late to escape. Sure enough, General King opened her mouth. Her voice was very charming, as if she was teasing you, tempting you to commit a crime, and also seemed to be rejecting you. It was like a weeping voice. Yi Qinghan felt that her voice had a special magic that made people unconsciously fall into it. Chapter 1191. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 rank 9s and Zhu Tai bowed respectfully and excused themselves. Their eyes were filled with devotion and fanaticism. Before Zhu Tai left, he gave Yi Qinghan a look, which probably meant for Yi Qinghan to be more respectful to the great General Lord. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not even know how Zhu Tai left. He was struggling with the question of whether to escape or not. His face was cold, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even his pants were wet. The great General Lord was a soul cultivator. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, seemed to have seen through Yi Qinghan when she glanced at her. Yi Qinghan knew that even if she did not see through him, she would definitely be suspicious. Facing a peak rank 9's powerhouse at such a close distance, Yi Qinghan knew that if the great General Lord suddenly attacked, he would definitely die. The great General Lord took small steps and walked in leisurely. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan. She had a smile that was not a smile. Her beauty could topple a city, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, no one dared to look at her directly. It was impossible to guess her thoughts. To escape or not. Yi Qinghan was facing the second most difficult choice in his life. The first time was outside Yanlong City, when he was forced by Venerable Evil Moon. But this time was different. He had 40% confidence that he could attack this terrifying woman in an instant and escape immediately. As long as he was out of the endless void, he would not be afraid of anything. Yi Qinghan's brain worked at high speed. At this moment of life and death, he became extremely calm. Finally, when he saw the great General Lord sitting on her white jade throne, he heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on the idea of escaping immediately. Because he did not feel killing intent. The great General Lord suddenly said, "Zhu Kuang, release your divine power and attack the wall on the left." "Yes, Your Majesty." The woman's voice was like the singing of an oriole. To Yi Qinghan, it was like a heavenly sound. It seemed, this woman was only a little suspicious of him? At this moment, he was using his own strength to check if his divine power had the burning and corrosive properties of the fire element. If this woman had tested him from other aspects, Yi Qinghan might have had a headache. However, when his divine power entered the fire phoenix sword and was released, it was exactly the same as the fire god races. Yi Qinghan felt much more confident. He hurriedly circulated his divine power and converted it through the fire phoenix sword that had transformed into a glove. Immediately, an incomparably hot fire-type divine power whizzed out, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade aura that shot towards the wall on the left. Boom! The saber aura smashed into the wall and was reflected by the protective shield of the hall, leaving behind a scorching aura in the hall. As expected, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of doubt in the great general lord's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His eyes were bright and beautiful, radiating light, as if he was looking at Yi Qinghan affectionately. His heart was in a mess. The great general lord said, "In the future, you will stay in this residence and cultivate well. Don't bother about anything else. If you can break through to the supremacy level in 50 years, I will help you exterminate the Fire Demon Legion. I will capture their leader and help you kill the enemy's leader." Yi Qinghan hurriedly pretended to be very grateful. Two maidservants immediately walked over and led Yi Qinghan to the backyard. After Yi Qinghan left, the great general lord sat alone in the spacious hall. Her eyes were still flowing with bright light, as deep as the sea. It was as if no one in this world could understand what she was thinking. Yi Qinghan was led to a private room by the two maidservants. The interior was luxuriously decorated, and all kinds of appliances were available. Yi Qinghan pretended to walk one round in the loft and immediately began to cultivate with a cold expression. However, he was secretly thinking about that woman. Of course, he was not interested in this flirtatious woman with the temperament of a queen. He was only wondering if she had discovered his identity. He had an indescribable feeling that this woman seemed to have seen through all his thoughts at first glance. Under her bright and beautiful gaze, he became naked and had nowhere to hide. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman did not have any murderous intent and that he seemed to have revealed his hand in the end, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be at ease. However, Yi Qinghan always had a vague feeling of discomfort, but he did not know what the problem was. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to stay. If the great general lord had wanted to make a move on him just now, it would be hard for him to escape death. Not to mention that she was at the peak of the 9th grade. Just because this woman was a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan was definitely not her match. Yi Qinghan was not a person who would give up halfway. Since the great general lord did not seem to have discovered his identity on the surface, or rather, he did not have any ill intentions towards her. He decided to continue his disguise and investigate the situation of the fire god's heart as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan anxiously stayed in the great general's residence. There were no men in the entire great general's residence. Other than himself, there were only over 100 women. This surprised Yi Qinghan a little. He felt awkward living here as a man. Most importantly, it was not easy to investigate. The great general lord was beside her, and she was also a soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan did not dare to investigate her and did not know the strength of her soul. Without knowing her background, he did not dare to act recklessly. It was even more impossible for him to use his divine sense to secretly investigate the people in the great general's residence. For a moment, he felt like he was in a cage and did not know whether to advance or retreat. Forcing himself to calm down, Yi Qinghan helplessly began to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the space combination law. He planned to use 50 years to break through to the venerable realm. Then, the great general lord would bring him to kill the Fire Demon Legion. At that time, he would think of a way to find the whereabouts of the fire god's heart. The great general lord never summoned Yi Qinghan again. It was as if he had forgotten about this person. Yi Qinghan was playing the role of a cold man who wanted to avenge his father and his clansmen and wholeheartedly cultivate. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not leave the pavilion. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, would come to see Yi Qinghan every few years under Zhu Tai's guidance. Yi Qinghan would deal with this woman with a bitter smile, but deliberately kept a distance from her. Every time he saw Zhu Yu, or come full of expectations and leave dejectedly, Yi Qinghan's heart would be filled with sadness. However, he could only harden his heart and hope that this pure and kind woman would fall in love with someone else. Time passed quickly. More than 40 years later, Yi Qinghan, who had been almost forgotten by the Eastern Islands, once again shocked the entire Eastern Islands. Back then, the peerless genius who only used 60 years to cultivate from 5th grade war god to 7th grade had spent more than 40 years to break through to the venerable realm. Once the news spread, it quickly spread throughout the entire fire god arcane realm. The fire god arcane realm was in an uproar. The bloodline of the fire god patriarch was even more shocked. With such a speed of growth, how could it continue? With such an abnormal talent, it was very likely that he would eventually become a 9th grade supreme being. Not to mention a 9th grade supreme being, as long as Yi Qinghan reached the strength of a great general lord, their bloodline would have the deepest hatred with the great general lord's bloodline. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of annihilation. The Eastern Islands were in a jubilant mood, but Yi Qinghan did not feel the slightest bit happy inside. In fact, after 100 years, he still did not make any progress in the space combination mystery. The only thing that had changed was the soul space. As expected, the growth of the soul space was getting faster and faster. 100 years ago, it was only a radius of 100 miles, but now it had already reached a radius of 10,000 miles. The origin energy was several times more than before, but the strength of the soul was still the same. Just as he finished his inspection, a long-lost telepathic message rang in his ear. The great general lord had summoned him for the second time. Chapter 1192. Yi Qinghan met her in the backyard of the general palace. Until now, he didn't even know the name of the woman he loved and feared at the same time. There was a small lake in the backyard, with a small pavilion by the lake. A woman was standing there, her body graceful. Just looking at her back gave people a feeling of ecstasy. Yi Qinghan followed the maid. After greeting her, the great general king didn't turn around. Instead, he waved his hand, asking the maid to leave. In the entire backyard, only Yi Qinghan and the woman in front of him were left. A gentle breeze came, stirring up ripples on the lake surface. Beautiful flowers bloomed by the pavilion, releasing a refreshing fragrance. With a beautiful woman accompanying him, Yi Qinghan should be so comfortable. However, at this moment, he felt so uncomfortable. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her red hair was tied up high. He looked at her snow-white neck, her round shoulders, her perky buttocks, and her slender waist. Gazing at the queen in the hearts of billions of men on the Eastern Islands, he felt like he was admiring a high mountain. This was the second time he was pressed by a woman, and it was the first time he had such a feeling when he met Lord Devour. He was a male chauvinist. Being pressed by the woman's aura, he felt so uncomfortable. As his fate was in this woman's hands, Yi Qinghan felt so uncomfortable and aggrieved. "What's your name?" All of a sudden, the great general king turned around. Her eyes were still as deep as the sea, with a faint noble and elegant aura of a queen. She seemed to be smiling, but she wasn't. She seemed to be teasing Yi Qinghan, but also warning him not to fantasize about profaning her. "I'm Zhu Kuang, sir." Yi Qinghan felt something wrong. Although it had been more than 40 years, this great general king couldn't have forgotten his name. The great general lord smiled faintly. Her bright and beautiful eyes sparkled. She asked again, "Did I ask for your original name?" Arg! Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled, and even his soul shook. His face instantly darkened, and killing intent erupted from his body. The origin energy and space energy were about to condense, and his divine sense locked onto the great general king. He was about to release the soul annihilation and soul illusion. He had been discovered. Just now, he was wondering why the great general lord had forgotten his name in just a few decades. So he wasn't asking for Zhu Kuang, but his real name. "Hee, you're no match for me. You're at most a lower level 9 martial artist. With all kinds of tricks, you might barely be able to defeat an upper level 9 martial artist." However, the great general lord did not sense Yi Qinghan's murderous aura at all. He did not have any divine power flowing on his body, nor did he gather the power of space or the power of origin. Instead, he smiled and turned his body to the side. He looked at the surface of the lake and said leisurely, "Actually, the first time I saw you, I already knew that you were not from the Fire God's secret land, nor were you from the Fire God clan. If I wanted to kill you, the first time I saw you, you would have been dead." Oh, Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat again. No wonder he felt as if he had been seen through by her. He didn't expect that she would really find out. And this woman's judgment was so accurate? His power was seen through by her at a glance? The power of origin, space, and divine sense were still ready to gather, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not speak, the great general lord turned his head slightly and gave him a glance. He smiled faintly and continued in a leisurely manner, "My name is Zhu Yi, guest from the realm of gods. Can you tell me your name? I think the two of us have the possibility of working together." Yi Qinghan seemed to be provoked by the great general lord's glance. He sighed inwardly. How could he lose to a woman in terms of breadth of mind and boldness? Since she had already seen through his identity, he was not confident that he could escape unscathed even if he attacked her head-on, much less a sneak attack. At this moment, she did not show any signs of making a move. She was still indifferent even though he had the intention to kill her. If he still acted like this, wouldn't it show that he was not magnanimous? He immediately retracted his murderous aura and retracted his divine sense. He cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Yi Qinghan greets Miss Zhu. Your surname is Yi. You are indeed from the Beast God clan." The great general Lord Zhu Yi smiled and praised, "You managed to adjust your emotions just because of this. You are indeed not an ordinary person." Yi Qinghan immediately knew where his flaw was. Beast warring space. The Fire God clan and the Beast God clan were both part of the 10 ancient clans. They understood each other. He had the beast warring space with him. This was the unique characteristic of the Beast God clan. Looking at Zhu Yi's eyes, Yi Qinghan thought of another problem. Since he could see that the other party was a soul cultivator, then Zhu Yi could also sense that he was a soul cultivator. But Zhu Tai was not a soul cultivator at all. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He thought that he had concealed it well and his disguise was perfect. He did not expect it to be full of flaws. Zhu Yi could obviously tell that Yi Qinghan had guessed something. She smiled and said, "Yi Qinghan, do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's not the beast warring space, nor is it a soul cultivator." The fire phoenix sword. Yi Qinghan was surprised and asked in astonishment. Then he seemed to have understood and said, "Could it be that this was originally a treasure of the Fire God clan?" Zhu Yi nodded. Her eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. She said faintly, "This is the weapon of the second 9th grade supreme martial artist of the Fire God clan. It was recorded in the genealogy that he lost to the beast god of that generation." Yi Qinghan sighed and became silent. He did not know what to say. Zhu Yi smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, Mr. Yi, you entered the Fire God's secret realm this time for the heart of the Fire God, right?" Yi Qinghan seemed to be numb from the shock of this woman. It was as if her pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea could really see through everything that he was thinking about. If this woman could determine the purpose of his visit just by guessing, then her wisdom was too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qinghan became relaxed instead. He nodded without any pretense and smiled. "Miss Zhu Yi, your wisdom is too terrifying. But there's something I don't understand. You don't seem to mind that I'm here to steal your clan's treasure? Also, how did you guess that I'm here for the heart of the Fire God?" It's very simple. The Fire God's secret realm has been in seclusion for so many years that the realm of gods has basically forgotten about it. Even if someone found the entrance to the Fire God's secret realm, they wouldn't purposely come in to see a bunch of useless clans that have lost their drive and only know how to fight among themselves. You came in quietly and endured for 100 years. This means that you have a motive. And the only treasure in the Fire God's secret realm is the heart of the Fire God. I'm sure you or the person behind you have collected the remaining items of the Fire God's battle armor, right? Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She looked like she had everything under control. As for why I don't mind that you're here to steal the heart of the Fire God, the reason is simple. The heart of the fire god isn't with me, and the fire god clan can't even leave. What's the use of having the fire god's battle armor? Yi Qinghan gave a thumbs up to this woman's wisdom. There were many beautiful women, but there were very few beautiful women with great abilities. It was even rarer to find a beautiful and intelligent woman with great abilities. Yi Qinghan completely believed in this woman's sincerity. He pondered for a while and said, "Miss Zhu Yi, the cooperation that you mentioned. What kind of cooperation is it?" Zhu Yi smiled faintly and said, "You help me unify the fire god's secret realm. I'll help you get the heart of the fire god." Chapter 1193. Unify the fire god's mystic realm? Yi Qinghan was surprised. Based on his understanding of the fire god's mystic realm, General Wang Zhuyi's lineage seemed to be the weakest. Wasn't Zhuyi's lineage almost annihilated? With the addition of him, they would be able to annihilate the powerhouses from the other two lineages? What's your overall strength level? Zhu Yi did not answer Yi Qinghan's question and asked instead. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. Since they were working together, there was no need to be secretive. If Zhu Yi had such boldness, she would look down on him as a man if he was hesitant. He said with a little reservation, "A normal upper-rank 9 martial artist will definitely die if I ambush them. A lower-rank 9 martial artist with a weak soul will die no matter how many of them come." Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. Her mouth was slightly agape. It was the first time she showed a surprised expression. Yi Qinghan felt comfortable. He sighed in his heart. It turned out that Zhu Yi could not see through his true strength. "Alright." Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth, Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes shone brighter and brighter. She said in a very certain tone, "With young Master Ye's help, Zhu Yi is 80% sure that we can destroy the fire god and the Grand Elder. Unify the fire god's mystic realm." May I know where Miss Zhu Yi's confidence comes from? Yi Qinghan could not help but ask in the end. He was not an idiot. If he was not confident, he would not be used as a tool. He would not even know how he died in the end. This woman was too powerful. She was as intelligent as a demon. If he was not careful, he might be sold by her and have to count the money for her. Of course, the confidence comes from Child Yi. Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a hint of slyness. She smiled faintly. Yi Qinghan was stunned again. She then said, "Child Yi, do you know why Zhu Yi did not expose you 40 years ago? Why is she only talking about working with you now?" Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. He was also confused about this. Since Zhu Yi had found out about him, why did she want him to continue acting? Did she need a genius like him to boost their morale? Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He looked at the smiling Zhu Yi and exclaimed, "You used me as bait. Bait the experts from the other two factions to kill me? Hee, not two bloodlines but the bloodline of the fire god." Zhu Yi revealed an appreciative expression and said with a smile, "It's good to talk to smart people. Zhu Yi won't hide it from you. I can deal with either fire god or Grand Doyen. As long as you can kill the rank 9 martial artists around them, if we join forces, who will be a match for you? The Grand Elder fell into my trap last time and was heavily injured. I'm afraid he won't take the risk easily this time. Therefore, I concluded that during this period of time, the fire god will definitely find an opportunity to attack you. Once the fire god is dead, the Grand Elder will no longer be a threat." God damn it! Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. This woman was too terrifying. 40 years ago, she had only met him once, and she had already started to plot against him. It was as if she knew that he would definitely cooperate with her and also concluded that he could kill the other rank 9 martial artists. Listening to her indifferent tone and looking at her confident expression, Yi Qinghan felt that he was not looking at a peerless beauty, but the most venomous bamboo leaf snake. Yi Qinghan did not dare to not cooperate with her because his life was in her hands. Yi Qinghan did not dare to take the risk. His mind started to think at lightning speed. After a while, he stared at Zhu Yi and asked, "Where is the fire god's heart? Also, there's something I don't understand. Why is Miss so eager to unify the fire god mystery realm? You should know that the fire god clan leader and Grand Doyen are both your clansmen. Killing them will greatly reduce the Fire God clan's strength. If other clans invade, you should know the consequences. Zhu Yi let out a long laugh. A trace of loneliness and helplessness flashed across her lips. She sighed faintly and said, "Of course the Fire God's heart is in the Fire God's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to call himself the Fire God and clan leader." The Fire God clan once produced 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, one for each of the 3 branches. The ancestor of the Fire God clan leader was the first 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He was the strongest martial artist in the divine world at that time, Zheng. As for why I want to kill the Fire God and Grand Doyen, the reason is very simple. You should have seen that our 3 branches hate each other. It's impossible for us to coexist peacefully. Too many people have died in the constant war. If we want true peace, we can only use violence to curb violence. We will completely kill the martial artists of the Fire God and Grand Doyen's branch and unify the Fire God mystery realm. Then we will marry each other and the 3 clans will live together. We will eliminate the racial hostility and forbid the use of force privately. Only in this way, after millions of years, can the 3 branches of the Fire God eliminate the estrangement and truly coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the Fire God clan will eventually be annihilated if this continues. My parents and clansmen all died in the battle royale. Therefore, since young, I have been determined to unify the Fire God clan. Mr. Yi, can you understand my thoughts? I can understand. Yi Qinghan nodded. The Fire God clan was similar to the 3 clans of the Fire Dragon continent in the past. Of course, the Fire Dragon continent had the Divine Master Butcher at the back, secretly controlling it. Later on, because of his powerful martial strength, no one on the continent was his enemy. Therefore, there were no more wars on the Fire Dragon continent. Looking at Zhu Yi, who seemed to have transformed into a pitiful little woman, Yi Qinghan's heart softened. Yi Qinghan's heart softened and he chose to believe her words. At this moment, he had an impulse. If he found out that Zhu Yi was lying to him and using him, he would admit defeat. Women would always make men feel pity for them. This was especially true for a woman who had a difficult life and was devastatingly beautiful. She could make men even more impulsive and crazy. This woman was very powerful. After a while, Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He actually fell into her trap unknowingly. His powerful soul was actually affected by her just now. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan didn't even notice that Zhu used her soul skill. He was secretly on guard, but his expression didn't change. He said, "What do you need me to do?" "Lure the snake out of its hole." Zhu Yi's face revealed an unfathomable smile. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. This woman was really a bamboo leaf snake. Half a month later, under the protection of a lower 9th-grade war god, Yi Qinghan returned to his hometown. He returned to the fierce flame island where Zhu Tai was. He also went to the island where his clansmen were located to pay their respects to his deceased foster father and clansmen. It was unknown who had leaked this information. Countless warriors rushed to the raging flame island in order to see this peerless genius who had appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Tai's face was full of glory. Zhu Yu was the happiest. She was like a little sparrow. Yi Qinghan was as cold as ever. He came to the fierce flame island and only said a few words. Then, he went to the small island where the massacre happened. Even the lower 9th-grade warrior tactfully refused to accompany him, saying that he wanted to pay his respects to his clansmen alone. At the same time, the great General Lord was on the Fire King Island. He frequently summoned the commanders in a high-profile manner. It seemed like he was plotting something big. Countless 5th-grade warriors gathered on the Fire King Island. The entire eastern archipelago was silent in a strange atmosphere. "They're here." On a small island next to the fierce flame island, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged alone. The protective shield was open, but his divine sense was quietly exploring the surroundings. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Zhu Yi's plan worked. The warriors of the Fire God's bloodline were preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. They really think highly of me. The Fire God actually came personally? Zhu Yi, don't play tricks on me. If you're not his match, don't blame me for being disloyal. Yi Qinghan glanced in the direction of the fierce flame island on his left. Although he didn't know how Zhu Yi hid from the fire god's detection, Yi Qinghan knew that this woman was definitely here. Yi Qinghan thought about it for the past 2 days. He felt that cooperating with Zhu Yi was like asking a tiger for its skin. This woman was too powerful. Not only was her strength higher than his, but her intelligence was also superior. If he wasn't careful, he would be toyed with by her. Fortunately, he also had a trump card. That was, he could escape from the weak point of the space at any time. He thought that even if Zhu Yi was meticulous in her calculations, she would not have thought of this. If it weren't for this, Yi Qinghan would have found a way to escape. Chapter 1194. He secretly operated his power of origin and used his divine consciousness to lock on the 5 people who were flying toward the island. The one in the front was like a blazing sun in the sky, with a soaring momentum. Judging from his aura, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was facing Qing Shan. He was definitely at the peak of level 9, only 1 step away from level 9 Supreme Venerable. Behind him was an upper rank 9 martial artist and 4 lower rank 9 martial artists. In order to kill him and then retreat, the Fire God Patriarch only let 1 lower level 9 warrior stay behind. The rest of the level 9 experts came out in full strength, determined to win. Humph! As long as Zhu Yi can really stall the Fire God Patriarch, this time you all won't be able to return. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness quietly swept toward the ferocious Fire Island. When he felt Zhu Yi's indistinct aura, he was shocked. Without any scruples, he prepared to fight the enemy wholeheartedly. In the sky, the long hair of the Fire God Patriarch fluttered. As he approached the island, he no longer hid his aura. After the divine consciousness locked on Yi Qinghan, a lower level 9 warrior next to him launched an overbearing attack. In their view, as long as Yi Qinghan was killed, even if Zhu Yi arrived with her people, it would be no big deal, and they could easily retreat. Boom! A big fiery red hand suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed heavily on the shield. The shield on the small island was very weak, and it collapsed in an instant. The big fiery red hand suddenly smashed toward Yi Qinghan. Too slow. Yi Qinghan's face was full of mockery. When the big hand appeared in the sky, his body had already turned into a series of residual shadows, and he had already appeared on the sea thousands of miles away in the south. Buzz! In the sky, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the north, and at the same time, 3 figures also appeared in the west. Zhu Yi and the 3 lower level 9 warriors arrived in time. He's not a venerable? He's a war god. Zhu's mansion, kill him for me. The Fire God Patriarch was middle-aged, and his aura was extremely overbearing. At this moment, seeing Zhu Yi appear, how could he not know that it was a trap? With a loud shout, he charged toward Zhu. The other 4 lower level 9 martial artists charged toward Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, while the upper level 9 martial artist charged towards Yi Qinghan with a hideous grin. Courting death. Yi Qinghan saw the sinister smile on this person's face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He sneered in his heart. His divine sense had already locked onto him. Soul extermination was activated. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a demonic light as he activated his soul illusion. This person was currently dealing with the attack of the golden soul threads, so how could he have the time to defend against the soul illusion? Xiao. Since he was going to make a move, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't hold anything back. 10 Godslayer's spears pierced through the void, bringing with them a sharp and cold aura. They quickly circled around him and then scattered in the air, shooting towards the upper 9th grade martial artist from all directions. Jumanner, be careful. Yi Qinghan's Godslayer's spear had a terrifying aura. The Fire God Patriarch, who was already fighting with Zhu Yi in the distance, was shocked. He turned his head to look and shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he realized that countless cold winds were blowing in front of him. Knowing that Zhu Yi's attack was coming, he didn't dare to be distracted anymore and focused on dealing with Zhu Yi. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower level 9 martial artists were obviously stronger than Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, both in terms of numbers and strength. In just one face-to-face encounter, the 3 lower level 9 martial artists were suppressed. Hearing the Fire God Patriarch's words, the four glanced at the upper level 9 powerhouse in confusion. In the end, the four were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Boom! 10 silver-white spears flew at the speed of sparks, carrying with them a piercing and terrifying aura as they shot toward the rank 9 residence called Zhu Manor from all directions. What shocked the four was that the Zhu Manor's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. It wasn't until the 10 silver spears got close that he came to a sudden realization. In the end, he only managed to resist 6 spears. The 7th spear directly hit him, immediately injuring him severely. Then the 8th and 9th spears came one after another. Before the 10th spear could hit Zhu Manor, his body had already turned into a pile of soft mud. His origin energy collapsed, and his body turned into a pile of blood mist. A shining divine crystal and a few space rings floated up and down in the air. It was extremely strange. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower level 9 martial artists were shocked. They were stunned in the air, extremely confused. Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists were also confused. They looked at the dazzling divine crystal in disbelief. One face-to-face encounter, instantly defeating the upper level 9 Zhu Manor? The Fire God Patriarch's pupils shrank, but Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up like stars. Her graceful figure danced in the air. As she danced, the space around her began to distort, forming an invisible cage that trapped the Fire God Patriarch. The Fire God Patriarch shouted. A shiny diamond-shaped gem suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a phantom of an exotic beast with a lion's body and a dragon's head emerged from his body and roared toward Zhu. Too late. The 4 lower level 9 martial artists suddenly came to their senses. But Yi Qinghan's body had already shot toward them. His voice seemed to have an invisible magic power. The 4 subconsciously looked toward Yi Qinghan, only to see a pair of eyes shining with a demonic light. The 4 suddenly felt that everything in front of them had changed. Their surroundings turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone had disappeared, and the island below had also disappeared. Then, countless silver spears that terrified them so much that they felt deep in their souls were invincible suddenly emerged from the white mist. They were terrifyingly powerful, and their speed was even faster than lightning. The space force that they hastily condensed was instantly pierced through. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of the explosion, the 3 lower level 9 martial artists under Zhu Yi became even more confused. They had received a message from Zhu Yi that the Fire God clan would bring people to launch a sneak attack today. She asked them to prepare for battle. She also told them not to worry because they had a strong helper on their side. Unexpectedly, they all knew this helper. It was that peerless genius. But what they couldn't figure out was, how did this peerless genius become a level 9 martial artist? What they couldn't accept was how he could kill level 9 experts as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. In just a few blinks of an eye, 1 upper level 9 and 4 lower level 9 martial artists from the Fire God clan were killed by him alone? 5 dead level 9 war gods. The 3 wanted to kill them even in their dreams because the hands of these 5 people were stained with the blood of countless of their clansmen. However, when the 5 divine crystals floated in the air, shining with dazzling light, the 3 felt like they were in a dream and couldn't believe it. Finally, they looked at Yi Qinghan, who had killed 4 experts, and found that his eyes were even brighter than the divine crystals in the air. Killing 5 upper level 9 martial artists didn't cause much of a stir in Yi Qinghan's heart. That upper level 9 martial artist, who had broken through not long ago and underestimated Yi Qinghan, was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul illusion and soul destruction at the same time. It was impressive enough that he could withstand the attack of 9 God Slayer spears. As for the lower level 9 war god, Yi Qinghan didn't care about them at all. With the soul illusion, no matter how many came, they would all die. Heart of the Fire God. His eyes were fixed on a glittering diamond-shaped gem in the hand of the Fire God clan's patriarch. With his eyesight, he instantly determined that this was the heart of the Fire God. Because this diamond-shaped gem was the same size as the notch on the Fire God's helmet. Chapter 1195. Heart of the Fire God. Go to hell. Yi Qinghan's heart was surging. As long as he got the heart of the fire god armor would be complete. With this supreme spirit treasure ranked first in the divine realm, his strength would immediately increase. At the moment, he didn't care about anything else. He once again waved 10 God-Slayer spears and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. The 3 lower-level experts also came to their senses. They each launched their own attacks and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. However, what made Yi Qinghan almost furious was that the figure of the patriarch of the Fire God clan suddenly disappeared in the air, without a trace. When Yi Qinghan immediately spread out his divine sense to search, he found that the patriarch had appeared thousands of miles away. At the same time, his body continued to move in the direction of the Western Islands. Boom! Yi Qinghan's God-Slayer's spear and the 3 lower-level experts, as well as Zhu Yi's space power, collided at the place where the patriarch of the Fire God clan originally stood. The collision of the energies broke out a huge explosion, and a huge and gorgeous firework bloomed in the air. How could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. Looking at the grand firework, he couldn't believe it. Such a powerful energy attack. The surrounding space shook layer by layer. How could the patriarch of the Fire God clan teleport? Why don't you chase him? Yi Qinghan looked coldly at Zhu. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of moving, he asked discontentedly. Oh, if we chase him, we'll be in trouble. Zhu Yi smiled faintly, and there was a touch of helplessness between her eyebrows. She explained, First Elder has already rushed over with people, and there is a powerful prohibition on the Fire God Island. I'm not sure if I can escape unscathed. Alas, it's a pity. If your attack could come a second earlier, or if the Fire God took out the heart of the Fire God a step later, he would not be able to escape today. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not hold back his divine sense and swept over unscrupulously. Sure enough, he found that an upper-level peak expert with 8 people had teleported to the border between the Eastern Islands and the Western Islands. Obviously, he found that something was wrong and suppressed Zhu Yi first. At this moment, the patriarch of the Fire God clan had returned to the largest island of West Wind. The Fire God's heart can allow cultivators to teleport while space is shaking? Yi Qinghan recalled Zhu Yi's words and was startled awake. He transmitted his voice over and asked, God, you don't know? Zhu Yi glanced at him with confusion, Zhu Yi, and the patriarch of the Fire God, and explained, God Fire God Armor Heart. The heart of the God Armor God. Yi Qinghan started to have a headache. This time, the Fire God Patriarch had escaped. From the looks of it, the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder would definitely join forces. It was impossible for him and Zhu Yi to kill their way to the Fire God's heart. As God. Yi God Clan as God Clan of the sect of Clan of Fire, Yi God Clan God as God. Go back first. Believe in Zhu Yi. You will get the heart of the Fire God. Zhu Yi replied indifferently. Her face was filled with an enchanting smile. She recovered her composure as if she had everything under control. She grabbed the 4 divine crystals with her jade-like hand and slowly walked towards the fiery island with her graceful figure. She was extremely flirtatious. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and glared at West Wind. He followed Zhu Yi and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame. The 3 war gods became Yi Qinghan's attendants and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame with complicated expressions. The island of Fierce Flame was not far from here. The earth-shattering battle happened in a few seconds. But such a terrifying energy had already attracted the attention of the nearby experts. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi back to the island of Fierce Flame. Countless experts fixed their eyes on him as if they were looking at a monster. Is he still the peerless genius? Zhu Tai looked at him as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhu Yu was also confused. Fortunately, Zhu Yi directly entered the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan let Zhu Yi explain this troublesome matter. He entered the transportation formation and returned to the general's mansion. At dusk, Zhu Yi came with a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan did not pay attention to her. He sat alone in front of the window and stroked a zither. He pretended not to know anything about the zither. He just randomly plucked the strings, as if he was messing up his confused heart. "What's wrong? Are you discouraged? Do you want me to send you away?" Zhu Yi stretched out her hand and brushed the window. She leaned half of her body against it. Her full breasts were slightly deformed, her slender waist slightly sunk, and her plump buttocks were raised high. She left half of Yi Qinghan's perfect side face, as if she was deliberately tempting him. As expected, Yi Qinghan was attracted by Zhu Yi's slightly raised buttocks. He unscrupulously glared at her and said coldly, "You can activate the transportation formation?" "Of course I can activate it. It's just that I didn't get the heart of the fire god. Are you willing to leave?" Zhu Yi felt Yi Qinghan's gaze. She did not move. She turned her head and said with a smile. There was a playful look in her eyes, as if she was sure that she could take advantage of Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at this pair of beautiful eyes and Zhu Yi's seductive figure. At this moment he suddenly understood many things. Zhu Yi was indeed a bamboo leaf viper, a poisonous red spider. She had been using him. At first, she used him to lure out the fire god patriarch's people. She did not expect Yi Qinghan to be so strong. She planned to sacrifice him to kill a few experts from the fire god patriarch's side. His super performance today made this woman look at him in a different light. At this moment, she was afraid that he would want to leave because of the difficulty of obtaining the heart of the fire god. Therefore, she deliberately tried to rope him in, and did not hesitate to seduce him. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan's chaotic heart immediately calmed down. No matter how smart Zhu Yi was, she would not have thought that he could leave through the endless void. As long as he did not kill the fire god and the Grand Elder, Zhu Yi would definitely not attack him. Instead, she would continue to rope him in. Ever since Yi Qinghan's identity was discovered by Zhu Yi, he felt that his hands and feet were tied. In addition, his safety was not guaranteed. He did not know if Zhu Yi would attack him. Therefore, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to leave several times. Now that he had guessed Zhu Yi's thoughts, of course, he had to play with her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's gaze became even more unscrupulous. He stared straight at Zhu Yi's buttocks, as if he could see through her light green robe and see the ravine inside. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am very reluctant to leave." Ha! Zhu Yi straightened her body and chuckled. "Child Yi, don't be anxious. Zhu Yi guarantees that you will definitely obtain the heart of the fire god. However, it will take some time." Yi Qinghan sneered in his heart. Not to mention the heart of the fire god, he was afraid that his life would be handed over to her in the end. However, on the surface, he frowned and asked doubtfully, "Miss Zhu Yi, do you have a good plan? Forgive me for being straightforward. Since the island of the fire god tribe leader has a powerful restrictive spell, as long as he hides inside, we dare not go in. How can we kill him then?" Zhu Yi smiled like a fox, her eyes full of slyness. "I have my own arrangements. Please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You will find out in 100 years. Okay." Yi Qinghan plucked the strings of his zither, stood up happily and laughed. "Then I will give you 100 years. If you still cannot kill the fire god tribe leader in 100 years, please send me away. I will definitely not get involved in this mess again." Yi Qinghan's decision this time was extremely abrupt and resolute, causing Zhu Yi to stare blankly for a moment. However, she recovered in an instant. After a moment, she actually extended a soft and boneless hand and said with a smile, "It's a promise." Seduction again? Yi Qinghan laughed in his heart, but he boldly stretched out his hand to grab Zhu Yi's small hand. He even lowered his head and pretended to be intoxicated with it. Only then did he reveal a charming smile and said, "It's a promise." "Ha!" Zhu Yi covered her mouth and laughed. She swayed her plump buttocks and floated away, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi's beautiful back and smiled coldly. He murmured, "Want to play with fire? Let's play then. I have been a playboy for many years. Let's see who will play to death in the end." Chapter 1196. Once Zhu Yi left, Yi Qinghan activated the barrier and extended his divine sense. He scanned the entire Western Islands without any scruples. The Grand Elder and a few ninth-grade war gods stood in the air between the East and West Seas. After half a day, they returned to the north. It was obvious that they had reached some sort of agreement with the fire god. Yi Qinghan had a headache. It was obvious that his appearance had broken the balance of power between the three sides. He had forced the fire god tribe leader and the grand elder to join forces. As long as Zhu Yi made a move, the two sides would definitely join forces. It seemed like his killing methods were too strange. In addition, Zhu Yi had always been crafty. The Grand Elder and the Fire God would not dare to attack the Fire King Island if they did not figure out his true strength. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much and let Zhu Yi deal with this headache. He transmitted a message to Zhu Yi that he was going into seclusion to cultivate. Then he leisurely entered the War Imperial Hall. He was very clear that the more mysterious he was, the more the Fire God and the Grand Elder would not dare to make a move. This would be beneficial to Zhu Yi's arrangements. The entire pavilion was set up with some small restrictions. As long as someone approached or used energy to attack, Yi Qinghan would immediately know. Hence, Yi Qinghan was prepared to make use of these 100 years to peacefully cultivate and see if he could make any breakthroughs. The War Imperial Hall was empty. Before he returned to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan teleported all the people cultivating inside out and let them continue to cultivate in the reincarnation mystic realm. Only Xiaohei was still sleeping soundly in the Slaughter God Blade. After becoming a spirit body, Xiaohei loved to sleep more and more. However, this also reduced the energy consumption. Yi Qinghan walked into the Hall of the Mysterious Tablet and stood in front of the Space Combination Stone Tablet. Divine power revolved in his eyes and gradually brightened. The scenery in front of him also gradually changed. What appeared in front of him was a scene that Yi Qinghan could not understand. At first, it was pitch black. Then, there was a sudden flash of light in the darkness. The light slowly enlarged, and the world in front of him became brighter and brighter. Finally, there was a sudden flash, and the whole scene turned black. A moment later, there were countless twinkling stars. This repeated playback caused Yi Qinghan to be puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. What kind of principle was this mysterious diagram describing? Light, darkness. Yi Qinghan was baffled. Was there something wrong with this mysterious diagram? There was not a single fundamental law of space in it. Yi Qinghan had once suspected that this was a profound diagram of the light and darkness laws. However, the Battle Emperor had already fallen into a deep slumber, so there was no way to investigate. Yi Qinghan had studied this painting countless times, but he couldn't see through its artistic conception even after hundreds of years. Even with the profound mystery diagram, he couldn't comprehend anything, let alone fusing the spatial combination. After studying for a long time, Yi Qinghan retracted his divine power and stopped cultivating. Looking at the countless stone tablets, he was in a daze. His comprehension of the laws was stuck. The strength of his soul wasn't increasing. Yi Qinghan felt that it was impossible to increase the power of the God-Slayer spear using the power of space. For a moment, Yi Qinghan didn't know what he should do. If he couldn't increase his strength, why would he go into seclusion? Could it be that I, Yi Qinghan, can only stop here for the rest of my life? Yi Qinghan raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the stone tablet. With a wave of his hand, a black jade box appeared in his hand. This was the primal chaos divine crystal that Lord Devour had given him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had an urge to refine it immediately. As long as he refined the primal chaos divine crystal, he knew that with his own means, he and Zhu Yi could definitely kill the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder easily. After obtaining the Fire God's heart, he believed that he could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. He could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, but could he kill Xianxia? Yi Qinghan sighed and put the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal back. Xianxia could control a lot of the power of space. Now that he had obtained the position of the Divine World's Overlord, he could control even more power of space. He didn't need to use any means. He just needed to use the powerful power of space and the purest energy to crush him. So what if he obtained the Fire God battle armor? If Yi Qinghan really thought that he was invincible just by wearing the Fire God battle armor, then he was an idiot. The Fire God battle armor was definitely more powerful than any battle armor. With its reputation, it shouldn't be a problem for it to withstand a few attacks from a grade 9 supreme martial artist. But if he really became a living target for Xianxia and was attacked continuously, Yi Qinghan believed that he would die even if he had 9 lives. Currently, there is no way to cultivate the nomological laws. There is also no way to cultivate the soul. It seems that I can only think of a way to increase the power of the God Slayer spear. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and teleported to the largest hall. He stood in the hall and continuously released the God Slayer spear to see if he could improve it and increase its power. The God Slayer spear once again danced in the War Emperor Palace. According to all kinds of strange angles and combinations, it developed all kinds of different attacks. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and stood in the hall. He didn't think too much and started to study and comprehend it wholeheartedly. Fire God Arcane Realm. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi suddenly stayed in the Great General's residence on Fire King Island and didn't take a step out. And Yi Qinghan's aura also disappeared in the Great General's residence. The Grand Elder and the Fire God clan leader couldn't figure out what Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan were planning. They wanted to make a move several times but didn't dare to do so in the end. Zhu Yi's intelligence was too terrifying. Back then, Zhu Yi's strength was only at lower rank 9, and her lineage was almost destroyed. But in the end, it was easily resolved by Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension. After that, the Grand Elder fell into a trap again and was seriously injured by a spy arranged by Zhu. He almost died. This time, the Fire God clan leader was even more miserable. He was almost annihilated. At this moment, the Fire God clan leader was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. The Grand Elder sent him several messages to join forces to attack Fire King Island, but in the end, the Fire God clan leader didn't dare to come out. Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension made the Fire God clan leader still deeply wary of the Grand Elder. He was afraid that the Grand Elder would secretly attack him and snatch the Fire God's heart. Recently, Zhu Yi and 3 lower rank 9 martial artists had been staying in the Great General's residence and didn't take a step out. In addition, Yi Qinghan had disappeared. After the battle, the 3 parties didn't make a move. The Fire God mystic realm was like a dark cloud, and a storm was about to pour down. It was incomparably depressing. This God Slayer spear seems to have achieved great success. I have cultivated it for several years, but there is no progress. If I don't break through the divine principle, and my mastery of space power doesn't increase, the speed and power of the God Slayer spear can only reach this level. Within the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He had been cultivating for a few years, but his strength had not increased at all. Yi Qinghan decisively stopped cultivating. I wonder if Yao Ji is doing well in the cave? Lord Devour and fireworks should be in the void outside the Fire God mystic realm. With the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there is no danger in the endless void. Lord Devour's strength is a little weak. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor Pavilion could break the void and come in. They could join hands to destroy the Fire God clan leader. I don't have to walk on thin ice here anymore. Every step is difficult. Yi Qinghan felt helpless. His thoughts drifted to the endless void outside the Fire God mystic realm. He seemed to see a 9th grade pagoda flying slowly around the Fire God mystic realm. The Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion broke the void? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyes brightened. His pupils moved quickly, and the faster they moved, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he slapped his thigh and laughed. But why didn't I think of that? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun at high speed, bringing the origin energy with it. This way, it can easily penetrate the origin energy and enter the plane. I can also make the God Slayer spear spin at high speed. Won't it be easy to break the origin energy on the surface of the enemy's body and kill them? Goddammit, I am a genius.